We're at this scene with this minor bump, and you can see as she pulls away, the tail light is well intact. So all of that is not going to hold water.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light. Yes. And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct? That's correct. And shattered. Yes. Parts of it that were falling onto the ground. I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
It's over.
It's over, my friend.
Before we start, have you got all the fire extinguishers right next to you? Because you were on fire last night.
Oh, buddy. Man,
you were on fire.
You know, I did like we always probably do, right? And I should never do it, but I did like a rehearsal, and I was really calm in the rehearsal, and then I went off in Susie comes in, Sean, please, you can't be that way, and I said okay, and I tried to start out. I just can't. When it gets in your brain, I get infuriated. I really do. And listen, I'm sorry if I offended anyone, but I got to be me. I have to be me. But Dylan, how you been, my friend? I've been watching you. Trust me, I've been watching.
I know you've been watching, and yeah, I'm great, man. I'm even better with you back because you're the main man. Honestly, it's not the same without you. It's not the same.
What a week to miss, but I think I got the whole week back in me from last night. Oh God.
I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I like the fact you do it at 6 o'clock because I can watch it. Normally it's like 8 o'clock. It's like, well, I need to go to bed. Do you know what I mean? So,
like I said, I mean, the nice thing is we got the replay gang. What do you call it? The rerun, the replay? I don't know.
Replay gang, yeah.
Listen, the bottom line is, I don't know if you saw this, but I had over 9,000 at the end. When I looked before I clicked off, I had 9,000. I said, wow, holy, I mean, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
you had just under 3,000 on YouTube, which is that's like what the hell is going on? I've never had over 1,000, so to get 3,000 a month.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate everyone in the chat, and you know, I got to tell you, I get so many messages, and I physically, I didn't know the YouTube community, right? That's a great way to. I never knew this, and I think Melanie told me. Just give messages in the YouTube community and they'll get it. And they're getting the messages. So I can't, you know, it's physically, my hands are all chopped up from all the work, but I physically can't type all that stuff out. They're beautiful. I tried to do the loves, but that doesn't work for me. I want to say personal thanks to everyone. How do you do it to 1,000 people a day?
You can't.
It's crazy.
It's impossible. But it's good. Look, you're semi-back. You're semi-back. You know, you're not fully back, but you're semi-back. You know,
but I'm back. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I know what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. So you're going to be with us every morning, 8 till 10, every single morning. Give you a large.
Take it to the bank. Seriously.
So Sean's still got work going on at home. So 8 till 10, he's going to be here. You're also still going to be in chat. You're going to look at chat throughout the day. You might jump on if you can jump on. But then 6 o'clock in the evenings, go through the motions, and Sean, that's where you'll be giving recaps as well. So it's sort of like you give recaps in the evenings, and in the mornings we'll brush up on what's ahead in the day and stuff like that.
Exactly. And like I said, you know, the bottom line is, and I don't see how people can really focus on all the stuff that's going on in the trial and be yippee yapping in the chat, which is great. I love the chat. It's just that the breakdowns is where it's at. The 1 hour before we go on live, I think that's great. We have an 8 o'clock hour. We give you people in the UK enough to get in there. Our morning folks right here. Look at Mike Gaglio. I love it. Boom.
They're all here.
Great guy.
Let's go through some stuff here. We got Tony in the house. This is interesting. So Tony's co-worker ran into Reed, Jackson, and Little at the restaurant over the weekend, and they said, "You haven't seen anything yet. Wait till Monday," is what Jackson had to say. Oof.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Listen, this is the one you want to see. Besides, I don't believe they're going to put Jen McCabe on. She can't handle it. She won't be able to handle this.
It's going to be interesting. Before we go into that, let's just run through quickly. We've got Tony, Kate, hello.
I want to see them. There she is.
October girl, totally so excited for Cross. There we are. Hello to you all. Stifler's mom, she's got it going on. Look at that. Good morning, Stifler's mom. Tony, Miss Gold, hello, Miss Gold from the UK. Borada is good morning from Emma from Newport. So Emma, Miss Gold is moving to Newport. So Miss Gold, this is Emma who lives in Newport. Norfolk County Eats, hello, good morning to you. Mimi, good morning to you. Last night was awesome. Good morning, Jen.
Can I stop you for 1 second? I want to give a special shout out to Norfolk County Eats. All right. Now he's very I don't want to say he's shy. That'd be mischaracterized. He likes his privacy. I want to say thank you, my friend LC. I want to call you LC. How's that sound? He did a wonderful thing for me and my wife last week when I was out. And I want to say thank you very much to that man right there in Norfolk County. Eats Norfolk County.
Fuck.
And LC, thank you so much. We'll be getting down there before you know it. Thank you again. I'm glad you put him up there, Dylan.
I'll pour everyone up. I'll fly through. I always get criticized that I'm rushing through stuff too slow. So I'm trying. It's too hard. I want to say hello to everyone.
How you do
it? I love it. Mimi, hello. Nikki, good morning. She loved your show last night. It was on fire. We loved it, Sean. Tony, you got to talk more about Trooper Prince, Sean.
Oh, God. What happened to her? She had the best report of them all. Where is she? Jesus. Gone.
Peppermint from Dallas. Hi, y'all. From Dallas. How are y'all? Peppermint.
Dallas, man.
Heidi, hello. You were great last night, Sean. Heidi, hello. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Brian Stockport, I'm sorry, but last night's stream was on an incoherent run. Wasn't incoherent run. It's not for everybody. That's the thing. It's not for everybody.
Hey,
that's the beauty of it, isn't it, Sean? There's enough streamers out there to get it, Brian. So it's all good. Peppermint, is it true that Carl D was booted from the courthouse? Tell us what happened. Well, apparently he wasn't he? But
listen, from what I have a very, very trusted source, and I did not get the full details, but I did hear that, and I think she's going to be in the chat, that he's gone. He's gone for the duration. Don't know the details, just know the outcome. And really, who cares, right?
Yeah,
I was going to say something bad, but who cares?
Yeah. Beautiful and Inappropriate. Good morning, Sean. Good afternoon, Dylan. Hello. How are you doing, Beautiful and Inappropriate? Wicked Psych. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. I watched on replay, but I want to ask, what do you think of the bit of the dog situation?
Hey, at this stage of the game, who cares about the dog? Yeah. Did you see Jackson? He says, of course John was in the house. Of course. That's it. It's over. Come on.
Hello, Christine Fortunato. Sassy, a bartender. Good morning to you. How are you? Robbie, good morning and thank you for being here. Hey, Robbie, thank you for being here. Good morning, Brenda. Can you talk more about Trooper Print? Oh, you sort of touched upon it.
Yeah.
MJ is in the house. Boom.
Yeah. Boom, baby. Boom. Boom.
Hello, Carla Mars, checking in from the buffer zone. Hey, Carla, thank you.
That's nice.
Dana Leonard, good morning. Welcome back, Sean. There we are, Dana. How are we doing?
Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
Hope you're well. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you, Brenda. Kate, love all the bright clothing for Karen Reid and John O'Keefe. Supporters are wearing. It's lovely, isn't it? Look at all that there. It's great to see.
Sea of pink.
Anything of Officer Eric Wade showed. He is on the SB meeting tonight's agenda.
Oh, is it tonight? Listen. I don't know. I'll have to, Sassy, I know you. I don't know. Let me think about that one. All right.
Let's move on from that one. But Wendy is in Naples.
Hey, Wendy, we're coming. We're going to be over there soon.
There you go. Nice to see you, Wendy. Thank you for always posting links on Sean's channel, on his Facebook group and stuff. Yeah. Go on, what's your question, Christine? Paula says, good morning, all. Good morning to you.
Hey, Paula.
How are you doing, Paula?
Paula McDermott.
Love it. Miss Goals in there. Nikki, California. Hey, California, that must be...
He's up early. Whoa, Nikki.
Jesus.
He's
like 6 a.m., isn't it? No, 5 a.m.
5. Jesus.
And Kate's here from Australia.
Whoa.
Jesus Christ.
Man, down under. Kate Lewis.
put a shrimp on the barbie, as they say, or whatever they say. Hi from UK. Pippi Longstocking, love the name.
Love it.
Where are you from in the UK?
I love our European and I'd have to say it, our international audience, but you're national there. But I love the international audience as well as my own countrymen and women.
So let's know where you're from, Pippi. That's a great name. Hey, True Seeker, how are you doing, medallion? Stifler's mum, Sean, you did an amazing job last night. I watched it 2 more times because it fired me up so much. It also made me laugh a lot. There you go.
Yeah,
geez. There you go. He's on fire.
I did once. I did have a partner of mine. She did the rewatch. I said, "You watched that crazy stuff twice?" Oh yeah, Sean. And she's been with me since day one. She called me out. That's a whole nother story, but she's a great partner. Oh my God.
So Ronnie, good morning to you, Ronnie. Good morning to Ruby as well. The Hacksters in the house. Look who's back. Semi back. Sean is back. Morning, guys. Hey, Aaron Hack. How are you doing, medallion? Bushwell, good morning. What's that? Morning? Gusaka? Oh, no, she means guys. Oh, shit. Sorry. Morning, guy.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, my friend.
Sorry, that's my bad. Morning to you. Kelly Reed. Hello, Kelly.
Kelly, how's it going?
I hope you're well, Kelly.
I know you got to be front and center today. I know you got to be front and center on this one.
Let's go. Let's
go. Man. Fire it up, Kelly. Tell them to fire it up.
Let's get it on. Let's get it on. What do you say? There's Miss Gold from Contradictory. There you go. So, Miss Gold.
Oh, yeah.
So, Emma, Miss Gold, you partner up. Jesus Christ. Good morning, Lona.
This is like the morning show on some radio show in the States here. Everyone's laughing. Listen, this is a great feeling. It's a great feeling. I can feel it in every part of my body. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a great day. It's a Monday. Monday's a crap, but today it's a great day. Donna's in the house. Good morning. We missed you, Sean. I never thought I'd be excited for a Monday morning, but let's effing go. Tough guy is going to crumble.
You guys get me so psyched. It's amazing.
Yeah. From Forest Dean. Okay. Well, nice to see you. You say in England, so nice spot. I haven't been there, but it's a nice spot, nice area.
Right.
Shelley Ortiz, stranger. I was off seeing Shelley for a couple of days. Morning, y'all. Welcome back, Sean.
Shelley.
Heidi. Hello, Heidi. Is Scanlon talking to the feds, Sean, or witness by any chance?
Yeah, well, he lit the fire. Let me tell you that.
Yeah. Diane Gallagher says, good morning from Cape Cod.
What part there in the Cape? Falmouth, Hyannis, Truro.
There you go. You name this stuff. I haven't got a clue. Heather Taylor, here we go. Potty mouths in the house. I wholeheartedly disagree. You were incredible on that stream, but we knew. I love cursey words.
I gotta clean it up. If they're gonna take me serious, I have to clean it up. I'm sorry. I gotta clean it up.
I say that all the time, but sometimes your passion takes over. I don't know what Tom's doing. I have no idea.
I gotta be professional. I have to be professional.
I say all the time, Sean. I say I'm not going to swear, and then also something happens. You go, mother. It happens. I'm the worst for it, so don't.
I got the blooper, the beeper. What do you call it? Beep beep beep. I got the stupid thing on this. I don't know which button it's on though.
It's too late though. By the time you do, where do you find it? It's gone. So thank you, Erin. Morning support along here. Thank you very much. Tracy Violet. Good morning. Let's frigging go. Today's going to be good. It is. You know what? So I was a bit on Friday. I was a bit down, not down, but Brian did great on his direct, as he would. You know, he's professional.
Hey, anybody can lie.
Yeah, but I was worried because I was like, he's such a professional, but you know, how is he going to do against Jackson? But then you fired me up last night about, you know, there's so many things that they can go after him, which made me feel good again. So
you don't think they got his number? Listen, I can tell you right now, don't be so naive that the only call they have is at 2:22 in the morning. Trust me. They got the whole ball of wax, but they're not going to let it all out. Trust me. But they got it. They got the whole thing.
I don't know what Tom's doing. I've no idea what he's doing.
I think he's. I don't know. I think he's trying to. Well, I'm sure Turtle Boy got in, and I think what he's trying to do is link. Turtle can't be there for Brian, so I think Turtle said last night that he was going to be doing a live stream downstairs in the basement, and then when a witness that he's not under investigation or indictment for, he'll just come up and go into the courtroom.
Okay.
I think that's.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I got Erin Hack here. She knows. She'll get to the bottom of it. Tracy, good morning to you, Tracy. Helen Handbaskets here. Welcome back, Sean.
Helena.
I have to practice some meditation to calm.
Oh, Jesus. I haven't slept yet. Look at me. I get so fired up I couldn't sleep.
Love it. Hey, Kerry. Good morning to you. Good morning, Miss, as well. Guess who's back? Sean is back. El Jefe.
Murph, I love it. Look at that beautiful dog. Oh, my God.
Murph's great as well. So, good morning, El Jefe. Good morning, Karen Reed. Afternoon, Paddington.
Paddington.
Hello, Mr.
Hey, who's Paddington?
So, Paddington is this. So essentially, so Erin Hack thinks that I speak like Paddington. That's because it's English, you know. And
sure.
Even though she speaks like the Torbs, she speaks like this, Minneapolis. She thinks my accent's awful, but you know.
Yeah, let's give him a shot. Look at that.
I still got a question for Sean about one witness. Go on, Christine, ask away. Darlene, good morning, gentlemen, and welcome back, Sean. Yes, Darlene.
Hey, Darlene, how you doing?
And Toby Girl says, great to have you back, Sean. Thank you, Sean. MJ's in the house. Wow, Sassy, did she report him? Right, so basically, Grant allegedly, we sort of see the video, pushed Jess today in the queue. Police have been called.
Today, I know there was a little.
She was very upset. She was very upset. I've not seen a shove or anything, but she's very upset. She phoned the police. Oh, hang on, let's go with this. She phoned the police and they came out. And I don't think he's been arrested, but I think maybe he's had a warning or something. I'm not sure. But yeah. There we are. Hello, Lady Law. How are you, my darling?
Look at this. Look at this technology here. Whoa. That must be Dateline.
I thought that was you from Naples.
They've got the roving cameras on the cars now following the crew. Yeah, how about that? I love it.
Amazing. Hello, KC as well. B, hello from Japan. Hello, B.
Hey, B, my buddy.
Austin Wag says, good morning, afternoon, Sean Delan. Thank you for you both, what you both do. First time I'll be able to watch without work interruptions. I think I chose the right day. You did.
Boston Wags, you know where you're at, my friend. You're in paradise. What a great time to watch this cross-examination, right, Mikey? There you go.
And Potty Mouth says, it's 5 a.m. here, but I wouldn't miss this duo for nothing.
Hey, where's Heather coming in from?
California somewhere, isn't it? So I'm not sure, but she'll tell us. She can't keep a gob shut for more than 2 seconds, so she'll tell us. Don't worry. Jody Mitchell, good morning, gentlemen. Jody from Peabody here, ready for a great morning. Testimony.
Look at that, beautiful.
Vivian as well. Good morning, Dylan. Sean, welcome back, Sean. Dylan, can you put out the coffee link?
Vivian, you're the best, Vivian. Vivian's old school. Vivian's old school. She's got a great story, but we'll keep that on the wraps for right now.
Hopefully, one of the mods, Erin or somebody's put the coffee link out for you. If not, I'll put it out in a bit. But yeah,
the coffee.
Yeah,
all those coffee donations, and all those donations that I received. Look at my background. I got a green screen. I got a green screen with all the donations.
I'm trying to get into some stuff here. Continue, yes. Bear with me. I will.
Oh, get that coffee, buddy. I need some coffee today. Whoa.
I got coffee here, but yeah, I'm sure somebody's posted a link. If not, I'll post.
But I'm confined. I'm blocked in. I can't move with this foolish thing behind me.
Oh, I
could never be a weatherman. Look at this. Look at this.
I can't do that.
And it's going. I could never be a weather person.
No, I can't do that. So Kate's at 10:10 p.m. here already. Oh my God, Australia, yes. Joe, amazing show last night, Sean. Jonathan, no worries. How do job? Hope you're well, my friend. I believe Jessica's pressing charges. She is, yes. She is, I believe. Good morning. Hit the likes. Yes. Jay McHugh.
There's something definitely wrong with that kid. Listen, there is something extremely wrong. You see him in that rant last night. He's off the charts. I don't know if he's on meds. Something definitely wrong with that kid.
He's definitely unhinged, shall we say. Jay McHugh says, good morning, all. Nicole testified she went by Colin and right to the kitchen, back of the house. B.A. Brian Albert testified that he went in breezeway door and doesn't know which door anyone else went in.
Yeah. They're the only people in the world that can't get this story straight. 10 people can see an incident while drinking, and like when he beat up this one fireman, they all tell the same story. They're not all the same page, right? But they're in the ballpark. These people are all over the place. They can't get their story straight.
And Christy said, who's Brian Albert? I do not understand his testimony. He is the homeowner, isn't he? Yeah.
Well, no, let's put it where it belongs. He is the first suspect that has taken the stand in this case for the third-party culprit. He is suspect number one. That's how important this guy is.
Nash Grant needs to go. He thinks he's a first grader leading the bathroom line. Yeah, he's an absolute idiot. Before, I think people had sympathy for him, but now I think that's waned now. There we go. Sean, hey, beautiful. She always calls Erin Hack, every morning she goes, hey, beautiful to me. So Erin. Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Hackster. Lady Law, everyone hit the like button. Let's hit it up. Lady Law's my girl. Love Lady Law. Here we go. Tim, hello, Tim. Tracy, Kelly rocks. This is how far behind I am, man. You know, Jesus
Don't
Christ.
worry about it, buddy. That's why we got the extra 15 minutes for this, right?
We have. Michael, great show last night, Sean. You put it all together for me, and yes, I watched it twice.
Well, Mike, thank you, buddy.
I told you, loves that. Let's get it on.
Oh, I have to get that Barry White sound. Marvin Gaye.
Marvin Gaye.
How's my girl doing?
Big dog.
Big dog, man.
Dynamity was back. Rock and roll.
Hoochie coo.
Kate Lewis says, I usually watch Melanie. I'll have to mix it up. Yeah, there's so many great streamers out there as well, guys. It's not just, look, I got Sean here for the morning to come here for this. Melanie's great for legal advice. I think Melanie pauses it a lot. I don't pause it. Everyone's different. So thank you for communicating.
Buddy, I'm going to tell you, I'm biased, but taking my bias out, you got the best game in town. I'm telling you.
Thank you, my friend.
You get the best game in town across the pond. No doubt.
Yes. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. We're all different, though. We're all different. So there's somebody that, I appreciate your opinion.
You have to listen to everything in context, okay? You have to. And then we break it down afterwards. I got to take notes today, though. Jesus.
Yeah, I like to go to Emily Baker, Peter Trago, stuff like that afterwards, just to have the breakdowns and stuff. Melly Little as well, just have the breakdown. The way they stream is not my cup of tea, but they're great, and I always listen to them every evening just to get that insight. MJ, here we go. Lona, great show, Sean. You guys get us psyched. Well, I mean, Sean's always on it.
We have to do it. Kelly Reed, there she is.
Love Kelly. Hi, Chantal, welcome back, Sean. Thank you, Mads. Nice rant, Sean. Hope they were watching and hopefully you're offended. You spoke the truth.
Well, hey.
Back after us. How many people has Brian Albert been violent with? Seems like a lot.
Come on, that's his calling card, guys. I'm sorry. The Canton cops failed miserably. I can't even talk today.
Briefly Inappropriate says, Pastor Cursey words are okay. So you go.
I think so.
And the sign is up. Kelly's got the sign up.
Oh.
Brenda, good morning, Brenda. Sean, owe you $34 from last night. MJ says.
That's it?
Double it, triple it. I love when you swear. Callum Masters says, this case needs the cursey word, Sean.
Well,
hope Brian had a great weekend. So, all right, let me just go through this quickly. We've got some questions about Brian. We could go into Brian.
Okay.
There's just too many people here. I'm just going to fly through you guys. I'm sorry if I miss anyone. Linda P. Hello, Linda P. When is the feds come and sweep in and arrest those people?
Don't need to right now. They don't need to. They're going to hang themselves. The feds are just sitting back watching the show. They really are. Trust me.
Spider Girl's in the house, repping Pennsylvania. Diane is here. Gallagher sandwich.
Oh, say hi to Brian down there. That's where Brian Higgins lives.
True Seeker says calorie high, and please tell Karen I love watching. Hang on, here comes the family. Let's see what they're going to say.
Thank you all.
Good morning. God bless. Go get them today. It's going to be a good day.
God bless. God bless you. We got
and your family.
See you.
See that? He's such a gentleman, Mr. Reed. You can all see that. He's such a gentleman. Smearing Feasts from Cambridge, Mass as well.
Oh, no.
Scratchy Itches back in the house. Hang on, Tony, I'll ask that question in a little bit. Jessica got pushed by Grant this morning. Check out her Twitter. That's what everyone's saying. Nice. Yeah, I've seen it. I saw it. She's very distraught. She's very emotional, very distraught. And Grant just being Grant again. The troopers did speak to him, but I don't think he's been arrested, but she is pressing charges, I believe. Dan Gallagher, MA not far from Joint Base Cape Cod, the scene of Higgins. There you go.
That's right. All right, Diane. Great. Keep an eye out down there.
I will send everyone's love. Here we go. Here's his first troll of the day for you, Antiquated Rogue. Oh my God, what happened last night?
Oh, who's that? Oh, Joey. Come on, Joey. You know what happened last night. I told the damn truth.
Nailed it.
Brother. Come on.
Nailed it. That's what happened.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. ACT, good morning all. Good morning to you, Paddington. Here we go. I'm going to skip everyone. Good morning, GM. Hello. Susie, good morning to you as well, my darling. Barry Stevens in the house. Are we going to find out about Brian's security cameras today? Yes, maybe.
Yeah, we should be looking. We should be looking at that house when they those crime scene pictures. I thought I saw some cameras. Just saying.
I saw that as well. Caroline, good morning to you. Sea Dog, good morning to you, fella. Hope you're well. Saray. See that song? You know, Saray. Yeah. Whatever will be, Saray. Well, that's a great song.
Isn't that
but it's called. Hey, look, it's close to Saray, man. So you know, I got to use the words, tonight. Good morning, Cynthia. How we doing, my darling? Nanika, good morning to you as well.
Nanika. I love that name, Nanika.
Oh, Heather's from Arizona. Nice.
By way of Pembroke. Oh, we almost moved to Pembroke. There was a house on the market at the same time the house in Canton.
Okay.
And they
Good morning from Robin McGowan as well. Good morning, my darling. How are you?
Robin.
H-Bag's in the house as well. Good morning to you.
H.
There you go.
No, it's a bad. H-Bag is my mod. I don't know if it's a woman or a guy. I don't know what H. I don't know the name.
It's a woman.
I hate saying H-Bag. I don't know what it stands for. But I say, thank you, H. Thank you. She's a great mod. What's going on here? Wow.
That's a link for the coffee of whoever was asking. There you go.
Something's going on here. Hold on.
All paper. There we are.
What's going on? Something
there is. You fix it. Shari says Sean was fired last night and wanted you to keep spilling the tea.
Spill the tea, they said. Is this live? Ooh.
No, it's not. No, it's not live. No. Not sure what he's doing.
What am I doing here?
Good morning, Kate. How are we doing, my darling? Caroline Forth. Sorry, I'm skipping everyone. Buttercup. Hey, Buttercup. Southie's in the house.
Southie, baby.
Typhoony. Hi, Dylan Sean. Lots of Ellie agree. I feel my dad, retired state trooper investigator, in on the case without knowing much. He claims the injuries are definitely not consistent with car injuries.
Anybody who's, I'm going to clarify this. Anybody who's really done the job. I'm not talking about paper pushers. I'm not talking about guys trying to climb the ladder. Anybody who ever did the job knows that this is a bunch of bullshit. But it's all going to come out. He knows. I don't know who that lady was. He knows.
Yeah. T-phony.
T-phony. All right,
Hey,
T-phony.
Hey, Chrissy, got a new haircut, Chrissy. Nice. Great job, Debbie says. Right, we can't carry on. I mean, right. People want to know what's going on today. What is going to happen? Brian's going to. Sorry if I missed you. I will try and get through to you.
Oh,
on
but
screen.
I don't know how many people you have, but you got too many people to. You got to do a big thank you to everyone.
Thank you, everybody. I will flash you on screen. I won't flash myself on screen. I mean, I'll flash your names on screen. You don't want to see
no flashing. No flashing. Can't take it.
No, my man boobs. No, but I'll flash your names on screen. We got half an hour. Let's go, Brian.
Right.
We got
what
Brian.
Do you want to know?
What can we expect this morning? I know we covered it last night, but briefly, what can we expect this morning from Brian?
All right, so which is very nice. Even though the rules are different in Massachusetts, Lally went into everything. All right, and he got Brian to basically hone in and say, John and Karen did not come into my house that night. Okay, there's the prima facie statement. Okay, so when it's proven, okay, that John absolutely did, in fact, go into the house right off the bat, he's going to be deemed a liar, right? His credibility goes down the drain, but he's already lied. So what I predict, right? I've seen it both. I played it out both ways in my mind. Jackson can come in like a torpedo right off the bat, hit him hard, or he strings him along. He gets under his skin, right? I think this is going to be the slow boil, right? Because he is going to effectively get on. He knows Brian's triggered. He knows how to get to a triggered person. And Alan Jackson is a very bright. He was a prosecutor before, so he knows how cops are. Okay? See, Brian was in his little cocoon for a long time. Now the mask is off. Now he is on front and center national news now. And I'm telling you right now, don't be surprised if this kid doesn't have a meltdown. Right? He's going to be I'm sure he's going to be so conscious of his conduct. He has an impulse problem. He can't control his impulses. Whatever the hell he's suffering from, and I'm telling you right now, he's suffering for something. You don't beat up cops the way that you don't almost kill firemen. There is something wrong with this kid. And I'm going to tell you right now, do not. I hope the hell they have extra security there. I hope the hell they search these people. Do not be surprised if this kid doesn't have a complete meltdown on the stand. He gives it up. You just never know. But what they're going to do is, just remember, he is the number one suspect of the three suspects. Right? They said 3 suspects: Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert. So you got Albert, Brian, Higgins, Brian, and Colin Albert. Those are the 3. And he's the first one, the first fresh meat that's going to be cross-examined. And so I'll make a prediction. The way this cross-examination goes today goes the trial. All right? This is going to be huge. Hey, Olivia, this is going to be huge today. This is the moment we never got in the O.J. Simpson case, right? O.J. never testified. Well, guess what? We have a person who is not the suspect, right? He's not the prosecution suspect getting up on the stand. He is the defense suspect. And this is going to be incredible. Absolutely must see TV, must see live TV.
It is. Yeah, she says shit sandwich. I said that this investigation, this whole trial is a shit sandwich. Normally, though, you both ends, you got the good stuff and the shit in the middle. Yeah. But Lally's got shit on either end and shit in the middle as well. So it's all shit. You were right, Lady Law. I used to get my titties out sometimes, but not anymore. Not anymore. They got too big. I'm joking. Right, there's a lot of stuff here. There's some questions. I missed one. Damn you. Oh, here we go. I know. No, let's go through here. Right, but question for you though. In terms of, some people might think that he is a born liar. Brian is. So, like, he comes across as convincing. So, what's to stop him from lying on screen? And he won't care. He's got nothing to lose.
In the law enforcement, community, they call it test of lying, right? lying instead of testifying. Listen, you don't tell me it. How do I categorize this? If you shake down your own people, now think about this real quick. If you shake down your own people at Christmas to give money up, all right? Now, I don't know why he's shaking down his own cops to give money up at the Christmas parties, right? Threatening them they won't get the over. See, the thing about the Boston cops, right? Listen, they work their asses off, but they work harder on overtime details. This is where the big coin comes in. Brian was shaking down his own people. His own people. You don't think Brian shook down criminals? You don't think he's not that type of guy? Right? Right? Of course he did. Right? You don't think he got on the stand and lied on the stand before? 30 years on the job in Boston. What we know of his conduct off duty, right? And now we know that he was shaking down his own people. Think about this, people. He shook down his own cops in his own unit to give up money at a Christmas party. Now, is he paying off? Who's he paying off? But if you didn't give up the right amount of money, you weren't going to get overtime. And that's, people, I'm telling you right now, you don't go into law enforcement to make money, right? Some of these guys are pulling down upwards of $200,000, $300,000 a year. That is insane. That's the overtime game. That's the game, right? My father would say he worked pick and shovel for the Boston Gas Company. Anywhere that the Boston Gas Company came and put a hole, a little divot in the streets, you had to have at least one cop there. At least one cop. I know it's gotten worse now. Maybe they need 4. Who knows? It's the OT game. And he was shaking down. So trust me, right? Trust me, he was shaking down criminals and he was lying about it on the stand. Absolutely. I have no doubt about that. He's not an honest, clean cop. And I hate to say that because there are thousands of clean cops on that job. I know them, right? But that's the deal. So yeah, of course he's going to lie. He has no other recourse. He can't tell the truth in this case. He can't. And guess what? He's going to say, prove me a liar. Well, guess what? It's coming. I can't tell you how, but it's coming. I'm not saying you have to trust me. Don't trust me. But I'm going to say it right now, right here with Dylan. What time is it? 8:38, right? May what? May 13th. It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming. It's coming. Mel says, sure, my dad was a LEO. He worked as much as overtime as possible, provided extra income so his family could have a little more. Within my own stint when I was a cop, right, in Arlington County, I worked DUI overtimes. I worked as a friggin' security guy at a discotheque. You work round the clock, Steve. You work round the clock. I work construction sites, midnights. I never slept. When you have a young family, you have to make it. We got to make it legally. You're not shaking down guys, right? You got to make it legally. And that's what we do for our families. The real good guys, the good guys. DEA, you can't do it because there's no extra work. It's against the rules, right? How the hell can you do your job and work side jobs? I mean, you just can't do it. But you're right. Lido says, oof. I hope, in my opinion, follows those statements, though.
Oof. Lady law. Lady law. I love it. Hey, lady luck. Lady law.
Lady law.
Yes.
That's when you go, let's get it on.
Oh.
Well, Lady Law, the law lounge. That's what Shannon's called. Right, got a couple of questions here. Tony says, do you think they have the deets on BA's violent past?
My God. If they don't have it as many times I've put it out. Hey, they got Eddie Hernandez and this kid Ridge coming up. I know Ridge's nephew is definitely pro Karen Reed. And I believe he's a cop. I believe he is. I'm not sure.
There you go.
Right. Trust me. Those two are on the defense list. Eddie Hernandez was definitely, hey, my cousin.
Jill.
Good morning, Jilly. She's great. And her sister, Amy.
She's everyone's cousin. She's my cousin. My cousin Jill.
You know, someone made a good statement last night. I don't know who, I don't know if it was during, it had to be offline. And they said, Sean, every time you've been on a live stream, my dogs have barked, right? And it's true. Now, I mean, come on. They're telling me that shepherd, right? remain calm, right? They're trying to say I was immune to the trains going by, right? I mean, this is what they're trying to set up, that everyone was soundproof. They shut off sounds at nighttime, right? You actually think in the middle of like the night, 6 o'clock in the morning, snow, it's kind of calm, even though it's blowing. You couldn't hear Karen's screams outside. How many feet away are they outside? You know, listen, they got, Dylan will say right now, they have no reason to tell the truth because they can't. So they're going to lie. They're all lying. You know what you can't do? You can't lie against records. You can't ever. And someone said it from I think it was Lally. The phones don't lie. And that's right. They don't.
Right. Let me play this. You haven't seen this, have you? This is Grant and Jess this morning. This is what happened this morning. People are asking what happened to Grant. This is it.
Look at this guy. I mean, who acts like this? This guy sleeps in his car.
Yeah.
He sleeps in his car. He smells. Where's the audio there?
Oh, there's no audio. Hang on.
It's off. See, right there it is.
Yeah, but it's on. I got it on.
Oh, geez. All right. Well,
hang on then. Maybe if I play this then. Hang on. Can you hear this then?
No.
No.
That's all right.
Oh, damn. Well, that's not good though, is it? If you've got no audio. Have you got audio? Can you hear this then? Can you hear that?
Nope. I can't hear it.
Jesus Christ. Well, oh my God. Right. We need to fix this then.
All right. Calm now. Calm. Don't
I know.
Don't be me. I go crazy. Don't be me now. Calm. See, I can give calming words to other people. I can't give it to myself. He got booted. There he oh, that's good. I'm glad he got booted. There's another one down. She's screaming. Oh.
Well, I don't get why you can't hear that. I don't get it.
Is it a StreamYard thing?
Maybe. Let me just stop screen again then.
Okay.
Let me stop screen and see if you can hear this then.
Sure. I can hear you. I hope they can all hear us, right?
Yeah, they can all hear us. It's just this one.
There you go.
You can hear that. Right, okay.
That's what counts.
Right.
You can get me in trouble.
Let's go to the start. Let's go to the start here again. I'll play it again for you.
Okay.
See if you can hear this from Grant then.
She didn't have a line fitter here until 11 p.m. 6:45.
Get your body away from me!
Drop that chair here.
Ooh.
These people are going to eject you from this line for having not sent the lines in there.
Don't touch me.
You just touch
Don't touch me.
Please do not touch me. That's assault.
Grant, don't touch her.
Rapist.
Get away from me.
Please
Rapist.
Should go with that.
You cannot touch me like that. It is incredibly inappropriate. How dare you?
We have witnesses that saw you hit her first.
Excuse me. She just bumped
No,
me.
multiple witnesses. You hit her. I'm going to tell the police you hit her.
We
Grant.
have video of her just touching
Grant, I
property.
have video of you hitting her.
How did that chair
So
get
I will
there?
be telling the police that when they arrive.
Oh, I will be telling them exactly what happened.
And there's a gentleman who just accosted me and put
Oh.
his hands on me, and
I was just assaulted.
No, you weren't.
Oh.
Completely inappropriate. I am
Yeah.
disabled.
You touched her. You hit a woman, Grant.
Excuse me, my back was turned.
Grant.
My back was turned, sir. It is on camera.
Yes, it is on camera. You're right about that.
I'm sorry.
My back was turned and she touched me inappropriately.
You hit her.
I'm
You
dressed
hit
in a
her.
black suit.
You hit her. We saw you hit a woman, Grant.
My
We
back
just
was
saw
turned,
you hit a
sir.
woman. We just saw you hit a woman.
And this is going to cause a problem because she came here without having left a line sitter. Why did you have a line sitter here all night?
Grant, we saw you hit a woman. Any comment on
Sorry.
that?
Yes.
Who gave this kid the ability to make up the rules?
White male,
Go on.
curly,
Just him.
glasses. Yep.
I think he knows his best up as well.
Okay. I'm actually super sorry. I was fine until he touched me, and I can't.
I need an officer in
He
Norfolk
touched her.
Superior Court.
Hold on. He
A
pushed
woman
her.
just came here and assaulted.
Nice.
There you go.
Good. I don't know. I hope there's something more before that video. I just got to say, that's all.
Yeah, no, there would be. They got their phones out afterwards. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I hope so. Okay, because
there's him
like I
speaking.
said, I hope it wasn't, I hope that wasn't it.
No, there'd
But
be something.
It makes for him getting bounced today on the most important day. That's what it does. So
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened with him. Right, hang on. Let's just try this again. Can you hear the audio here now? Right, bear with me.
oh man.
Can you hear that audio?
Oh yes.
Ray just came in and fell out of his car. And he said, "Yeah, present."
Right, so we got that. Good. Let me play one more thing. This is from. Bear with me. This is from Dennis Sweeney today.
Oh, Dennis, my man.
So he sent me a video of this morning. Let me play it. Because I love playing his. This is great. I love this. Share screen. Look at this outside.
Yeah.
And also, Sean, happy birthday to Dennis Sweeney today. It's his
Oh,
birthday.
it's his birthday. Oh my God.
So
Wow.
happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday.
And I'm going to put this up. Let me put this up ready for when we do go. Let me just put it up here. So that means I've got everything set there, you see.
Right.
No, we want to put it there. Right, a couple of questions here. So
Sure.
let me... Right, I start them. So, Jodie Mitchell, did Brian and Jen actually have an affair with it? What's going on in that family?
Yeah. Nicole caught them at, listen, the house across the street from the police station where Timmy now lives, Timmy, right? That used to be Brian and Nicole's house. Timmy and the old man was staying at 34, the family house, and they did the old switcheroo. Prior to that happening, right? I don't know how many years. Listen, I've heard it too many times from absolute on-the-money sources. It was a big scandal. She goes down. They're down the basement. This kid has no. He has no couth. Nicole caught them. Right now, listen. I don't know what their thing is. I don't know. I heard way back in the beginning this was all a bunch of swingers, and Johnny Camo was doing the upside down pineapple. I never knew anything about this stuff. I didn't know what a cock was. I didn't know what any of this shit was. All of a sudden, after all this whole year, I'm hearing cuck words all over the place. I'm saying, where the Christ was I for 66 years of my life? However, that is absolutely on the money. All right. Now, did Nicole and her work it out? I don't know. How do they do it? But the other brother, same thing with him, Chris. He's married to Julie, but he said, I married the wrong sister. I mean, what's up with that? What's up? And listen, in my generation, right? We played ball. We played sports, right? Yeah, we did a little grab ass now and then, but God almighty, we're not swapping family members. What are we doing here? But no, yes, we call her the coveted sister-in-law. Everybody loves Jen. Jenny.
Norfolk Cody said that if I was there right now, I would be handcuffed and under arrest.
Right. You got it, LC. You got it, my man. I know you would.
Della says, question for Sean. Do you think deep down Judge is sick of that family too, and that's why she took it to trial and acting like she's helping prosecutors but knows it can't prove case.
Actually, Della, I would absolutely love to believe that. I really would. The problem for me is that she's being watched. I mean, some of these decisions she's making, I'm telling you, I've been in the business before. She's making outrageous decisions. I mean, this whole thing about coming up at Sidebar, I think she wants the attention. I think she wants to be the next Judge Alito in that stupid case out in California with Doge and all that stuff. I think this is what she pushed this. She pushed this so hard down their throats. You really think Lally was ready for this trial? Of course he's not ready. They both begged for extra time. She said, no, we're going to trial. So she's handcuffing her own. Well, she's handcuffing because she's got to remain partial, right? She's the judicial branch. The prosecution is the executive branch, right? And then, of course, the lawmakers. But let's face it, she is making it very difficult for this prosecution team. So, yeah, maybe you're right, Della. I would love to believe that. Honest to God, I would love to believe that.
Helena Handbasker says, Sean, where is Brian's flop house in West Roxbury? I hope not in my neighborhood.
Helena, I don't know if it's Helena. All right. I don't know, but it's there somewhere in West Roxbury. The only part of Boston that held up right there. Helena, West Roxbury is beautiful. Beautiful.
Selmy B, is the FBI watching the McAlbers now talking before the trial? What about them lying on the stand? Will the FBI use that?
Listen, Selmy B, of course they're watching. They're watching every second of this trial. This is evidence for them. This is all evidence. Of course they're watching. They have to watch.
So Donald says, can he plead the fifth?
Not now, he can't. He was already, well, okay. Technically, he could, right? But his ego won't allow him. And I'll tell you right now, there's Audrey. Oh, you had a great Mother's Day, Audrey. Hold on. Who was that, Donna? No, technically he could plead the fifth, but that would be suicide for Lally. Suicide, the jury, then it's over. Then it's really over. First person who pleads the fifth, it's over for them. They lost the case. Like I said today, the way this cross-examination goes to trial. I said it.
And Cedo says, how much fugitive cash on hand disappears during apprehension?
Oh, God. Come on. Right? You ever see that movie Training Day? I put kind of clips up.
Oh, yeah.
You comfortable? Yeah, I'm real comfortable. You comfortable? Oh, yeah, I'm comfortable. Don't worry about it, pal. I'll save yours. And he goes, the kid goes to help him with the money. And he goes, oh, wait a minute. Evidence. You can't touch the evidence. That's a classic Denzel Washington. Love it. Love that movie. Oh, my God.
Lidlow says, I disagree. I think the judge has been okay. She hasn't come up to the bar, likely so they aren't speaking arguments during the objection. But what do you call it? Andrew Perkow, who I love, she covered that and said that the way she sets it up as a judge, it really helps the Commonwealth, in Andrea's opinion, because there's no speaking objections. If the Commonwealth don't appeal the decision, for example, they can, because nothing's noted, essentially. So,
well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the stenographer doesn't go to sidebar. So I think everything that's in front of the jury is noted.
I don't think they don't note the objection though. They just note the discussion on it.
Yeah, but I think what happens is once, Lally, Jackson says objection, right? They go up there. On what grounds? Oh, it's hearsay. Or it's leading the witness, or it's argumentative, right? They'll probably have to put that on the record, right? They have to, right?
I think
Lady Law must know. She must know.
I think what Andrew's saying that they don't put it on record, but what they do put on record is the discussion.
Okay.
They won't say why it was brought up. She went into it. It was a good video she put together. It was quite interesting, but
it's making the case. It's elongating this case which is crazy. She could rule right from there. Then they can go sidebar. That's no, you know how it goes.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's not a big deal. I think that the judge, unfortunately, has a bad rap because of her conduct throughout the hearings as well.
Yeah.
Because the hearings, she was awful. I don't think anyone would disagree that she was completely awful through all the hearings. In here, she's been fairly balanced in terms of a little bit more for the prosecution in terms of objections and stuff like that, but she's not been too bad on it. Paul came on the show last week and said the same thing. He's like, actually, I thought she'd be worse than she was for objections, but she's been okay. There's a video about all the objections that's been posted out there. Leaf actually posted it to me, and he's actually quite surprised at how many objections have been given, how many have been sustained, how many have been overruled and stuff like that. And if I remember rightly, it's like a 65% towards Commonwealth, 35% towards defense, a little bit. So it is what it is. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I do have one for all you Boston cops out there or Bostonians that have law enforcement. And you guys remember Chris Colby, right? BPD, Chris Colby. Well, let me tell you something right now about Brian, all right? Chris Colby's supposed to be a great guy. I think he's a sergeant right now. Brian absolutely kicked his teeth out after a Marine Corps ball. Kicked his teeth out. That's how violent this kid is, right? This guy, Chris Colby, by everyone I've ever heard from, is a great guy. And I'm going to tell you right now, he said to Brian, I think he had already implants anyways. I guess he said, you either give me 10,000 cash now or you're done. I'm going for your job. Money was paid over, right? The problem is, I'm going to get back to this again. This kid has never been called out for his actions. And who does he have? This is the issue. Who does he have the goods on? No one acts this way without having dirt on someone else. And he has to have it high up. I'm telling you. So that's it. Chris Colby. You know, you should have got the bastard fired. I listen, I get it more than anyone, but guess what? You could have saved a lot of heartache, Chris. I'm sorry, but that's it. Marine Corps ball, Brian literally kicked, shod foot. He should have been charged. Assault with a deadly weapon. He should have been charged, right? Ever get kicked in the mouth before and you lose all your teeth? That's a pretty powerful, that's an MMA move. But his wife said no. His wife said no. He's not well trained. That's pretty bad. That's almost bitch slapping him. I'm sorry. Gotta call it. My wife would say, yeah, he's fucking ferocious. I'm actually a lamb, right? No.
There's a few. Yeah, I'm trying to highlight some of the questions here as we go along. That's what I was trying to do. I am trying to get your questions, guys, before we do that.
Sassy bartender.
Safer. Apparently not, Lilo. I'll have to find the video. Andrew Burkhardt made the video saying it's the way she's doing it. It helps the Commonwealth more than it helps the defense. You'll have to see the video. I'm only paraphrasing what Andrew said, and I love Andrew, obviously, so I'm a bit biased. But she said she set it up to help the Commonwealth for an appeal. Now, again, you might be right, but I don't know. I'll have to find the video to play. I did play it the other day here as well. But I have to find it. But allegedly helps the Commonwealth.
I want to give a footnote. Listen, I don't want to make a mark on cops, right? But there are some units, all right? Listen, we've seen enough TV shows, right? Like look at this one, Chicago PD, right? Great unit, right? Their commander, right? Whatever his name, Voight. He's got a shady past, right? But he's trying to rehabilitate himself, right? In the earlier episodes, you could see how cops can get out. Now, listen, Brian's a bad seed, no doubt, right? That doesn't mean all his unit is. That doesn't mean, I get the pressure that cops have, but he's put a black eye all over the city of Boston with that police department, and none of his supervisor has stepped in. I'm going to tell you right now, this has to be investigated at the highest. Heads at the top of the Boston Police Department allowed it to go. You don't keep stuff like that a secret. Cops, You can't trust cops to keep the secret. Look at me. I'm down here in Naples and I'm hearing about all his bad shit, right? I said last night, I probably knew 12 to 15 people, friends, when I lived in Canton, when I was there physically on the ground, right? And I kept that core. Right now, we're down to like 5. I've got hundreds of people from Canton reaching out to me, right? So the thing what I'm trying to say, cops will never keep a secret. And I'm telling you right now, the people at the top, there has to be a major investigation behind all this, right? Listen, he's going down for the O'Keefe thing. He's got to go down for all the other shit that happened and people that covered for him. Those people, I don't know this guy that lives in Canton. What's his name? Long, whatever his name is. He knows. Trust me, he knows. He knows exactly who Brian Albert is. Everyone in Canton, that PD, knows exactly who Brian Albert is. If those cops drink, they know exactly who Brian Albert is. Exactly. Let's stop calling this. Let's call it what it is. Yeah. That's it. Don't get me going. I want to be like you, Dylan. I want to be like you. I want to be calm, buddy, calm.
I'm like a duck. Calm.
Christ, I'm breathing hard already.
Right, let's try and find. I've got
here we go.
Questions here. 2 or 3 questions highlighted here. Sea-Dog says, is it normal for Berkey to come off the bench and dive into a case he's conflicted out of?
Absolutely not, but that's Berkey. Berkey is you talk about an attention whore, right? Turtle Boy many months ago said I was an attention dick. I don't know where the hell you got that from. Yes, Berkey, that's normal for Berkey. It's not normal for normal people, but for Berkey, yes. And he's going to get screwed on this. They're all going to get screwed. I'm telling you. You don't see Jackson quivering, right? No way. Right? They got it. They got it all.
Got it all. Sean, has anyone confirmed there was likely some kind of connection between Bev's father, who's also a judge, and Old Man Albert, who wasn't he a court officer back in the day? I can't. Firebox McGee. It's a great name. I can't confirm that. No. But I do know that her brother, Bev's brother, represented Chris Albert in the homicide. Wow. In the homicide, on the vehicular manslaughter case back in the 90s. So, Brenda says Brian is the only one who gets to flee. Gets a flee of cops when he gets a flee. He gets around by cops to walk into the courtrum. No
oh, really? I know. Has anyone caught that on camera? I haven't seen it.
There's pictures.
Are they troopers? Are they troopers?
I don't. I've seen people around him on bikes and stuff. And there's people walking side by side of him anyway.
Yeah, well, they need to take those names down. I'd love to find out who those people are.
Brian Albert denied talking to Higgins at 2:22 a.m. during testimony Friday. Higgins' phone record from federal grand jury allowed into today's cross-exam.
Absolutely. Listen, the only James Carnell, the only thing that they cannot say is, in the federal grand jury, the federal investigator. As long as they say, like Liza Little said, do you remember the grand jury you were at when Lally wasn't with you? That's saying, remember that grand jury? That's a federal grand jury. Anytime Lally's not there, that means it's the federal grand jury.
It's Mass State Police, they say, and local LEOs.
Yeah, troopers. Well, there you go. Hey,
Kiki, and Mrs. Ash. Hello, hello, Josie, Monica, Red Head PM, Matthew Moran. There's lots of people here. I'm sorry that. I can confirm that Judge Bev and Morrissey. Was it you, Olivia, that posted it? A picture of Judge Bev and Morrissey's father's a plumbing teacher or something. I'm sorry. It probably was Olivia, actually. I saw it.
I can tell you, if Olivia says it, it's true. And that's the bottom line.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm sure I've missed loads of questions, guys. I apologize. We're getting close. Court should be started now. True Crime Kangaroo says, question, listen, Sean, if you could ask BA just one question while he's on the stand, what would you ask Lily in Australia? Hey, Lily.
Oof. There's so many. The obvious, right? The obvious. The very obvious. Why'd you become a dirty cop?
Yeah.
Because we know the rest. I want to know why he turned out so bad. Why did he tarnish the reputation of so many cops? Right? You saw my list of questions, right? You know, my list of questions. Go to my Twitter feed. I got a ton of questions out there. Obviously, they can't be asked, but for character purposes, they may. You never know.
Never know. Hang on, let's have a look here. Right, hang on, Sean. But whilst we're still waiting for this to start,
Sure.
This is your favourite bit. Let's do your favourite bit.
Oh my God, where's my coffee?
Is your coffee? Right, can I see that? Can you see, hang on, let me put it back up the screen, this one. So, Vivian, thank you for the 5 coffees. Epic week coming up. Thank you, Vivian. So generous as well. Someone bought you a coffee. Love you guys. Thanks for the coverage. Mike G. Thank you, Mike G, for the coverage. Yeah, I don't know why I said someone, but Mike, thank you very much to you and Vivian for the coffees. I appreciate you both. Thank you very much for that. Right, let's get the screen for the trial back up then. We've had difficulties with streams, but we're going with Law and Crime again.
Sure.
It's crashed twice on me, Law and
Has
Crime.
it really?
Yeah, but then I found a stream, but unfortunately last time, oh, let me just change this. It was delayed, the last one, so I can't get a perfect stream. And I blamed Big Dog last time, but I can't blame him all the time. I can't blame him all the time.
When I was a freshman in Canton, there was a kid named Big Dog, Steve Marsh. He was a big dude, man. Big Dog. Any relation, Big Dog, to Steve Marsh? I lost track with Stevie.
Please take a moment to hit the like button. Thank you, Josie. Heather says, Dylan, you better quit apologizing. I don't know what I'm apologizing for. I'm not going to apologize for apologizing. I don't know why I'm apologizing. I don't remember. They're all Kevin is Lizzie's Bobo. Hey, Kevin. They're all Quincy / South Shore people.
Kevin, this kid, Kevin, no, he's not Kevin because he's talking about Kevin. That guy or woman right there is in the know. I can tell you right now. He or she has incredible questions. Incredible. I wish I could meet everyone. After all this is over, I want to know who the Spot Boxes McGee's are and all these people. Kevin's Lizzie's Bobo. These people. I want to have a big party and meet thousands of people. It's amazing.
I love it. And talk about loves. We got Sarah P in the house. She's just come here all the way from Texas. Y'all, how are you doing, y'all, Sarah? Hope you're well.
Hey, Sarah, how about those ice houses? Oh, I used to love ice houses back in the day. off of the loop in Texas. Oh, it was beautiful.
I retired at the perfect time, Buttercup.
That's right. That's right, Buttercup.
Laurie Reed. Hello, Laurie. Joining the community if you want to. Trisha, Sean, what do you think about Paul leading in so close to Karen?
You know, I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, he should know better. Karen doesn't care. You think Karen cares? Come on.
Karen's all over it.
Come on. She's all over this.
Thank you, Josie. Consider it a nice membership. I always appreciate. Never acquired. Buy me coffee. Thank you very much. Ali's in the house. Why does court never start on time? I don't know.
You know, they're going over certain things. You never know. A lot of backdoor stuff happens. Trust me.
Karen said, Jax has probably been waiting for this moment for months and months and months.
Listen,
yes.
It doesn't. People, I'm telling you right now, it doesn't get any better than this. This is the prime meat. This is what. All right, I won't say that analogy, but I'll tell you right now. Every defense attorney, any attorney, this is the moment you want in your whole career. That's like getting up in the World Series. You're down by 3. And you got bases loaded, and it's 2 outs in the 9th inning, and you hit a grand slam to win the game. This is how important this moment is for the defense. They get to have Brian Albert front and center, right? They're gonna dress him down. I'm telling you, do not take your eyes off this cross. This is going to be a lesson. I'm sure Melanie, all the experts are going to be glued because I'm telling you, the guy is a master. He's a master at this. Master. He's lived his whole life. He's done a million of these. This one he'll be remembered for forever. Ever.
Cabby says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you, Cabby. Oh, the court's starting. Wendy, thank you for the super chat, Wendy. Court is starting, so that's why I'm rushing through. Thank you, everyone. Sean, agent.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves, please?
All right.
John Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. Vivian Giannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. I'm told there's an objection to something you intend to use during cross.
Yes.
Do you want to come over?
Sure.
So first objection already.
Here we go. Something that he wants to use, they're objecting to. Oh, good.
Already. Well, what a surprise. Hello, Alicia. Right. Ralph's mum is in the house. Hello. Ali V. Frazier, Mike G says.
Ralph, man. You're not from Charlton, are you, Ralphie? Can't be. I mean, poor Ralph is, I think he's dead. Jesus. Hey, whoever that 280ZZX agent, I know you're talking about, buddy. Who the hell are you? Where's that guy at? That person. I know who you're talking about, bro.
That was Tony. Hang on, where's it gone?
No, I don't think that was Tony.
No, it was Tony, but he was saying about someone else. Was saying hello.
Yeah. Well, guess what? I know exactly what that means. He does too. Poor Kenny. Jesus.
Where did
That's
he go?
funny. Wow.
Mighty Meat. Hello, Mighty Meat as well. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it here.
Yeah.
I can't find it now. Damn. Whoever it was, Tony, I believe it was you. Where? Oh, here he goes. C-Dog. Oh, sorry. C-Dog. Sean, agent that says hello. So I'm not sure if...
C-Dog, if you're from the Worcester County area, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. I seized a 280ZX in 1987-ish from a very famous person from Clinton, Mass. They called him Tony Montana. If that's the guy, C-Dog. Oh, 3ZX was you? 300ZX was me. Well, now you got me confused.
Wendy, yes, I will make it bigger. So the reason I shorten it, Wendy, is because when they show the videos, people want to see the top right corner. So that's why I shorten it at times. So if there's a video, I'm going to shorten the screen so you can see the whole video. So that's why I do that. I think some people are behind because Eliza's saying that live on Court TV, Boston 10 live. We are live. We are live.
Hey, but did you see the little, there was a little animosity last night between, I guess, Nick being deemed the expert.
Yeah, it's something I saw on a little bit on Tailboy and Tom CP were discussing it today.
Yeah,
well.
Little, I'd have to agree with Aiden on this. Kind of. I would agree.
Aiden should have more things.
I would agree. I mean, he's the expert's got a lot of things wrong. I mean, listen, what can you say?
Just to say quickly, everyone's saying people need to refresh. People refresh people. It's already in. Refresh.
Refresh. What does that mean?
So, because we're on, but I know we're on, but people are behind, so they're thinking we're not live. We are live. We're live. We're totally live.
Well, Grant is standing up there. How the hell did he get in today?
Well, we'll have to ask that question afterwards.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. MJ says our details are happy. He's gone. MJ, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Joni, hello, darling. Yes,
Joni.
Live now. Well, hang on. Live now on NBC 10. Hang on, but we're live on.
We're live. We're here. See?
Yeah.
There we go.
This is live.
There. Don't worry.
Unfortunately, people are behind, so then that's when they are worried. But it's like, no, we're good. Let me just try. No, it's the same everywhere.
Right. You're the man, John. You're the man. Don't worry about it.
No, it's fine. Same everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Elijah's caught up now. No, fine. Perfect. No, no, perfect. You see, you guys, you make me, I'm ready to jump. I'm like, what am I missing? Because it can't, you know what people don't know as a streamer, Sean, you get this the same as me, is you rely so much on the chat. So anybody says the audio's bad, you instantly start to panic.
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong with my audio? Oh my God! Right.
I know.
So
Right. You can have a bad video going on as long as your audio is great. People can hear you. You know.
Yeah.
The audio is key.
Is key, but the problem we got sometimes is when people are behind, they think that we're not live, so then they leave and go to another stream. It's like, no, but we are. Just need to refresh it. It is what it is. It's all good though.
We're good.
Dylan has the skills. Trust the process, folks. Lol. I'm not sure about that. It took me 45 minutes today to come on. Don't ask. It's all good, Eliza. It's all good.
All right, so we're all set to begin?
Yes.
Okay. Bring the jurors over.
Right, I can reset this vote here now. So we're out the way. I think that's going to be fine.
You are unmuted.
Is that Turtle Boy? Oh yeah, is Turtle Boy supposed to be there?
He got a seat, but he can't be present for any of the people he's being charged with.
He could be there for Brian, but not Caitlin. He can't be there for Brian, but can't for Caitlin.
Yes, that's correct. Anyone who has not charged him with witness intimidation, which I think this is hilarious. Hilarious that big bad Brian is afraid of the Turtle Man himself.
It's a joke.
You rise to the jury.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice W. Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you, may be seated. Court is now in session.
Thank you. Good morning again, Counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone over the weekend?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we're not on?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Thank you very much. We'll bring Mr. Albert back in, please.
Just watch your step for me.
You saw this at the end of the court and during the case there, here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I do. Thank you. Take the stand.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, this is not, this process is not the first time you've testified in the court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a police officer for either just under or just over 30 years. Is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you testified in a court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
In what aspect? In as far as being a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying in a courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath?
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022?
Yes.
April of 2022?
Yes.
So you've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time?
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time, no.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep for this
I'm
trial?
Mr. Lally.
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
Except for the prep for this trial, I had not.
Okay, that was my question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes.
When?
Approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay, Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
What was confusing about it?
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you were referring to.
So when I said spoke with Mr. Lally, since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
Tell me about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here at the DA's office. Okay. I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple of minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
Well, I said I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed a video, but when I asked you, did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, right?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay. I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try it again. What, if anything, have you reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony?
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
Which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
It was a small snippet of the video, and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us, which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means we were just fooling around. That's it.
Fooling around like playing arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fight.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just.
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
No. Remember a part of the video where Brian Higgins took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
Maybe, yes.
So you approached one another?
I don't think I saw that whole video. No.
Practicing fighting techniques?
I wouldn't call it that.
No,
No.
you can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
No.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around. And, well, how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
Okay. Doing what physically?
Doing, if you rephrase.
Physically. I mean, you can joke with words.
Right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physically?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around, joking.
Okay. Did you ever show him how to throw a punch?
Did I what?
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that, no.
Did you squat down, show him how you want to get low when you're either aggressive or defending an aggression?
I don't remember that exact pose, no.
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
At some point, did you flip him around, grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have, I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed, as to your review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video of Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so, yes.
What did he tell you you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No.
The fact that you've now reviewed that testimony?
No.
You stick by that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
No.
You've never tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
No.
You're aware that your wife testified before you?
Yes.
Did you just, I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
No.
So she came home after testifying in this trial, and you two never brought it up?
No. I just asked her how she was doing, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes.
Works for the ATF?
He does.
The Department of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
It was a professional, something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
Yes.
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
What's the question?
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, correct?
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
It's a pretty good drive, you'd say?
Yes.
Consider that a road trip?
Yes.
How long?
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes.
What was the location?
The hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes.
Do you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins did.
I left prior to Brian Higgins eating.
During the course of that road trip, or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No.
Did her name ever come up?
No.
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
No, never.
Did he mention the fact that he had been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No.
So that subject, according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you?
No.
During that entire day?
No.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes.
How long after?
Approximately 45 minutes, maybe?
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw video, correct?
I don't believe there's any, I saw video of them walking into waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you. You saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
You were situated at a high top table, right?
Yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
He was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes.
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you, and you two turn to each other and start this play fighting thing.
Yes.
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right. Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No.
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
No.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times. But every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant. And I would consider him to be a coworker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family. And I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes.
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. Remember that in June of 2023?
Yes.
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
Yes.
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
Yes.
Or Miss Little.
Right.
Okay. At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe so.
Not in question.
I believe so, yes.
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes.
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
Yes.
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
Yes.
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside, a female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night. And I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
Yes.
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. You remember that?
No.
Let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
Yes.
Same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And the same oath you took on Friday.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
No, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just testified, that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes.
You'd have read the whole thing.
Yes.
And you don't recall making that statement?
No.
May I approach you on that?
Yes, and I'll see counsel at sidebar when you leave that with the witness.
Oh boy,
Sure.
Not good. Brian's nervous.
He's a lot more nervous than I thought he would be.
Oh, come on. He knows this is going to be bad. He knows already. And we haven't even got to the good stuff yet.
And he doesn't know what Higgins has said, probably. So he's like, oh my God.
Of course not.
And his grand jury testimony is different.
Listen, there's a picture of him, John, from the hillside that she took. He knows exactly who Karen Reed is. She took the picture 6 days before he killed John O'Keefe. He ain't shitting no one. He's not shitting anyone. Sorry, people. I'm getting a little upset here.
This is
who says? Am I wrong here? Who says yes? I never heard a guy from Boston ever say yes.
I thought it was a Boston thing. That's why I just.
Oh my God! Don't insult us.
Yes.
Shelby, have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollections to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole. You didn't read the whole quote, though.
Right. The whole quote is the following. Question. So the female you had never met before, is that fair to say? Answer. No, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes.
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never met or seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
That's not my whole sentence. No.
You said, I've never met or seen her before. And then you said, maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
Right. That's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I've met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence, I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with his second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence, where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once?
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident. Is that true?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior, yes.
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
You were at the bar.
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people, yes.
That included Chris Albert, your brother.
Yes.
A guy named Tim Daly.
Yes.
D-A-I-L-Y, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was there.
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there.
Yes.
Matt McCabe was there.
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there.
Yes, he was.
And Karen Reed was there. Correct?
Yes, she was.
In fact, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a photograph. Just look at that to yourself for a second. Tell me if you familiarize yourself with it, and then look up when you're ready.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I don't need to. Mr. Albert, you can stay there. Do you recognize the photograph that's before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the Hillside Bar?
Yes.
I published this, no?
Okay, is it already in evidence or you?
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
So you put it in evidence first and then you publish
May I
it?
have that marked as next in order?
Yes.
And then
The exhibit 67.
Thank you.
permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You see that photograph? It's the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you?
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd, 2022, at about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who took the photo?
I don't know.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo. You're literally staring right at her, correct?
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think it could have been?
Well, there are a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, two sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
You can turn the lights back on, please, and take the photo down.
Did you ever see this photo from Jim McCabe?
No.
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
No.
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
You obviously didn't take it.
Right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim.
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John. Right.
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was John. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Baseball cap on, correct?
Yes.
I don't need it.
Okay.
So given the fact that you were never shown that, you've never seen that photo before today, right?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture.
Okay.
I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
Got it. So given what you now know about that night, who was there, the fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could it have been Karen Reed?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
you were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
Okay. So without splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Sometimes, perhaps not, maybe all the times I was talking to him, no.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
We were there at the same time, yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowry's question. And your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before. Correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response, no.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response, yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay, yes.
All right. So in June of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
Are you referring to the state grand jury? Or?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
Okay. When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not. Correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Starting at timestamp 11:53 and 15 seconds, the we could just play this, and I would direct your attention, sir, to the upper right-hand corner. Pause it. Do you recognize the individuals in this clip?
Yes.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe that's me.
Do you recognize that person?
I do. I believe that's the defendant.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
what does it appear you are doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
It appears that I'm talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
Let me play it. Stop. Did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
yes.
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering directly to you?
I looked like I was speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her and she's answering you.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, we can take that down. The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No.
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
No, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole thing.
Right.
I was talking about right then.
Right.
That's an example.
Right. What's your question? Rephrase your question, please.
Did you or did you not have conversations with Karen Reed that night?
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have, yes.
But when you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph of you at the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
No.
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, you knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
Can ask it a different way. That's sustained.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
No, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
But that's the words that came, those are the words that came out of your mouth, right?
Initially, and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Let's get this on the record. Did John O'Keefe come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that as you are about the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
I want to get back to the waterfall. I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No.
Did he say anything or give you any indication that he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
No, he did not.
It appeared from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes.
happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No.
no argument,
No.
no yelling or fighting.
Nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk, no.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right, but even in that small portion and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature?
No.
Okay. They appear to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were buying drinks for others, is that right?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
Not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58, is that right?
Yes, approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house on leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or in the afternoon?
9-ish.
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way.
Yes.
And then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
A plow.
A snow plow on the front?
Yes.
That can hydraulically go up and down?
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay. 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So 2.5 years ago, so he was probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
not a small kid.
Right.
I mean, bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
Athletic guy?
Yes.
Played football?
Yes.
Good at football?
Yes.
You testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home, correct?
Yes, after saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure. I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back,
it was upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom, or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin.
Yes, prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
But you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't, no.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lank, about 7 a.m., is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lank for many years, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a conflict?
No.
You were asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question, no.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house. Right?
That's right, yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes.
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
Yes.
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
Yes.
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
I may have just a moment here. Yes.
Jackson's just gonna look at his notes just to make sure. It's annoying every time he looks down. It is a watch. He could be having text messages. I don't understand why he needs to keep looking down.
May I approach you?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's right at the top of this post-it, there's a word that says next. if you would read that area, that next few sentences. Let me know when you're finished.
Yes.
Thank you. Albert, did you have an opportunity to review that portion of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
That's what the report says, yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, right?
That's what the report says, yes.
Do you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
Perhaps, yes.
Did you say that Caitlin left about 12:15?
No.
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlin left about 12:15?
She did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank ask you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So, in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report, which you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. If that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes.
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No.
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it a different way.
Sustained.
Did you forget that Colin had been there?
No.
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
Because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had that night.
Except for the fact that you just testified that you never saw him leave, right?
Well, he said he was getting picked up, and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things, but you didn't see him leave, and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right.
Ground floor of the house.
Right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No.
And you never saw him leave?
I didn't physically see him leave, no.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who was in the house, talked about Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert.
Yes.
Folks in the house.
Yes.
Nagel.
Yes. There were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
Who was that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival, and
But you never even saw them.
No.
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
No, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that had been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked, no.
But Colin's name was never mentioned. It's left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at.
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police, His name was never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it, no.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlin was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be a hypothetical.
Okay, so fine, hypotheticals. Let me ask you a hypothetical. If in fact Caitlin was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More of a conversation.
Yes.
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
Yes.
She was in earshot.
Yes.
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
Yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot.
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
But he was there for part of the morning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlin leaving at 12:15, he did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not, no.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlin was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please. Sustained.
If Colin was gone, just like Caitlin was gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Hood, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were notified that the state police were going to interview Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
No.
You knew the subject matter of an interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection. No.
I'll allow it.
No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
No.
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
No.
You were a witness, correct?
Right.
So you had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house during an interview with Jen McCabe?
Objection.
No, y'all allow it. That's right.
No.
So, but before she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said, correct?
Objection.
Were you in her house when Jen McCabe was interviewed by Michael Proctor?
Her house, yes.
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes.
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And importantly, Jen McCabe knew you were in her house during that interview, correct?
I assume she knew, yes.
I mean, you're in her house after all.
Yes.
I want to get back to 34 Fairview if I could. In the early morning hours of January 29th, Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there was some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes.
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me. And then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink? Grab a beer?
Yes.
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
Yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night?
Ever, including that night specifically.
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes.
It's a German Shepherd named Chloe.
Yes. Mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes.
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
No, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
Right.
So your German Shepherd, probably a decent guard dog, if she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No.
So just that night, out of nowhere, first time ever, Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
No, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay. But she did bark that night, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs knowing about, right?
Yes.
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
Well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking.
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
Except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert. Not
Right.
mine.
Okay.
Do you stand by those?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
Yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
At some point, your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2024.
whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Allow that.
Right.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident we were discussing.
Well, after she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident
Yes.
we were discussing.
Yes, May.
That's a family pet that you had for 6 years or 7 years.
Approximately 6 or 7 years. Not
Your
sure.
explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes.
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
At some point, you did realize there were questions being raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it, yes.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. Never met her.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house, from the street, looking at your house, are your bedroom windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows, visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2 service that bedroom?
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
Do you see what is displayed on that television?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom on that photograph, that graphic?
Yes.
Are they right there?
Yes.
Okay, upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay, front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah.
Right, but they're toward the left side of the house.
The windows are, yes. Are they asked about the view?
Right.
So the view's the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn,
Yes.
furthest from the driveway.
Yes.
We can take that down. Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room as relates to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay, it's a bad question on my part because we haven't been there. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe 5 feet. 6 feet.
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
6 feet being from me to Miss Little, maybe this far?
Could be, yes. Maybe a little further, but yes.
Maybe this far?
Maybe.
It's a relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Yes.
Not an enormous amount of through traffic.
No.
Not a busy freeway or a highway, correct?
No.
Not an especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
Right.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes.
Was Nicole in bed with you?
Yes.
Had you taken any medication the night before?
No.
Were you on any sedatives?
No.
Sleeping pills?
No.
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
No.
Were you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
No.
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there, no.
You seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No.
Are you aware that all of those vehicles have their engines running?
No.
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on, flashing lights?
No.
Were you aware that there were a number of first responders outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
Was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No.
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders, who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
No.
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
Just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No.
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
That's where her mat was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Is she sleeping?
Remember.
Likelihood is she's sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Judge, I don't know.
And your explanation, and by the way, we've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you've already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Yes.
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
Yes.
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
Yes.
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house. Your house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors. that you can go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house as the side door. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So you walk straight ahead. You pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens. How many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure, maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know, you asked paces, so, 6 feet,
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet, maybe.
Got it. What was the basement used for in January of 2022?
So the basement had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, or water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up,
Yes,
and that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
yes,
There was also some plywood downstairs.
yes,
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
yes,
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
yes,
The workout equipment would include things like what? Barbells, dumbbells,
yes,
heavy weights,
yes,
heavy bars.
Yep.
Made from metal.
yep.
Once you're down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
Yes, not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out of?
It comes out to the backyard right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes.
Your Honor, I would ask at this point to mark a video. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Wow, wow, wow. Jackson is amazing.
Mr. Jackson, would you like to take the morning recess?
That'd be great. Good time. Yes, thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Sheriff's put down your notebook and follow me, please.
Thank you, maybe Steve.
Do you anticipate having it all on a flash drive to put in? All right.
You are muted.
Maybe.
The morning where you see the children.
Wow. Okay, he's hitting everything. Look, just Sean's with the builders. So when it's muted, Sean's with the builders, so he can't speak. Just in case people ask, where the hell Sean is with the builders? He is. Jackson's nailing everything. Bing, 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 bing. Now, please go over what was just said. Basically, he's saying, how do you get things out of the house? So the main point that he's trying to make here is that the staircase is so narrow, like you couldn't got John out that way. So what would you do? You'd use a bulkhead, which takes you to the outside by the fence to buy where John was found. So this is why he's going to show the video now to basically place it and say, well, so you could have taken John, I believe anyway, you could have taken John out and placed him there easily, is what I think he's getting at. He's hitting he's like, boom. Like, honestly, though, but there's more to come here. There's more to come. Like, there's more that he's trying to get at. Honestly, though, if he were a juror, the things that I've picked up on is he keeps saying it's about his attorney. Why has he got an attorney? Is what I would be thinking. He keeps getting caught up in little lies, but they're starting to build. And he's gone from not knowing who Karen is to, actually, there's some photos of Karen that she took of you. Again, as a juror, why lie, dude? Why be so evasive? The big question I have, though, and this is not for the jury, is he keeps mentioning Higgins. You're with Higgins. You're with Higgins. Higgins never been upstairs, has he? Higgins hasn't been to the basement, has he? What do the defense have that Higgins has testified to? So I think he's trying to portray this guy as a total liar. And the evidence that Brian Higgins is going to put in is going to say that they were down the basement. So basically make Brian Higgins look like he's not a liar, but in fact, this guy is a liar. All this happened. I think it's a masterclass. He's just doing everything right. He's pinging. Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air. It's one of those moments. It's a masterclass. Look, he's on somebody's list. Vivian, he's on somebody's list. I believe it's the defense. The Sea Dog. So there we go. Nailed it. Because what the Commonwealth are going to probably try and do is make it out that, obviously, because you've got all the Alberts saying they never went down to the basement, blah, blah, blah. So they're going to try and pin Higgins that he's lying or exaggerating and stuff like that, I would imagine. Also, they're all throwing Lank under the bus. Because of the testimonies, they're all throwing him and saying, no, that's not what. But as a juror, would you not look at all this and go, this is a bit suspect? You didn't speak to your wife about the testimony. You've not spoken to any of your children about the testimony. I think he thinks he's clever. But I don't think he is clever. I think he's too cocksure of himself. And I think they're all trying to throw Lank because they know that the defense are going after Lank as well. So I think they're all pinning Lank as being incompetent. Incompetent. My English is my second language, remember, so give me a leeway. Incompetent. So, like, he's an easy scapegoat to have. So I don't know. Hey, Josie, you noticed? Yeah, fresh. I did it fresh on Saturday. I needed to cut my hair. I'm gonna have a shave. for the ladies. In my opinion, established enough lies told to both grand juries for their feds to move on. You'd think so, but I think they want more. There's more to come. They got Colin, they got everybody to go back on, you know. So I think there's more to come. So I think they're just going to wait. So they're like, also, do you not think, guys, that this is fantastic for the defense? Like, it's crazy. This is crazy that this is the Commonwealth's case. The Commonwealth's case, and it's like the defense are putting on their case when it's the Commonwealth's case. It's sorry, I'm missing everyone's here. Higgins stated he had never been upstairs. He also testified when they were away from the rest of the group, he and Brian went back upstairs. Sorry, hang on, let's read that again. Higgins stated he had never been upstairs. He also testified when they were away from the rest of the group, he and Brian went back upstairs, put them both in the basement. Yeah, and I think that in his proffer or in his testimony, I think he's going to say we were in the basement. I would expect him to say that. That I've got his ears lowered. Thanks, MJ. Thank you, Trisha. Chappie, fresh from the barbershop. Now I do it myself. I cut my own hair. I do my own shaving and cut my own hair. I've cut my own hair ever since summer of 2020 when I couldn't get to the barbers, obviously with the Orona. Chrissy, you have got a new haircut. You're the silver. Look at that. What do you call it? Silver fox, is it? Or is that the men that call you that? But thank you guys for the compliments. Sean is, well, he's here, but he's got the builders, so don't worry. He's listening, but when he's with the builders, he can't speak. I don't think Colin's testifying he could get out of it by having his lawyer make it clear he'd only plead the fifth. If it goes badly, I agree with you, Edward. I mean, if it goes super, super bad for them, I agree. But look, as a jury, come on. I'm sorry, I can't think that jury are going to believe this guy or this family. It's just too convenient. They're all got the same answers. And what the hell is he doing? Looking down all the time. Look at his crotch. I don't get it. He's about Amanda, 1983, and he's about to explode. Hey, Master Khan, how we doing, my darling? Sell me B. Did you know about the basement door going out to the front yard? That was huge. We'll see the video now. We'll see the video now. Jesus, so many of you here. Dylan, your English is just fine. It's only because it's my second language, so sometimes I mess up words. That's all. Rock and silver, you get silver by the end. Yeah, I do. I've got some salt and pepper. What people need to ask is, why is the prosecution constantly playing defense? True. It's if you were sat down now, you go, oh, so the defense are putting their case together. Never seen anything like it. Mass, oh God, I'm Mr. Clinic. Hey, Chris, how you doing, my darling? Hope you're well there in Australia. Putting another shrimp on the Barbie. So I'm sorry, Chris, I butcher every time. And BA looks like a complete sack of shite. Just Chrissy V2, I haven't dyed my hair in 3 years. Silver's beautiful. It's great. Leave it go. It's all good. Caitlin says maybe he's checking his heartbeat on his watch when he's lying or nervous. Maybe he's just like that. Breathe. Put your, because sometimes you got it on your watch that when your heart rate reaches a certain point, he vibrates. So maybe every time he vibrates, he looks down. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I always say shrimp. Putting the shrimp on the Barbie. So prawn. Putting the prawn on. I always say shrimp. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on, but what I do know is that he's destroying this guy. I am interested. Obviously, if Sean doesn't come back, he will cover this tonight anyway. So don't you worry, you will get his thoughts. And if you can't watch him tonight, watch him in replay crew, or he'll be giving his thoughts in the morning anyway. Raw beads. BA is a seasoned cop witness. Action Jackson is doing it. This is why I was a bit apprehensive, Dog. I spoke to Sean offline. I was like, I'm a bit worried, I said, because he's a seasoned cop. So he's been in this situation, like he's been under oath several times. And the reason I was worried about it is because he's a known liar as well. He won't think twice about lying under oath. They've been practicing this for months. And you can see when he's not sure, he pauses, rephrase this, rephrase that. Oh, I'm not sure about this, I'm not sure about that. Jackson's getting little tidbits here and there. It's annoying with some of the objections, though, but this is a good question. When is the Commonwealth actually going to present evidence against Karen? It's crazy. We're in day 10. Somebody said it on Twitter. There was a recent trial, a serial killer trial, and it took like 7 days or something. The trial did. We're in day 10, and we still don't know what the Commonwealth's theory properly is, what they can present. I mean, I know that the trolls are all saying, "Oh, you wait for what? What are we waiting for? You know, expert v expert or something." I don't know. This is obviously we've got the one thing that's going to annoy me is this, right? After the break, he'll finish and Lally will go up there. And Lally will spew up for like half an hour or whatever. Then Caitlin will probably go next. But because the afternoons are so short, Lally always tries to make sure that he takes it to the end of the day. That's my annoyance. That's my annoyance with all this. Is that Lally takes forever. But Friday the judges say, "Look, can we just hurry up? We know where the driveway is. We know where the house is. We know where the doors are now. We know where the boundaries are. We know all these things. Can we not cover that? We know what the weather's like, Lally. We know everything about the weather now. So can we just move along? Can we just save 20 minutes by not, what if anything? Just shut up. Just shut up." Smoke, MJ's right. Smoke and mirrors. By looks of things, no one has ever challenged before his face when AJ. Yeah, no one has. That's the thing, True Seeker. The defense does not have to prove any of their theories are correct. They just have to show the jury that there's reasonable doubt that maybe not being Karen for all these reasonable doubts. Yeah, but it's what's happening. And the Wicked Psych said this, and actually I think Peter Trago said this as well. The defense are up there. No, sorry, the Commonwealth are up there defending their witnesses. Every witness has been defended. It's like, why are you defending your witnesses for? Instead of presenting your case. You know? So, that's a good point. This is not normal. None of this is normal. Okay, thanks for that. But there's not much to say about this. Jackson's nailed this so far. He's nailed it. And I love the question around Colin. Was he there? You didn't see him go, did you? No, but he wasn't there. Did you go downstairs? Or what he said, did you go down to the basement to check the basement? No. So he could be in the basement. You don't know. No, he wasn't. Well, you don't know. You're upstairs. How do you know any of these things? This is A+ kind of lawyering at the minute. because the crux of it is he doesn't know when. Well, he does know when Colin left because Colin didn't leave. That's the whole point, which we're finding out now. Somebody did say in chat about they must. Oh, was it Di who said? Maybe, I'm not sure. It is quite funny that they probably have got. Actually, it was Di who said Colin's Apple Health data. You know, that places him in the house for a lot longer, I presume. Maybe. I hate that they're afraid to close it. And do you hear when he goes rehome and Jackson's like, no, you go rid. He's like, no, we rehomed. It's like semantics. Yeah, same thing. You go rid. Thank you, Cynthia Lynch. Thank you, my darling. He may be seasoned, but Jackson is brilliant. I agree. And Jackson he's on it. I mean, Little was fantastic on Friday. Fantastic. And he is great now. I'm just annoyed with the timings of all this because I hate the fact that we probably won't get the whole of Caitlin's testimony today. Because this will probably take up to lunch now with Lali's redirect as well. And after lunch, then you can bet your bottom dollar that Lali's going to try and stretch Caitlin out all day. So basically she can go home and get prepped again for the cross. She can watch the cross of her father to have a better idea. Lali's going to stretch her out as much as possible today. Jeff says, yes, the easiest scapegoat is Lank, who Brian doesn't get along with. Yeah, they've got to have a scapegoat, and they all know that Lank is a scapegoat that the defense are going after. So it's very convenient. They're all, the Lank must be going, what? No, that's what you guys told me. So, yeah, thank you. Well, I think Coffin Daffer said all along she was in Vermont, but it's strange how Coffin Daffer knew that and no one else did. The defense didn't know. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think this is just a masterclass. He's picking it apart here, left, right, and centre. I'm interested to hear what the jury think. This is why I'm interested to hear what you guys think. Because when you try and take your bias away from it, but in all honesty, I think if I was a juror, I'd be going, I would look at this guy and go, well, he's lying. And the other questions I would have is, why is his testimony exactly the same or basically the same as his wife, his brother, his sister-in-law? Why? Why? I don't. I would question that in my head, especially when you say that you've never spoken to them about their testimony. That wouldn't. I got the bullshit thermometer out for that. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this goes now. He could be on for Tim. You might be right. He might be done. Might be all day. I don't think he'd be all day though. But he might well be. Lali's going to have loads of things to come back on. He's going to go through everything again. It's just like repeat everything again. Just be prepared. We all know what's going to happen. Go rid of it. Animals are just property of these people. Yes, I agree. They say the Rehome Club people lied about saying they gave the info to the prosecution. They refused to reveal her whereabouts to the defense, and if the prosecution knew, they don't say that's an issue. Well, it's the thing, because she says on Friday that she gave the info to the Commonwealth, and months ago, Coffin Daffer said on Twitter they knew exactly where the dog was, and it was in Vermont. Coffin Daffer said that something like 6 to 8 months ago. It's in Vermont, but no one passed that on to the defense. That is an issue. Someone should have taken BA and CA to Vermont. Yes, hogwash. I wonder how many of these cops are on the sunshine list. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da. Jury must be asking themselves why these witnesses clearly lying. Perry, my friend, I think so, but I think we know, we know if you know the case pretty well, you know that he's lying and stuff like that. But I think they thought they were clever by having the same testimony, but it just makes it. In any testimony, it's going to be flaws, right? Because everyone's memory is different. You're going to remember some stuff. Oh, these guys, they remember all the key points that they want to get in. They remember it, the donuts, and it's a family tradition. They all say the same thing. Yes, you got donuts put in the car because it's a family tradition. Every witness said that. Why would every witness say that? You wouldn't. We wouldn't all be going, oh, it's a family tradition. She does it for. You wouldn't. Lally can't do shit to recover. No, but he's going to spend lots of time. That's what I mean, Tim. He's going to spend so much time now trying to recover it. I mean, some things he'll recover because, it depends then what the jury feel. I just think that the jury hopefully will know that they're lying when you're telling the truth. No, I agree. Wicked says, I know all the time and changes they made after the fact were similar. They changed the stories in the same way all at the same time. It's just not right, Wicked. It just doesn't make any sense, Anyone with common sense knows that. So hopefully this jury has common sense. Say it, brother. Ooh, I love it. Jury's not stupid. They can see what's happening here. Well, I mean, we reserve judgment on that, Tim. But hopefully they're not stupid. You're right. I thought the defense asked for the dog's location discovery. And I think you're right. I think they have. And she said she gave it to the Commonwealth, but the Commonwealth straight away went, oh. But then, as I say, Coffindaffer came out months ago to say the dog is safe in Vermont. She came out on Twitter and said that. So the Commonwealth would have known. They fought in here not to disclose any information about the dog. Yeah. Please remember to hit the like button, please. AJ should ask if he's late for an appointment since he keeps looking at his watch. It must be his heart rate thing, and it must be vibrated. But if it was, surely you'd leave that, at home or whatever, or leave it with your wife or somebody. It's just weird. They're not good at lying. I agree. I thought he would be, though. It strains credibility to believe that B.A., Nicole, and Chloe remained asleep with Karen screaming, fire engines, ambulance, and police on their front lawn 30 feet away from their bedroom on a quiet morning. Chloe doesn't like strangers, would not like John. Chloe would be barking at her. That means the prosecution failed to provide the info and discovery, and that can cause huge issues. I suspect the wife lied, though, and that's why first the prosecution ever heard of the bell. So I don't know, Chris. I generally don't know. All I know is a Coffindaffer knew 6 to 8 months ago, I might be longer, that the dog was in Vermont. And the only way I think that she would have got that is, well, actually, she could have got it from the Alberts, I suppose. Maybe she did. I don't know. It's just weird, though. Master Khan, thank you for becoming a Paddington member, Master Khan. Thank you very much. Welcome. Are they dirty enough to buy the just? Are they dirty enough to buy the just? What's the just? You are a tiny bit wrong here. I distrust him because he has actually contradicted his wife a few times on one being about Chloe and strangers, another they entered different doors but Colin in both rooms. I don't know what you mean. You're slightly wrong here. I distrust him because he has actually contradicted his wife a few times, one being about Chloe and strangers. he's not contradicting. He had no choice because he probably didn't know. Jackson's got it on paper. You said this. He's like, well, fuck. Well, he can't lie. He has to say, yeah, I did say it that way. So I think maybe whether he forgot about it, I don't know. David, yes, I think the Commonwealth may have withheld information about Chloe. He objected straight away as well, and we never knew what the conclusion was on that Sea Dog. Because she dismissed her straight away then and says, see you later. Here we go. It's back. We're back.
Please be seated, quarterback.
All right, are we all squared away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, did you speak with anybody at the break? About
Just my attorney.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, if you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, it's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described for the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I would have asked to have this marked as next in order.
Hey, any objection? Exhibit 16. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted on the television screen?
Yes,
Does that appear to be the same as what you're holding right there, that exhibit?
it does. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there. Do you see that? Tell what that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here. Yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize. Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes.
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
Yes.
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
Yes.
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs.
Yes.
And that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, at least in that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and it would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph. Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I'd ask that this be marked as next in order. Court's permission.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one.
Exhibit 69. Thank you.
Mr. Albert, I want to ask you to take a look in just a second at a video and then describe if you recognize what's in that video. I'll probably play maybe 5 or 10 seconds of it and then pause it. If that's okay.
Okay.
Court permission?
Yes.
Pause. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video, at least up to that point?
No.
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced different?
The whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go ahead and play the video. Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's was my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over to the left over here?
That's a gate
Okay. And what does that gate open up to?
to the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard.
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead doors open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes. The downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself, also looks different.
Okay. So, but it is
But it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement.
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement.
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video? Lights up. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built the house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
It was the Albert home.
Yes.
The fact is, you listed that house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it, yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Albert, is that timing, according to you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing a coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing, actually. We contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022.
Got it.
So that would be pre-incident.
So the listing coming 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
So I'll sustain the question. You can ask it differently.
Sure. All I'm asking is the timing, November of 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence because we started trying to look into selling the house in 2021, which was the few months prior to the incident.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes.
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually conduct investigations as a detective, correct?
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold the title and hold a position as a detective. Is that right?
Yes.
Not just a regular patrol officer. You have to have special training to get to the rank of detective. Is that right?
Yes.
As a sergeant detective, that's above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective. Is that right?
Yes.
You have experience in training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
Yes, there's civil service tests for the rank, but yes.
And you've investigated crimes, I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters, homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature.
No.
You've never investigated anything like that?
No.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded to, obviously, to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes.
as well as a detective.
Yes.
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
Yes.
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
Yes.
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
Right.
You being the cat, correct?
Sometimes. Yes.
You're also trained in techniques, obviously any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. I'm sorry, to cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Objection.
Do you have that training, sir?
No.
So you, in all of your training, 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
No, I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct. No.
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene.
No.
Objection.
The answer stand.
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
No.
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
Sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
I mean, things like GPS data and phone calls, and text messages, communications, things of that nature, obviously.
Yes. Yes.
Clearly. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after this type of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Sir, you had an iPhone with a number ending in 0888 back in January 2022, did you not?
Yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
And Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Data, correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Uh-oh, you're in trouble. Dirty little cop, burst your bubble, yeah. Absolute dirty bastard. He is now being caught pants down, destroying your phone, mate. We got a liar on the stand. We got a liar on the stand. We got a liar on the stand. Brian, you lying prick. Whoa. What? Oh. Lally, how quick he got in there as a objection. If I'm a juror, I'm going, do you know what the Gladiator, when they go like that, I'll be like, the guy goes like this. For Brian Alba, I'll be like, looking up, going, I'll be looking at Jackson and going, should we keep him or should we bury him? And I'm going, Jackson, bury him. Bury him. His pants is on fire. Oh. Do you really even? they're probably going to have to ask you questions outside the presence of the jury.
Thank you. May be seated.
All right, and I am going to see if his counsel here, he has a right to be present in the
Okay,
courtroom.
may I step up for a moment, Your Honor?
Sure. I'll go off the bench.
All rise.
Uh-oh. So they're going to get his lawyer in now. They're going to discuss things, and see if this is allowed in or not. And then it's up to, this piece is why he's got a lawyer. Essentially, this is the piece that the judge needs to rule on. She has not ruled on until it comes up. It's now up, baby. MJ as well. MJ, I'm messing with MJ here. Fella, we'll sort. Yeah, fuck. I was thinking Big Dog, it might be Fifth Amendment time, yes. You're right, when he needs his lawyer there, that should tell it all. This is why we shouldn't be. No, he's watching, Paul. Don't worry, he's watching. Basically, because he's still got the builders in there, he's got the dogs, so he can't come on screen, basically, because the barking and everything like that. But he is watching. He's one. I can guarantee you, he's 100% watching. If he's able to, he'll pop in and stuff. But I guarantee you, he is 100% watching. And if he can't re-pop back in because of the works and because of the dogs and stuff, then he'll cover it tonight anyway.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can have a voir dire.
Delbert, you're currently represented by Mr. Hinney.
Yes.
Seated behind me. Gentleman in the,
Yes.
in the gray suit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling me anything you've ever communicated with him, when did you hire him as your lawyer?
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Give me a time frame. Let's see if we can narrow it down.
2022. I'm just not sure the exact date or even the month.
For the end of 2022?
I'm not sure. I believe prior to some of the other testimony that I gave. So prior to
April of 2022, at the state grand jury?
No, prior to the other testimony.
Okay, that was in June of 2023. That's my question. Did you hire Mr. Henning in 2023 in anticipation of giving testimony in June of 2023?
I'm not sure of the exact date. I believe it was maybe the end of 22. I'm not sure.
Well, did you get a subpoena for the other hearing?
I did.
Okay. Did you hire Mr. Henning after you got that subpoena?
I can't say. I believe so. Right around that time, yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember the time, and I can't remember it.
Okay. So you did not hire. Well, you're all right. I think that answers the question. Not represented in 20.
I'm going to see at sidebar about the extent of the inquiry.
Jurors aren't there. No, you're correct, Michelle. They're not there. MJ as well. We'll sort this out. Right. Hang on. Sarah, Mexi, or any mods, is there any link or something to the membership tab for YouTube for people? I'm getting questions on it. You can hit it by pressing join, or there might be a link that takes you there as well. Access. Okay, hang on here. I'm trying to do 3 things at once here. Perry says, mixed taxi, nice to see you. Right, jurors are out. If you plead the fifth, they won't know until the case is over. Yes. But then it's always that question mark. Now, obviously, he's asked a question. So if you're a juror, thank you, Sarah. MJ, that's the link. Press that. If you can't see the join button, press that. Press that. That's Sarah's link there. What was I going to say? So there's 2 important questions that have been asked, okay? 2 important questions have been asked. One is, what did you tell the Commonwealth about the dog? And then the judge cut it off, and then she left the stand, and now this about his phone being destroyed and stuff. If I'm a juror, ooh.
Thank you.
Yes, Jill. Yes.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
Thank you. You had received, I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone? Destroy the phone itself, or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
I do not remember getting that letter. No.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, with court's permission.
Yes.
Did you receive a letter that said, in essence, not even in essence, it should be quoted as the following, quote, you, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue. Period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
After.
I
Right,
don't want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to on the phone exactly? Was it Mr. Lowry alone or was it a conference call?
It was a conference call.
Who else was on that conference call?
I believe Steve Nelson and other witnesses in the case were on the conference call.
Can you name those witnesses for us?
I believe it was Brian Higgins. I believe Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
Who initiated that conference call?
I believe it was somebody in the DA's office. So either Mr. Lally or Steve Nelson, somebody like that.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
Yes.
And what exactly did Mr. Lally say to you during the course of that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week, convenient. I don't have that phone anymore.
No.
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
No.
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and what about your business?
Yes.
Without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
No, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir. Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert,
I upgraded my phone.
when you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed to you, correct? Happens every time.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts with your doctor, personal communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just gonna hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think some things come over across contacts, things like that. So I don't know that for sure.
You can back up your data, sir, but the phone data is destroyed for all purposes. It's factory reset, correct?
I don't know that.
How do you have a phone? That's an iPhone.
Years.
How many times have you upgraded your iPhone?
Multiple times.
Every single time you upgrade it. You know that the phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over and my photos come over. So
that's a backup.
no, I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
Irrespective, you didn't tell Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of that phone.
I was not asked that and I didn't tell him that.
I see. You felt like if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically about preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order. Correct?
What was the question?
You didn't offer to Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of the very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a judge's order.
I did not.
And you didn't seek any advice from him. I'm not asking you for the communications. You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I don't believe I did, no.
Yeah, just hold on.
Sure.
If you're the O'Keefes now, oh, Mr. O'Keefe's not there today.
At some point, you indicated, Mr. Albert, at another proceeding, under oath, in relation to a conversation that you had with Brian Higgins about your phone. Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, you know, there's personal stuff on my phone. But I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. Remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes.
You literally admitted at that hearing there's personal private data on that phone. Hence, you got rid of it, right?
No.
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal private data. You're a cop.
No, I assume he doesn't have it
Why would you assume that?
because he took the phone and has it.
And what do you think happens to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What do you honestly think happens to the data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm sure that the data's not there anymore. I'm sure.
It's destroyed, sir, correct?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
You just said, you know, the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes.
What a corrupt mofo. Sarah P., do me a favour. Can you explain to people, there's a couple of people who want to join the channel as members through their mobile phones, but I don't know how to do it. Do you remember how to do it, Sarah? I know you're busy, but if you get a chance, can you explain how to join the membership from your phone? What a lying son of a beat. So, yeah, jury's not there, jury not hearing. We don't know what she's going to rule on now. We don't know. But as a O'Keefe family, what are you thinking? What are we thinking right now? Pippi, no, it's not that all for Brian now. The judge is going to discuss now, think about what's going to be allowed in and stuff like that in front of the jury. Okay, Josie, thank you, darling. You can only get a membership through the YouTube browser. Not the so okay. If you're on your phone, you need to go through YouTube browser to get a membership. I didn't know that. Thank you, Josie. That's fine. Thank you, Sarah, as well. Paul didn't look at Brian at all. They must be now, Elisa. They must be sus now. When you say if the jury can hear this, he can put a case forward. He can put a case forward to the judge, but it's up to the judge now. It's up to the judge what is being put in or not. So he can put his case forward, but I don't think he has. I don't think he'll be able to. Depending. So what's going to happen here now is if she allows it to go in, he can advise Albert, wherever's Paul, not Paul, Brian, and say plead the fifth. He can advise his client what to say. No jurors there. No, it's a void dire. I can't say a void dire. So if she allows it in, they will hear that testimony. Through my channel homepage. Oh, okay. Yes, they should have. So, I mean, but as a family, not just the O'Keefe, look at the Reed family. This is like how can this even happen? For dear, I can't say it. For dear, thank you, Heather. It's totally unfair that witnesses who violate a court order in the proceeding can plead the fifth and keep the question out of trial. I agree, Jennifer. Voir dire. Voir dire. That's close enough. I'm not sure that he is correct. My Android phone does not factory reset when I upgrade. Thing is, Chris, you can't believe a word that lying piece of shite says. Phones should have been taken that morning. Shelley, yes. Diaper change time because it was full of shit. Joni, hey, welcome back, Joni. You were panicking me this morning when you say we're going live. I was like, no, Joni Elisa can't see me live. Oh my God, hope you're well, Joni. Oh my fucking God, Dan, this is insane. It is. Underwear, yes. Lally should have all the dates and should... Lally is in this. I've said this all along, right? In my opinion, right, I think Lally had to take this trial forward because in a way for Lally, this is win-win for Lally and the Commonwealth. The first thing is if Karen gets convicted, which she won't because there's nothing here, then case done, win. If she gets found not guilty, then that's a win for the Commonwealth and Lally because guess what happens? The case gets closed and you move on. So if you're telling me that there's no corruption in this area that involves, in my opinion, not just the police but other people, I could tell you, whatever happens here, they're not investigating any further. Whatever happens to Karen, this is it. It's done. They're going to close it. So the Albers are going to get away with it potentially. Now that's just my opinion. I could completely off, but that's why I think they're trying it is because once the case is done, they're gone. They're not going to look into it any further. So in my opinion, the real killer or killers will get away with it. But anyway, that's just my thinking. Do you know what I mean? I have no substance to say anything on that. Voir dire means Brian Albert screwed in Swahili. Is this conspiracy? Oops, is this conspiracy to obstruct by Higgins, BA, Lally, and the Wit? I think it is. But FBI's investigating so case is not closed. Well, they're investigating the various things, Tim, not specifically with this case in mind. Oh, I see what he's saying. When I get a new phone, I can transfer all my data, including text messages and photos from the old phone to the new phone. But yeah, some info does get lost. But he knows that. He's a copper. He's a police officer. He knows all this stuff. He knew what he was doing. How convenient to get an upgrade just at that point. Yeah, see, dog, we're on the same wavelength. They just want it closed, done. 2 years, it almost brought me to my knees. I can imagine, though, now. She'll excuse herself from the case knowing she knows. Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't. I'm surprised she didn't, Masnikan. I am surprised she didn't. Knowing what I know now about her. Got today's list of clients done now. All I got to do is clean up and make coffee, and I can finally chat. Happy days, Jonathan. We missed you in chat, my friend. So it's good to see you. But then you wiped the phone, Chris Mullen, the old phone. Boo, you should be. Yes, just to grow it back. It's fine. They're back.
Thank you. Maybe see you put that.
All right. Can you stand, please? All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September?
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following? Your Honor, if I may read this.
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117 has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R Crim P 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue. You received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th. Is that right?
I did not.
Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may.
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen?
We just determined I'm happy to approach it.
Why don't we approach quickly?
So I'll see what the stipulation is here now. I don't know what Lali's agreed to here. But he's prepped everything with his attorney now during the break of what he's going to say and stuff like that. But absolute shit show. I mean, if the jury don't see this, then. But also, this just makes me even more angry, right? Because this is a reason we shouldn't even be at trial because of bullshit like this. There's more reasonable doubt against Brian, Albert, and some of the other people. Like, we've heard more about them and how their involvement in this case and with John's death than we have with Karen, with her. We've heard nothing about Karen. All we've heard is all this evidence against these defendants and these witnesses. If it doesn't make a blood boil, I don't know what does. Jury is in now. The jury is there. The jury is in.
Madam, yes, I would offer the following stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone?
Yes.
Okay. Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
The 22nd of September?
I believe so. I can't be sure of the exact date.
So according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved. Right?
Rephrase the question, please?
This order, it was just stipulated, this order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded your phone in your iPhone?
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in, that data is factory reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed off of that device, correct?
Well, I think some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't know.
It becomes effectively a brick. There is no data left on the phone. I'm not talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before. Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No.
Could have been the 25th?
No.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved?
No.
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So you now claim that you got rid of the phone on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked at another hearing in June of 2023 that exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. You remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
Within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it. Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's what you're saying today to these jurors. Just a coincidence.
Yes.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you're both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You testified at the other hearing in June of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, there's personal stuff on my personal phone. I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. Remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No.
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter? When it took place?
I think so, yes.
When you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones, when do you think you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. Right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you read.
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why in June of 2023 did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote?
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
All right, let's shift gears. Before I shift gears, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, correct?
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So without qualifying your answer my question. As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point Brian Higgins.
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
Did he?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Now I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor? Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, and 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
In that context, I don't.
Next question.
I mean, you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Assistant.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that?
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Assistant.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened?
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're a combat veteran?
Yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
In addition to your Marine training on the subject, did you also receive additional training from the police department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
No.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature?
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting, right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Okay, fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical, it's training on how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes.
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, correct?
Yes.
And that might include fighting.
It could, yes.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Have I boxed before? Yes.
Okay. And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
You'd have to rephrase it.
You've trained. You're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past and I've trained to box, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'd hit a heavy bag.
Right.
But I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in as well, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You were, in fact, no?
That they were featured in a show? No.
You were never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, I wasn't suggesting that you were having like a paper. I was asking, is there a TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing?
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My questions are somewhat inartful.
Yes.
You understand the question now?
Yes.
And you have been shown, I use the word featured, you've been shown on television in a boxing ring.
Yes.
Sparring.
I haven't seen a video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we take a look at Exhibit 53?
Okay.
There's a clip starting at it's time of day 11:47 and 15 seconds to 11:48 and 35 seconds, maybe a minute and a half. Can you enhance that? Pause. Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Who are those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Does it look like yourself and Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
you go ahead and play that? Sorry. I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor. Would you,
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No,
Any explanations?
no, just,
He just showed you the clip and?
yeah, he just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Okay, so you did make an explanation, you've given him an
Yeah,
explanation for it.
right, I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right,
Just fooling around.
yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
Absolutely. What were you doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Okay. Describe physically what you were doing in the video.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Okay. Otherwise known as a fighting stance, correct?
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay. And what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing.
Got into a fighting stance as well, correct?
Yeah.
What were you two talking about? You can tell you were talking, right?
Yeah, I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No.
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
No. No.
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances facing off against each other, correct?
Yeah, for a second or two.
And Mr. Higgins, you saw him bob his head and then start walking toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And then you got down and pulled your pant legs up and you squatted down to indicate getting low, having low center of gravity, correct?
That would know that's indicating being silly.
Okay.
That's
and then at some point while you're being silly, you then faked a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but I'm not sure.
Can we take a look at the next part of this clip, which is at time of day 11:55 and 51 seconds. I'm sorry, 11:54 and 52 seconds. Pause it. And highlight it. Okay, there's several individuals crowded around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with the hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay, go ahead and play this. Pause. see what you just did?
Yes.
What did you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What are you doing?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him from behind?
I don't really know.
Is that a wrestling hold?
No, I don't think.
Control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of a control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear hugging somebody? No.
Okay.
That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
Let's go ahead and play this. Stop it. You see what Mr. Higgins just did?
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
Yeah, I don't know if it made contact or not, but
Mr. Albert, I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to
Yeah, I don't,
you that he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting?
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around, just like I was.
But if a grown man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and puts a knee up to your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five, right?
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
How would you describe it?
I just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends, and we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
Okay, but just a little bit longer. Almost finished. Let me take that down. Did you see the rest of that video?
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
And, is there another video? Do
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
you remember anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
No, it's just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Going back to the morning of January 29th, everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlin being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's, or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants, and at bars, then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone?
No, I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
We have 5 kids, and you know, if somebody was trying to call or if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it?
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad, so you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries?
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
Well, what about that night?
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone on the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you have.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
I don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes.
You've been out at bars that night, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You weren't charging your phone. We saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
Right.
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be any assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the 2 of you.
Yes.
Got it. Your phone have a ringer on it?
It does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah, depends on you. You just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All right, so that's sustained, that's stricken. Come on, Mr. Jackson.
All right. What else is in the bed with you? Your keys, your wallet, any other pocket items?
No.
Just the phone and your glasses?
Yes.
And Nicole's phone?
Yes.
Right between the 2 of you?
Usually, yes.
What about that night?
Yes.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
2:22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that though.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
I don't like the butt dial. All right. How long have you used an iPhone?
A long time.
a matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw it. You indicated previously at a different hearing in June of 2023 that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time.
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So I didn't say that, no.
What you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
Is it your testimony, let me just ask, is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sister.
I'd like to show you an exhibit briefly. Oh, sorry. I have just one more.
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
I'm not gonna mark this. Sir, I just want to find out if this refreshes your recollection. Look at lines 11 through 13. And then let me know when you're prepared.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that
Just the first part of that first. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that at the other hearing, you indicated that at or around the 2:22 time frame, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
May I approach briefly, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, with the court's permission, let me ask a couple of questions. Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? Do you remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame if we're going to discuss those?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I may not even get Short-term.
Yes.
That's a 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before, yes. I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right, and you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are call records from January 29th
Yes.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length, and that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail and then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it, I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone and somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds, correct?
That's what the records reflect, yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the phone call.
Okay.
I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
You missed the call.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it. What do you mean?
Right.
Okay. And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Have you ever missed a call on your iPhone before?
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? If your wife calls you, your kids call you.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red, and so no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call. That you missed a call, correct?
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call, yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
Assisting.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it, yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
Right.
Which would suggest that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
Assisting.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and your phone was you closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert. That's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have face recognition too, so it can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second. The phone locks when it's not in use, correct?
Yes.
And then to make a call, once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
If you tap on a contact, that opens up the contact page or the contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
It's where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're alphabetized.
Yes.
You have to either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I think so. Yes. I'm not totally aware of that, but.
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contact in the recents list that you want to call, right?
Yes.
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiated, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't just say goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
Right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying. How did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
4:42 in the morning.
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time?
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
So, Mr. Albert, how'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you, okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing.
Well, you are, because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
I think one of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You know what? I want to see Councilor Sidebar for just a second.
That was, I think one of us is trying to guess. Fuck you, Brian. Or Jackson is going to have a slap on the wrist here, because he's got a few digs in at Brian Albert. But it's infuriating. Now all of a sudden, oh yeah, they're back. Okay.
Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 9:22 a.m.?
I'm saying it could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes.
Did you hit a button to answer a call from Brian Higgins?
I
don't mean to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You'd agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
No,
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes. But Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
no.
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Let's move on from this, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, if I could have one or two more questions.
One more question.
Now your testimony is you could have answered the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing in June of 2022, you were asked this exact question, and you answered, quote, yeah, it's only possible that it's me, end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were also asked, after being confronted with these records, quote, I guess I could have talked to him, meaning Mr. Higgins, correct?
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
But let's be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone. You're aware of that as well.
Yes.
By the way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jen McCabe about 6:30, correct?
Yes.
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
No.
Isn't it true that you grabbed your phone and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
Yes. But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. After you're awake and you're up, you
Right.
started making calls.
Right.
My question is, what was the first call you made at 7:20?
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
Yes.
At 7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have 6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes.
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
Yes.
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn, the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
Yes.
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
But you just said that you told him Oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple of more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and the day, throughout the day. You called Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yes.
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57 a.m. Spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yes.
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yes.
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is that right?
He didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yes.
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. time frame.
Trying to find it.
Take your time.
What time are you referring to?
3:24 p.m.
I see it. Yes.
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. and speak for 1 minute and 7 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Turning back to your call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day, spoke for about 16 minutes.
Yes.
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yes.
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
Yes.
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls, no.
You had to have been talking about that event.
Of course. It was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There are a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr. Albert, those many calls that you just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jim McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an effort?
I'm going to interrupt you, juror. We're going to send the jury out. First, actually, why don't we take the license? I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Court, all right, please.
This is Bev, typical Bev. He's allowed to ask these questions. There was no objection, Bev. Why are you doing this, Bev? No objection. It's just it's an honest answer. She's going to rip him a new one. This is part of the defense's theory. Bev, she drives me crazy. I just can't feel. Right, we'll see. Oh, so Brian Higgins is off the stand. Karen just gave him a look, going, "Yeah, motherfucker. See you after lunch."
She never asks me.
All right, so we'll have the lunch and recess then.
All right.
You are muted.
Okay, hang on. Let us go. I want to see you leave the courthouse for lunch. This judge is that's not good that she did that. That's not good. Anyone that thinks that she's not biased, I'm sorry, she's flat out biased. Tom's not in the courthouse. Bollocks. Oh, no, he is. Right, hang on. Tom, what are you doing? Well, hang on. Tom was live. Let me just go back to see. Yeah, he was live. So I'll see if we can get shot outside. Yeah, I heard that. Thanks, Chrissy. I did hear that. I thought it was my Karen's face after Jackson whispered to her, "I think this is good." Thank you, Mia. I only saw Johnson, not as much as I love him. I'm just waiting to see if Tom gives a shot outside. Here we go. Please go follow Tom's CPU. His link's in the description box.
How'd it go, Aiden? How was it?
You're watching the same thing I don't think it's going too well for Brian, Albert. I don't think it's going well. I mean, what do you think?
I think they were asking him a lot of questions he couldn't answer.
What island thing is it?
Crazy town.
How are you?
Aiden, meet this guy right here. Shake this guy's hand. Small world.
Good. First time, all right. Yeah.
Let's get the girls.
You know I respect him. Thank you. I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it.
I think he doubled down to him. He said no, unequivocally was not in my house. But Jackson said, "But how do you know?"
We made it, boss. We made it. I had to go 20 minutes early. I couldn't make it.
Lunch break, Jonathan. So we're just on a lunch break, Jonathan, and normally they leave during lunch and then come back at 2 o'clock. Here we go. Don't be sorry, Tony. It's a good question. If you're not sure about anything, ask the chat. People.
Yeah, put the pole on the left. You got it.
Piss off, Grant.
We love you. Beautiful. Good job. You You are absolutely beautiful. We love you.
Okay.
She has a bracelet to carry.
Bracelet?
Yeah.
Of course. Lovely. What's your name? Dana? I'm Alan. Nice to meet you.
Alan Jackson loves it.
I will give that to her right now. Thank you so much.
You're a good person, Mr. Jackson. Good person. You're awesome. The dream team right there. We love you guys. Woohoo! Oh, look at
Got it. She got it.
Look at it. We love you. You got this, babe. You got this. That's what look at your driver's tie. She told my daughter last night, she said, I'm wearing pink for Karen Reed tomorrow. And we love you too, Lana. We see you, man. Love them all. She needs all the support she can get right now. And I know it's great, man. We love you.
Told you. Didn't I tell you? How do you get out of here? This is the problem. This is the problem. How do I get away from this guy?
Grant.
I don't know.
We gotta tell her, don't it? She's my grandma. That was so cute how she turned and showed her.
She had it right on right away.
I know.
Imagine that.
Right, I'll play you Grant's escapade this morning.
Enjoy your lunch, my friend. Hi, guys. Enjoy your lunch. It was good. It was good. It was good. Yep. She's happy, huh?
I mean, everyone's so happy. It just begs to differ. Why the hell are we even here?
Keep her away from him. Now, it's like that.
Right, hang on. Let me play you Turtle Boys stuff here. Hang on. Present. Share screen. So, Channel 5 complained that I'm doing a live stream from inside the courthouse. I'm not running the stream, but it's on our channel. Just for cannot comment, broadcast orally during the stream will comply with the rules, but which is bullshit. Let's get to so this is Microdots, by the way. Microdots announced this week. He came out and said that he's been working with the defense for 7 months, making these designs, or whatever you call it. So shout out to him. Also, Brian Albert said that Colin was 5'11", 175 pounds. Well, actually, 6'1", 215 pounds. Here we go. So if anyone's not seen this is the video this morning of Grant. There isn't a video at the start, but this is the after he allegedly pushes her.
She just touched my property, Paul. She didn't have a line fitter here until 11 p.m. 6:45.
Get your body away from me!
Drop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line for having not sent the lines in.
Don't touch me.
Don't
touch me.
Please do not touch me. That's assault.
Grant, don't touch her.
Rapist.
Get away from me.
Please do not touch me. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredibly inappropriate. How dare you?
We have witnesses that saw you hit her first.
Excuse me, she just bumped me.
Multiple witnesses. You hit her. I'm going to tell the police you hit her.
We
Grant.
have video of her just touching
Grant, I have
property.
video of you hitting
I
her.
have a.
How did that chair
So
get
I will
there?
be telling the police that when they arrive.
Oh, I will be telling them exactly what happened.
And there's a gentleman who just accosted me and put
Oh.
his hands on me, and
I was just assaulted.
No, you weren't.
That was completely inappropriate.
You
I am
touched her.
disabled.
You touched her. You hit a woman, Grant.
Excuse me, my back was turned.
Grant.
My back was turned, sir. It is on camera.
This is Grant Smith Ellis. He is a pleb, absolute pleb. So we don't see the incident because obviously Tilboy brings his phone out afterwards. But essentially, in the media line, like he sleeps in his car every night, stinky. So Jessica was the first one to put her stool out on Sunday morning. But then he's made some rules up and he's trying to ban people from going into the courthouse and stuff like that. He's basically misbehaving, being a right prick. And this is what happened today. Allegedly, he pushed her this morning. So.
Yes, it is on camera. You're right about that.
I'm sorry.
My back was turned and she touched me inappropriately.
You hit her.
I'm
You
dressed
hit
in
her.
a black suit.
You hit her. We saw you hit a woman, Grant.
My
We
back
just
was
saw
turned,
you hit a
sir.
woman. We just saw you hit a woman.
And this is going to cause a problem because she came here without having left a line sitter. Why did you have a line sitter here all night?
Grant, we saw you hit a woman. Any comment on that?
Yes.
Is that rope holding your pants up?
White male, curly hair, glasses. Yep. Thank you. Okay.
He does, Sarah, he does.
I'm super sorry. I was fine until he touched me, and I can't.
Yeah, Kai, I need an officer.
He touched her.
Hold on.
He pushed her.
Just came here and assaulted.
So essentially, she was very emotional. So he's done a lot of inappropriate stuff to her allegedly. So so it's a long-standing thing. Basically, it's a long-standing thing. So she put her chair out as she's supposed to, but then he made some rules up. So I don't know the full story, but essentially, allegedly, she said that he's done some inappropriate things to her in the past, and now obviously this happened as well. So next, Chris, was this. So if I'm right, I know he's been allowed in. I see. That's his. Yeah, I don't really want to see that. He essentially has been allowed in, but she's pressing charges, is what I understand is happening. We got to reply because it's easier if I go to replies, isn't it? Yeah, it started last night, with these. But anyway, no, he was spoken to by the troopers, and there's a few other bits and bobs. But yeah, it wasn't. I mean, but he's been asking for it for a while, though. To be fair, he's not a very nice person, in my opinion. Right, hang on. Let me just do this, and then I've got a video to play for you. It's for the ladies. Once I say it's for the ladies, you all know who I mean. But before I do that, let me play this. Where's it gone? Oops, wrong one. So someone is now a member. So someone is MJ, who's now a member, and actually a member for the whole year. They brought an annual membership. So thank you to someone who is MJ. So thank you, MJ, for your annual subscription to Buy Me Coffee. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So, right, I got a thing to play for you. It's for me, yes. You all will love this. So this is from Friday, but it gives analysis of what's going on from Peter Trigos. Hang on, let me play this. Need to move it slightly. So I will play it at 1.25 because otherwise you're not going to be able to see it all. Oh no, actually I play it at normal speed. It's only the end you'll see. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Wendy Murphy is his stepmom, yeah. Verbally and vulgar attack. Yeah, no, he brings it on himself though. Do you know what I mean? It's a vile human being. Right, here you go. So this is Peter Trigos whilst I go grab some quick lunch, and I'll be back before the beginning of trial.
Make sure you subscribe. Let's jump into it. All right, so Julie Albert, I believe this is Julie Albert. All their names are running together. Mrs. Albert, I might as well just go with Mrs. Albert. That's easier. Is on the stand, and we're going to get into her continued cross-examination. But before we do, I want to know from you all. I have it time-stamped, but I don't know how much you really want to dive into it. But there was a little mini hearing, as I mentioned off the top, about somebody being removed from the courtroom for witness intimidation purposes. There were arguments made. So I'm going to have John throw a poll up right now as I start the video. Do you want me to play that whole hearing? It's about 15 minutes, or just clips of it. I can clip it down to probably 5 or 6 minutes to hit the highlights of the hearing and still explain what went on, but I won't get all the arguments in there. So you guys choose with your votes. Go ahead and vote on that as we start, and I'll take a look at it by the time we get to that hearing. But first, she's back on the stand, and there's a lot of, repetition about these 67 calls. And is that a lot? Is it not a lot? She chose any word she wanted to choose in the English language and chose rarely, or it was unusual for us to talk on the phone. Repeats a lot of stuff about the timing of the calls with Proctor, but does get her to agree that she mentioned his client's arrest the day that it happened, and she could have had other conversations with Proctor's sister about the case, and that she never told Proctor's sister that she was, in fact, a witness in this case. He also gets her to admit, which was a very common theme today, and I think it's the first we've heard it. I could be wrong about that, but it seems like the fact that Colin Albert was over Brian Albert's house, 34 Fairview, that night slipped everyone's minds when they were doing interviews with law enforcement officers, and she confirmed that that's what happened, and she just basically said she was nervous to be interviewed by cops. And she very specifically remembered certain phone calls when the Commonwealth was directing her, and the defense didn't love that. So when they were cross-examining her, they brought that up, and I thought there was a little, cute moment in court where she remembered to bring her readers today, so we didn't have another moment where Yannetti was passing off his glasses to Miss Albert here. But let's take a listen to this exchange.
Correct. And then Michael Proctor and the other trooper left, correct?
Correct.
Then at 6:17 p.m. that same night, shortly after you had been interviewed, you called Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
I don't remember.
Well, that's an interesting phone call we haven't heard about yet. So after her police interviews, what does she do? She calls her best friend's brother, Michael Proctor, on his personal cell phone. Maybe no big deal if you want to talk about the case and it's a cop and the cop gave you your cell phone number. I've seen that happen before. It's unusual, but it's possible. Doesn't seem like that's what this is. So I don't know. That really made me say, okay, all right.
Let me have a moment. Okay. You didn't bring your tutors today. Oh, you did? Good. Okay. May I approach you on?
Yes.
This is the same document. I'm going to hand you one document. There's an orange sticky on it that you can ignore. Okay. But right above the orange sticky, there's a date of February 10th. That's what I'm directing your attention. You could look at those two phone calls, ma'am, and look up at me when you're done. if I may approach. Did that refresh your memory about those 2 phone calls on February 10th?
I mean, I just read them, but I don't remember.
Okay. You called Trooper Proctor at 6:17 p.m. and it appears to be a 5-second phone call. Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you recall that Trooper Proctor called you back that same day at 6:21 p.m. and that you spoke for about 4 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you deny speaking to Trooper Proctor for 4 minutes when he called you from his personal cell phone on February 10th of 2022 after you had been interviewed that day?
No, I don't deny it, but I don't remember it.
When did you get his personal cell phone number?
5-second call back for a couple minutes. Very interesting. What'd they talk about? She doesn't remember.
Don't remember.
Years ago?
I'm sure, yes.
Because
so it's also interesting that when some of these answers are given, when did you get his number? She definitely doesn't want to make it sound like she got his number that day to call him, right? Because that looks like even worse potentially. But then to say she's had his number for years just gives more of a long connection with Proctor, right? I don't have all of my friends' sisters' numbers, and my sister's friends definitely don't all have my number. So it's not just like, oh, it's obvious she's best friends with the sister, she has his number. I'm trying to think of which of my sister's friends actually have my number. A couple of them, but it's like the closest friends. So that was interesting to me as well. Then he goes through on cross and contrasts her relationship with Jen McCabe and Cox versus Karen Reed, because Karen Reed was an outsider, basically not in their inner circle, not from kin. And I thought that was a good point. Then, while they might not be friends with Karen Reed, she gets into how Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were friends. And her husband quibbled with that a little bit, and he's going to bring it out in front of the jury here with her on the stand.
Correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. No, thank you, Ron. I believe you testified you knew Brian Higgins at that time, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He is a friend of my brother-in-law.
And your brother-in-law would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, when I just asked you that question about how you knew Brian Higgins and what his relationship was to Brian Albert, you didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
It was very clear that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct? No. Karen and John came sometime after that?
I believe shortly after that, yes.
And they walked over to your table?
Yes.
And then John kind of came up from behind you and sort of in a joking way dug his finger into your shoulder?
I missed the part.
Exact, really.
I swear he says your husband hesitated there or something. I thought I heard that.
Amount of time. I mean, she was there a lot. Yes, she was.
You had plans with your sister-in-law, Nicole. You drove her to the waterfront, correct?
Correct.
And the two of you went for dinner there?
Yes.
Your husband, Chris, came later?
Yes.
Brian Higgins came later?
Yes.
And you knew Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Well, would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
It was to Brian Albert. You didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
It was very clear that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct?
No.
Karen and John came sometime after.
I swear I thought I heard that. Maybe it just entered my mind. So yeah, no hesitation. They are friends. John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were normal that night. And then we get into the timeline. Okay. The timeline that was very, very specifically the same as her husband's. And this cuts both ways. Okay. So they pick hers apart just like they picked her husband's apart. Okay. So that's obviously not great. But what I do give them some respect for is that she very easily could have changed her timeline to make it line up with what she knew was coming in the video from the bar. And she didn't. She stuck to the wrong timeline that she thought it was, and I guess testified that it was all along. So let's hear how the defense breaks down this timeline.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, your husband, Chris, came home.
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
That's what time I believe he did, yes.
So that 12:10 a.m. time, did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
No.
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time, 12:10 a.m.?
No.
Not coordinated, but even if it was, it's the wrong time, right? We know objectively, since we have the video, that it's the wrong time, and she still said the wrong time. To me, it kind of adds to the credibility. I don't know.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the waterfall bully video. I think it's exhibit 53, just that portion.
And we know
that the waterfall is very close to D&E Pizza, correct?
Correct.
But your house on Maple Street is about a half mile away from the waterfall. Would you agree with that?
About that, yes. Maybe a little less, but about that.
All right. Would you agree it's a 7 or 8 minute walk home from the waterfall if you're walking? I realize you were driving, but if somebody were walking, it would be about 7 or 8 minutes?
Maybe a minute or two less.
Okay. So you would say 6 or 7 minutes would be a better estimate to cover that half mile?
Depends on how fast you walk, yes.
And it was snowing that night, correct?
Correct.
The ground was a little bit slippery?
Yes.
If I may cut more.
clearly they're trying to say it took him longer than 6 or 7 minutes on redirect. It was a good question by the Commonwealth. They're like, when it's cold outside, do people usually walk slower or faster? And she's like, definitely faster. Yeah, because you want to get to the house and get in. So I guess that makes sense. Are these 1 or 2 minutes really going to make the biggest difference in the world for the defense? Or are they trying to poke holes and show just a little bit of inconsistency or how the timelines don't match up? I'm still open to see, because honestly, I don't feel like the Commonwealth, I'll sit here, as I sit here today, okay, after 9 days now of the Commonwealth's case, I have no clue when they believe Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe in the yard of 34 Fairview. I have no idea. Unless I missed it in some of this testimony. You guys may have an idea from, researching the case on the outside before it got here. But I have literally no idea when they say Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe in the yard. Because if they all left about the same time, I'm assuming they had to go there and it happened like right then at 12 whatever, which is when Colin would have left, right? So, I don't know. It's a very murky, situation for me. And people are saying, oh, just wait until you hear why. Wait until you hear why. Timeline is important. I'm assuming the timeline is important. I'm assuming. But I don't know what their timeline is yet. Like, you would think they would give a timeline at some point in the first 9 days of testimony.
If I could have the lights dimmed again. This is the exhibit I'd like to show you, ma'am. And if you pause 1 second. Do you recognize what's the picture?
It's okay. They're going to show he actually walks out at 12:14.
Okay,
we knew that.
Husband left the waterfall at about 12:13 and 46 seconds.
Well, yes. That's what it says on the screen.
Okay. So it was closer to 2:14 than to 2:10. Would you agree with that?
12:14, you mean?
You know what? You're right. 12:14 than 12:10.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So if he's leaving at around 12:14, and by your testimony, it would have taken him he was walking home. You knew that, correct?
Yes.
He didn't have a car that night.
He did not.
And if it took him 6 or 7.
So, and also, like, he gets home at 12:20, 15 minutes. Colin gets home at, 12:35-ish or 12:40. Okay, fine. But then Brian Higgins, we learn later, doesn't leave till 1:30 or something. So it's not adding up to me. I don't get it. But I'm hoping the prosecution is the one that's going to actually tell us when this happened and not just leave it for the defense to, explain why it can't be true. It kind of makes the defense's job hard to disprove the timeline when we don't even know what the Commonwealth's timeline is.
7 minutes to get home. And by the way, let me strike that question. You had said it takes 6 or 7 minutes. Did you factor in the fact of the weather that night for your estimate about a 6 or 7 minute walk?
Objection.
Can you answer that question? Is that what you said? Yes, I didn't factor in I don't know.
All right, so your testimony, you don't know if it would have taken him a little bit longer, or anybody.
Everyone walks at a different pace.
Right, but whatever pace they walk at, given what you saw of the weather that night, is it your testimony that maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the estimate?
It could have.
Okay, but in any case, let's leave it at 6 or 7 minutes. That puts your husband coming home at around 12:20 or 12:21, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that 12:10 estimate that you had, you made that estimate before having the benefit of the video, correct?
Correct.
Now, where were you within the house when your husband came home?
In my room. Upstairs in my bedroom.
And you share a bedroom with your husband?
Yes.
And when was the first time that you saw him within the house?
He came up to the bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the bedroom and you see him appear in the bedroom.
Correct.
Did you hear the door open way down on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have taken him maybe about a minute to get upstairs. It wasn't very long.
It wouldn't be very long, no.
Okay. And when he got upstairs, you noticed that he was in wet clothing, correct?
Yes.
He appeared to be cold.
Yes.
And he got undressed, correct?
Yes.
Did he brush his teeth before bed?
I think he got right into bed.
Okay, so you didn't see him brush his teeth or wash up?
No.
And were you in the bed when he came into the bed to go to sleep?
I was sitting up in bed, yes.
Were you reading or watching TV?
I was just sitting up in bed praying for my headache to go away.
Oh, okay. So the migraine was still really
Yes.
bothering you. And you were suffering at that point.
Suffering? I had a headache.
Well, yeah, but a migraine headache, I would imagine.
It was a headache, but I took medicine and I was waiting for it to get better.
To kick in?
Yes.
Okay. And that's sort of what you were concentrating on. It's really kind of hard to read or watch TV or concentrate on anything when you have a migraine, right?
Okay, yes.
Now,
makes a good point that nobody's sitting there like staring at the clock again. You know, a lot of this is the same with the timeline. They pick it apart the same way. Then she kind of goes through the layout of the house, which we heard a couple times today. We'll listen to it just real quick one time on the layout of inside the Alberts home.
That form to block the jury. I'm so sorry. It's good I didn't trip.
That was also another good part by
you knew that,
it's bad form to block the jury.
Prior to Brian Albert and oh, I'm sorry. That's really bad form to block the jury. I'm so sorry. It's good I didn't trip. The door that is the front door. Having been familiar with that house for a long time, you've gone in that front door before, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when you go in the front door of that house, you come into a little foyer area, correct?
Correct.
And then almost within arm's distance to the left is the door to the basement, correct?
Walking in the front door, arm's distance to the left.
Yes. In other words, you walk into the house.
Yep.
And then the door to the basement, going down to the basement, is right there on the left, correct?
That's incorrect. To the left is a library.
Right. Where is the door to the basement?
You walk in the front door, you step to the right, walk a few steps towards the kitchen, and the basement door is on the left before you enter the kitchen.
But the kitchen's off to the left, correct?
No, when you walk in the front door, the library is on the left. There's another room on the left.
Okay.
So you walk in, you immediately see a staircase in front of you, and to the left is the library.
Right.
If you go to the right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you go to the right, you can go into the part of the kitchen where the kitchen table is, or you can not go to the right, you can walk straight, and as you're walking, there's a door on the left, and that's where the basement door is.
Okay, so I think we're getting to what I was getting at. If you walk straight ahead, there's a door to the left that goes down to the basement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right, so we got a little layout of the house. We get a little more as it goes. But then one of the more interesting parts is who contacted who, when stuff starts getting spread, text messages that may have been deleted. This is a really interesting part of Cross, in my opinion, the most interesting part of today's Cross of this witness.
And when you were walking towards
GP
said, Lally said in opening 12:45. That's what I thought I remember, but I haven't heard anybody testify to anything like that, right? So I'm waiting for them to actually build it with evidence. I don't know. Alex said, had no clue about this case, but I can say the defense put doubt on the son brawling with the victim that night. It does seem like a cover-up to me. I don't know. I don't feel like the defense has proven much yet either, except that I don't know what the prosecution, I think the prosecution is doing a good, putting most of their effort and energy into disproving what the defense is arguing. Jilly said Boston has a long history of corrupt cops. There's tons of movies and documentaries about it. And if it turns out to be a cover-up, I wouldn't surprise me at all. Born and raised, 45 minutes from Boston. I mean, definitely a lot of movies on it. That's all I can say. But it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. Ashley, why isn't the defense asking about people taking off their shoes when entering the house? I don't know. They talked about it with John O'Keefe, but they didn't talk about it with Brian Albert. So that's a good, I don't know if that's a thing. I have no idea. Crystal, could the timestamps on the video be wrong? This investigation was so crappy, I would not be surprised if they didn't confirm the time. Could be, but usually you get this as a record from the establishment. So the Commonwealth or law enforcement doesn't have anything to do with it. It'd be pretty tough to edit that, I think, and make it, look quite as smoothly as it did here. John said, is the defense stretching knowing that 3 EMTs and firefighters heard Karen admitting hitting him to now a dog caused this? Talk about coming out of left field. I don't know. I mean, I could tell the dog stuff was coming based on the injuries to his arm, that's where the defense was going, I think. That's where I thought the dog came into play. I think that the I hit him admission is far from proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I think different people heard different things. It was loud. It was hard to hear what was going on. It was definitely hard to hear what was going on with some of the evidence that we hear later on in the video. But let's get to the best part across, in my opinion.
Side door, you didn't see any emergency or police vehicles outside, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't see any first responders other than Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
There were no lights flashing outside the house, correct?
Correct.
And inside, you saw Nicole Albert?
Yes.
Brian Albert?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
Matt McCabe?
Yes.
And Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
How long did you spend at the house that morning?
I don't remember exactly. Maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
And the seven.
How long did you spend at the house that morning? A half hour, 45 minutes? I'm pretty sure the Alberts later testify. Or I'm not the Alberts, just which Albert? Which Albert is it? Nicole Albert said that she was there for 2 hours, I think. I think that's what she said. Oof. This is tough, man. When you have this big of a discrepancy in timelines, in this case, it's just a lot for the defense to work with.
You were discussing what had happened, correct?
Yes.
At some point, it was decided.
Bodie says, does all this stuff really matter? Again, it's important to get stuff right and be on the right timeline, but I'll tell you what matters is that the prosecution is not proving their case yet. That's really why it matters. Because if the prosecution's timeline is totally off, all of this could be really important. If it doesn't matter and there's something more that we haven't seen yet, then maybe it won't matter. It's not a smoking gun by any stretch of the imagination, in my opinion.
Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police. At some point, it was decided that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police, correct?
Objection.
I'll let, if this witness knows independently.
Can you repeat that once more, please?
At some point, it was decided among the seven of you that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department.
I don't remember who exactly Jennifer decided. Yeah, I don't remember exactly the discussion.
They decided to call their buddy, call the guy that has helped Chris Albert out before, call the guy that makes things go away and isn't afraid to allegedly abuse his power of his badge.
You knew Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
And at 8:53 a.m., you sent to Jennifer McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
And did you then see Jennifer McCabe delete that text message from you?
Objection.
That's wild. First off, no reason to sustain that. Absolutely no. I was racking my brain. And he said, did you see it? I guess the only objection is outside the scope of her knowledge, but she would just say, no, I didn't see it. And the judge has already instructed the jury that the questions are not evidence. You're allowed to ask that question. Did you see her delete the text message? The answer is no. That's absolutely relevant. Did she delete the text message where you were sending her a number of the officer?
You were contacted by the Massachusetts State Police this year about your phone, correct?
Correct.
They left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024?
The state police?
Yes.
About my telephone?
Well, they left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024. You had contact with the state police this year.
Yes.
And they left you a second voicemail on March 25 and then called you again on March 28th.
Yes.
You told them that you were sick and you would speak to them on April 1st, correct?
Correct.
And then the state police called you on April 1st, but you did not pick up. Do you recall that?
I do not.
They called you again that same day and you didn't respond, correct?
I don't recall.
But you did learn that they had called your husband on April 1st looking for you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. After speaking with your husband, you texted the Massachusetts State Police on April 1st, correct?
I think around that. I don't know the exact date.
All right. And you finally met with the Massachusetts State Police on April 3rd of 2024, correct?
I would assume. I don't know the exact date, but yes.
And during that meeting, the state police looked through your phone for contact that you would have had with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Did they seize your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that they had a search warrant for your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they take it back saying that they had to give it to some experts to do an extraction?
Objection.
Sustained.
They just looked through it after you handed it to them, correct?
Correct.
Then they gave.
So this tells me a couple things. Number one, cops were definitely not looking at her for anything. They weren't investigating her for anything. And the defense is going to say that was wrong. They didn't do a thorough investigation. They should have done it. She gave them their phone. Fine. That's fine. I get it. But it also says to me that right here and multiple times in Nicole and Brian Albert's testimony that's coming next, I'm thinking to myself, back to that earlier cop that was like, come on, Mr. Attorney, you know we didn't have probable cause. You know we couldn't have searched that house. It's like everything they're saying to me says you absolutely could have searched that house without a warrant that day, just by asking. They're giving you their phone. They're letting you come in their house. They're offering up statements. I am getting more and more confident that they would have let you search that house without probable cause. At least based on what they're testifying in court today. So that was another interesting aspect of this whole phone ordeal, that they didn't do the extraction like they maybe should have.
Yes.
Now, with regard to your contact with Karen on January 28th, it was clear to you that Karen did not appear to be under the influence, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her stumbling, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her swaying?
Correct.
She was not unbalanced?
No.
She was not slurring words?
No.
She was not talking gibberish?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation?
Yes.
And she held the conversation perfectly fine?
Yes.
She appeared to be under control, correct?
Yes.
She was affectionate with John that night?
Objection.
I didn't come in contact with them like that.
Well, the two of them certainly were not arguing.
No, not that I saw.
You didn't see any tension between them, correct?
No.
And I mean,
All right. So again, I thought that was the most important part of her cross, with the phone number and link and the deleting of the phone number. I mean, it just doesn't smell right. None of that really smells right to me. And they all have these phone numbers and these connections with these officers. And it's like, she's got his number because he's hooked it up for us before. I don't know. Elizabeth, I don't know if I thought it was quite that mic drop of a moment, especially because this isn't, necessarily the main person they're pointing the finger at. But Melly said, who does a cover up and then leaves the body on their own property? No way. I agree. There are things that aren't making sense to me yet either with the defense's theory. I agree with you. There are some weird things. It's like, the Dane Cook skit where it's like, you don't do a B&E in your favorite shirt. It's like, this doesn't make the best sense to me, but you also don't have a ton of options, because if you move them and you put them in your car and all this stuff happens, it's like DNA in your car. I mean, there's no perfect scenario. I don't know. I guess some people think it was a purposeful killing, but it seems more plausible that it was accidental. But we'll see. We'll see. Redirect, you walk faster when it's cold. And she talks to other friends more than she talks to Proctor's sister. Then we get to, and John sent me a couple of the voting updates, and the vast majority want just clips of this. So we're just going to do a couple clips of the little mini hearing that they stopped court for today to discuss whether or not a journalist in the courtroom could or needed to be removed because of potential witness intimidation charges. This is the first I was hearing of any of this. So this is kind of wild. And we're going to listen to this and react to it together.
Excuse. Okay, so, counsel, identify yourselves, please.
Sure. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Karen McLaughlin for the Commonwealth. So
this guy
Commonwealth,
represents that
so I do want to say
this lawyer with the white hair, taller guy in the back.
Question before we begin. Commonwealth, in your motion to exclude an individual charged with witness intimidation in connection with this case from the courtroom during the testimony of certain witnesses, before we begin, are you advancing the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay, so
if I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I do have what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
Okay.
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Carney, my client, as you know, in the other matters.
Mr. Carney is the journalist they're trying to remove for witness intimidation.
And I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus Tylee Curry for a motion to suppress.
which is a case that I am in the middle of that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. But I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I asked that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. On 15 minutes notice. I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. And I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can, but I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor. That the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press. Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court. So they can serve the.
Their answer is they procedurally have to serve the Associated Press, and they didn't know if he still represented him at the time just because he represented him on other issues.
AP 2 days ago, but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today.
It is Bush League. I mean, it's technically a legal argument, but it's like, come on, just serve it to him too. Why would you not did you want to have this like whole thing pop up and make a circus out of it? I don't know. I mean, doesn't make sense.
Completely unrelated matter, I might add. So there's some funny business going on here. And, there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit from the Commonwealth on Mr. Carney's matters. And here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel, from the Norfolk County DA's office, number one. Number two, Your Honor. Mr. Carney has covered this case and written about 350.
So the other main argument that he makes is this is res judicata, meaning this has come before other courts and they have already made the decision that Mr. Carney can sit in and report on this case. He did it all appropriately. He did it all above board. He has his position rightfully sitting there to cover the case, as he's been covering this case for years, potentially. And then let's listen to the Commonwealth's response.
Is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Carney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case.
I mean, that's kind of unusual, right? Like a guy in the courtroom that has been indicted and has open cases for witness intimidation, specifically on this case. Now, he's not just some guy, right? So that's interesting. What's he doing to intimidate the witnesses? I don't know. There's some aspects of this that I don't know, obviously, without all the factual background, but that's obviously not great. Although in this case, especially with the allegations of the cover-up and we have witness intimidation, sounds very familiar to me that another police officer that's already taken the stand may have leveled at some people in retaliation that eventually got thrown out. So I don't know. I feel a little bit uneasy on both sides of this.
He has confirmed statements indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial and to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to testify in this case. And what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom, not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded physically from the courtroom while those witnesses are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern.
But this is a bigger deal, right? Commonwealth saying something, but the witnesses expressed concern. The witnesses have expressed concern that if he's there, he's already done stuff, I guess. So this is really tough, right? Because if it becomes a major face, right? And they are pro-defense, anti-Commonwealth, and says something or does something that maybe wouldn't ordinarily turn into charges, and the Commonwealth decides to file charges before the case, is that just a way of stepping on somebody's First Amendment rights to get them out of the courtroom? Because you talk to those witnesses, they say they're scared of him, and therefore he's kept out of the courtroom. Because we don't want to do that. And it would be obvious if this was something that was done all over the place and everybody does it all the time and it would be a problem and people would object. But I don't like the idea that if there's somebody that's loud against you, that you come up with a procedural reason to keep him out of the courtroom. So they're not asking him to be out of the courtroom for the whole case, but just for the witnesses. And they're going to list which witnesses it is that are in fear of him. And so let's just keep listening to their argument.
The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or their ability to recall. And for all of those reasons,
cross-examination has affected a lot of witnesses' ability to recall. Not anybody sitting in the gallery. I mean, that's a little bit of a stretch, that because he's sitting in the room with all these other cops and first responders and Bostonians, that they're really scared that they're not going to recall something. I don't want to dismiss people's fears, but feels like a stretch.
Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns, are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
Okay. Mr. Bradel?
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what?
I mean, that's pretty strong. Just say, so what? They don't have any rights, but the court does have the obligation to protect the witnesses and make sure it's a fair trial, that they're coming and able to testify. It's the same way a witness shouldn't be able to testify if they're drunk or high, because their testimony is less reliable. So if the Commonwealth is arguing the witness's testimony will be less reliable because he's in the courtroom, theoretically it's an argument, but it really depends on the factual basis behind those charges. It depends on how strong those charges are, the reasonable likelihood that they're going to be successful, or if they're just bogus charges that are going to be dismissed later. That's pretty tough. I don't love that. I don't love that.
The witness's concern, where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter has been adjudicated twice. Mr. Kearney has the right to speak on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He is not in any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his presence here. And he's just trying to cover the case.
The guy does something crazy, right? If this guy, Kearney, I can't tell if it's Kearney or Kearney, but if this guy like jumps over the railing and comes out a witness, he's getting arrested. They're going to file charges. He knows that, I'm sure, if they file these witness intimidation charges, number one. Number two, he's going to get kicked out and not be able to come back to the courtroom at all. If he violates any of the court orders or rules, he knows he's on thin ice and he's out. So as long as he's not doing any of that. Somebody said he's accused of intimidation, not convicted. I thought that's what I said. If I said convicted, that was my mistake. I knew he's only been accused or alleged. That's why I keep saying if these charges get thrown out, which has already happened with cops in this case. So it's going to be interesting. Shane said stopping Turtle Boy from going to court is just adding fuel to the fire for conspiracy theories. I agree. It's just like some of the objections. It's not a great look. And I'm just calling him Kearney because I don't know if Turtle Boy is like a negative nickname for him or whatever. I don't know. I haven't been following. I try not to call people names. I don't know. I don't like to use words I don't know the meaning. Shane said he was a journalist asking questions, and because they were cops, they said he was intimidating them. He was a journalist asking questions. Yeah. And Shane, where have we heard that similar story like that before? Right?
As best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Kearney. And this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First Amendment. This witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination. It is going to be struck down. It's just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Kearney. Now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your Honor. There's been absolutely nothing advanced, especially on an emergency basis, which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice. There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Kearney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the Chesnut trial about published something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Kearney wrote a story on a juror.
In this, you all know I was the judge. I am not considering that.
He's not going to consider that anyways. No Stray said after the blogger was charged with witness intimidation, wasn't a bail condition to stay away from the witnesses? I don't know. I haven't seen that, if I'm being honest. I haven't seen what the conditions of his bail are.
Experience in this motion.
Thank you,
Anything further, Mr. Bradel?
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradel, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that.
I thought she was going to let him stay. I was like, oh, wow. I even typed in my notes. Judge said he can stay. But I was wrong.
119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that. However, my role in this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, is to assure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial are honored and upheld. And because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's presence, I find, will have on the witness's testimony, I'm going to excuse him while the named witnesses in the Commonwealth's motion, Julie Nagel, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and Yuri Buchanan. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home. I'm going to excuse him during all of that testimony. Now, in my media...
That's like everybody, right? I mean, it's not everybody, but that's a huge group of witnesses that he can no longer sit in the courtroom for. And Future said, Why would they grant him a pass if they knew that there was this other case against him involving witnesses and it might be an issue? If they were that concerned, why grant him the press pass? My guess would be, and I'm only guessing, that there's nothing in denying press passes with this type of stuff. It's not an automatic denial. And if it's not an automatic denial, it makes it even less likely that this should be so. But I get the plausible argument for the judge if this was like real witness intimidation where he's showing up with weapons at somebody's houses and threatening them. I'm assuming that's not what this is, which I don't like to assume. So I'm going to have to kind of leave it open for that. Nunzio said, Dr. Turtleboy is his YouTube. He fully believes in the cover-up. Okay. So he calls himself Turtleboy as well. All right. That makes me feel better about saying Turtleboy. I also would just prefer to call him Kearney, if I'm being honest.
Order, if you have it, I'm sure your client has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial proceedings may lose their seat and may not be permitted re-entry unless there's available seating. That will not happen to Mr. Kearney. I will not take away his seat today. For other witnesses who are not subject to this order, that seat will remain empty. No other person of the media will be able to take that seat in his absence. Okay?
Your Honor, one last thing, if I may, just came to me as I was standing here. Extension in the same regard as to Nicole Albert for the address would be Brian Albert Jr., son of Brian and Nicole Albert.
Add another witness to the list. And she's saying, so like, he's not going to lose his seat if he moves his feet.
It's for the same reason. So Brian Albert Jr. All right. So those are my findings, Mr. Bradel. It should give you enough to seek appellate action if you wish. Okay. All right. Thank you for being here. All right.
All right. I disagree with that. I think there was less restrictive measures she could have taken. Like maybe he's got to sit in the furthest chair or something when those witnesses are not being in eye shot. And so I don't know, but I don't know.
So I'll take a short recess. We can bring.
There's a short recess next. And what do we have? We have got Nicole Albert coming up next. Married to Brian Albert, owner of 34 Fairview at the time. Talk about their sons, military service again, which again is a good look for the jury usually. Same description of that night. Didn't know John O'Keefe well and just met Karen Reed that night, basically. She talks about the layout of the home again. And then I thought she had an interesting just kind of description of how people left the house, which I think is important as well for a timeline that I'm still waiting for the Commonwealth to connect, but still we kind of get our first explanation of who left her house when.
I'm going to end your answer there. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Prior to your daughter Caitlin leaving, when after this, as far as people leaving from your house, what was sort of the order of how people left and when people left?
I believe Brian Higgins left first, approximately 1:30ish. Then Jennifer and Nat.
So again, if he's hit and laying in the yard at 1:30, and I'm just putting this together for the first time myself, so bear with me, all of you guys that are like, catch up, Peter, we already know all this. But, you know, I'm learning some of the timeline today for people inside the house of when people left. But if Higgins left at 1:30, you know, Colin apparently left earlier, 12:30. If Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe at 12:45-ish, and this guy leaves at 1:30, and everybody basically at 12:15, 12:30, whatever, said the snow was just starting to pick up, Chris Albert was still walking home an hour before this. So from 12:45-ish to 1:30, that 45 minutes was going to be enough snow to cover him to where people wouldn't see him in the yard. I find that hard to believe. Especially all the people that walk out. Now, at 6 a.m. or whenever first responders come, I could understand why there's no footsteps if the snow had covered the footsteps. I get that. But very strange. And then the snow plow and all the other people that didn't see the body in the yard either is very strange.
And Brian's two friends left.
Right, I'm going to stop it there because with court's coming back in a couple of minutes. Ronnie, do you think Higgins would flip? Yes, I do. I think there's a good chance, depending on what has come in. That's why I think they keep asking questions about him and Higgins. I think they know what's coming. I hope, anyway, Ronnie. Let's hope so. Before we go back to the stream, let's look up this from Microdots. This is very interesting to me. He just posted it now. So look at that, right? Let me just see the stream there. So this is from Microdots from Brian Albert. So shout out Microdots. January 29th. So outgoing call, Brian Higgins, incoming, Brian Higgins outgoing. Does 1, 5, 6 minutes, basically 2 minutes, 6 minutes, 12 minutes, a minute with Kevin Albert, Chief Berkowitz, twice there, Gemma Kay, blah, blah, blah. Right? This is interesting to me, right? Because this guy, Brian Higgins, the day before, made it all the way to New York and back, did not charge his phone at any point. He went through the night without charging his phone. He went to bed, did not charge his phone. He got woken up at 6:30, 6:45, he says. So he's not had any chance to charge his phone. He's making all these calls in the morning. Where does he charge his phone? I can tell you now, my iPhone would, in all that time, would probably need 2, if not 3 charges. Because imagine he was texting, and he said himself on the stand, there were more than just these calls, which means, well, again, your battery drains. Every time you make a call, it drains. So if you're searching, you're phoning and stuff like that, where do you charge it? So, which makes the whole thing of him taking it to bed even more preposterous. And it's old, which means it's going to drain it even more. Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was smoking or not. But yeah, round 2, Jackson v. Albert, let's fucking go, yes. Jonathan said if they are smart, they will pretend not to know anything since someone else is already on trial for his death. Yeah, if they were smart. I mean, I just think, I don't know, I might be the only one that I thought that. Yeah, Mike TB says he was in Maps, he was traveling. Hey, we also know they like to, these guys, they probably like to look at nudes and stuff like that as well. So they're probably Googling porn sites and stuff like that. I'm only joking with that, but because of obviously the trooper was Googling nude, trying to look for nudes of Karen. That's why I say that. So that's a bit, bit far-fetched by me. But not once does he charge it. There's a complete BS coming from me for that. I'm sorry. Does anyone know if Bev can give Jax a time limit? Technically, she can give a time limit anytime she wants, technically. Shop mum. But it would be bad practice. I check out the hub while I'm driving to get it. I would be surprised a bit. She can, shop mum, but hey Sherry, I'm watching this on delay as I just go home, but this guy is shady as fuck. 100%. So now, would she do it? Do you know what, shop mum? I don't. I think she'd be running risk of something there. So we just watched I just didn't watch it. There's a trial in Arizona where the judge limited the defense to, I think it's the lead investigator said you only got 5 minutes. That's it. So they can do it, but if you do it, wow. So what she tends to do is limit the questions. If she thinks that you've got your point across, she's like, move on. That's what she's more inclined to do, I think. If she's going to put time restrictions in, it's more towards Lally. Now, introducing it now is bad, but if she introduces it when the defense are in, I wonder if Brian is eating his own words for lunch. Yes. I mean, I think he thought it'd be done by now. I thought it'd be done by now as well, to be fair. But so yeah, she can put time limits on, but it'd be massively frowned upon if she did do that, and very prejudicial, I think, especially now. As I say, I don't sometimes mind when she says, right, just move on, you got your point. I don't mind that as much, because I was looking, Jessica for the Fallen, whatever it is called, was saying that the jury at times looked a bit like move on. And I'm not sure if that meant towards Jackson, where sometimes they're just like, we get your point, just move on. So, you know, there are times where I think they could probably save time and just go, the jury get it, you know. So we'll see. If she introduces time limits when the defense present their case in chief, then I will be pissed. Because the person that needs time limits is Lally. What, if anything, was the weather like outside? So, James says, and Boston has a reputation for dirty, lying cops. Hard to believe. I know. I don't know Boston well. Well, my experience of Boston has been Barstool Sports, the Patriots, the Bruins. I've met a ton of lovely, great people. And then this, you know, Karen Retrial. R23H, thank you very much. So happy for you, Dylan. Your channel growth has been a rapid one. You and Sean make a great team. I hope you both get to meet in person one day. Yeah, I hope so. Yes, it's going well. But we'll see what happens after Karen's case. You know, we had the Krieger trial. We were like 100 odd viewers, and now this one, obviously, a couple of hundred. When Sean's here, normally you get 400, but when Sean's not here, we tend to slip down a lot. But still really happy with the numbers. Very happy. So thank you, R23H. I agree. So happy. Thank you very much, Truth Seeker. Well, it's a case of hopefully people stick around after this. That's half the battle, is you get subscribers and then, you know, they're not trial watchers. So once the trial's done, they're done. You know, that's half the battle, to try and retain people. But we'll see. The Party was set in Boston. Fine movie. Yeah, it's a good movie. The birthday boy himself, Dennis. Sweetie, I did say happy birthday to you. I sent a super chat into Tom, but he didn't see it. Wishing you happy birthday this morning as well. $5, but he didn't see it. I do. Honestly, I love the people of Boston. I really do. I think I've not met one. Okay. When I say this, I mean people I speak to and stuff, but I have met one person I don't dislike. It's back on. This is live. Oh, fuck. Okay, hang on, because I got it live. Wow, which one have you got? Because I only see fans everywhere. Let me refresh everything then. Core TV is not back on. CBS Boston is not on. NBC 10 is not on. Boston 25 is not on. No. Oh, which one are you on, Wendy? Because I ain't got it, Wendy. No, nothing there. NBC 10 just has a fan. Boston 25. No, nothing in Boston 25. I don't know where you... I haven't got it. Wendy. Here we go. Now it's back. It's all good. But you confused with me, Wendy. It's all good. Wendy. Fuck. It wasn't you, Eliza. It wasn't this time.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court is back in a second.
Happy day, Shelley. Thank you, Shelley.
You are muted. So, Mr. Jackson, if I had realized that you only had a couple of questions left, we would not have taken the break when we did. So,
May I proceed?
please.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to address a couple of quick things that we talked about a little bit earlier, the September 22nd, 2022 date. Recall that date?
Yes.
That's the date that you indicate that you believe you got rid of your phone or turned your phone in for an upgrade.
Yes.
Did you watch the proceedings that on this case, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, on September 22nd, 2022?
No.
You were not aware that that was the first date that I appeared on this case? It was nationally televised?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you aware that hearing date of September 22nd, 2022 was a televised hearing?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you know about the hearing date of September 22nd, 2022?
I didn't know anything about it.
Knew nothing about it?
No.
Let me ask you a different question. This is going to dovetail into an earlier conversation you and I had concerning statement that you gave to in June of 2023 to the other hearing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm fumbling the language a little bit, but you understand the hearing that I'm talking about.
Yes.
You had indicated a little bit earlier in my questioning that you did not recall saying something to the effect of, yeah, it's only possible that it was me who answered the phone. You remember saying that? That you didn't recall that?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, there's a highlighted portion of that transcript. If you just take a look at that, and when you finish reviewing it, just look up at me and let me know.
Yes, I got.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Albert, did that refresh your recollection as to the colloquy that you had with someone questioning you about this issue in June of 2023?
Yes.
And in fact, you testified as follows. Question, can you just but then you?
Objection, Your Honor, as far as the reading.
As far as what?
Reading from the transcript, he's asked him if his memories are fresh.
All right, so go ahead and ask him a question. Don't read from the transcript.
Did you in fact say in answer to the question, if it's not your wife and it's not your dog, who else is it possible on earth to answer this phone? Answer, yeah, it's only possible that it's me. Did you say that?
Yes.
Just before the break, I was asking you about those, as you indicated, many phone calls that you traded between and among your family members and friends, including Brian Higgins. You recall that?
Yes.
Were those many calls an effort to get your stories straight about how you were going to, what statements you were going to give to law enforcement, and how were you going to testify if this case ever went to trial?
No, absolutely not.
Were those calls, or those many calls, an effort to coordinate narratives between you and your friends and your family?
No.
Were those many calls in any way discussing the fact of creating a story of mysterious butt dials?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You were asked some questions about the week prior to being at the waterfall. At some point, you were at the hillside, correct?
Yes.
You were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, I was not.
And same with respect to the waterfall on January 28th, you were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, they came unrelated to anything I was doing.
And you were shown some video from the waterfall from January 28th, in which you were speaking at a sort of section of the table, correct?
Yes.
And was the defendant the only person in that section of the table?
No.
There were other people around her, behind her, is that correct?
Yes, it looked like there were other people at the table as well as situated right behind where she was sitting.
And those other people around her or behind her, those are people that you knew far better on January 28th than the defendant?
Yes, those are my relatives and friends, and that's why I was at that location.
You were asking questions about going over to Ms. McCabe's house later on in the afternoon of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Why did you go over there?
I went to Jen's house because she's my sister-in-law. She was going through an awful time that morning, as we all were. And I wanted to be there to comfort her if she needed anything. Because we're so close, I didn't want her to feel like this was too much for her to handle.
Again, how long have you known Ms. McCabe?
I've known Jen since she was probably 6 or 7 years old. She's like a sister to me.
Now, at your home on the January 28th and the January 29th, when people came back after the waterfall, did you at any point in time go into the basement area of your home?
No,
Did Brian Higgins at any time go into the basement area of your home?
not that I know of.
Did you see anyone go into the basement area of your home during the time that you were there after coming home from the waterfall?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your dog, Chloe, in that she wasn't great with strangers. What exactly did you mean by that?
All I meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate with strangers. She was a heavy dog. Not everybody likes dogs. So if there's going to be people at the house that don't know the dog, they might not particularly want her around them.
Were you more concerned about the people in the house that didn't know Chloe, or were you more concerned about Chloe herself?
The people in the house. Never has the dog, to my knowledge, been aggressive to anybody except for the time that there was a fight between two dogs.
Now, you were shown in Exhibit 66 that was sort of a drawing of your house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And had you ever seen that prior to today?
No.
And do you recall specifically within the drawing or the artist's rendering of your house, there were certain lights on around the garage and the front door?
I did notice that, yes.
And do you recall whether or not those lights were on when you came home from the waterfall on January 29th?
I don't recall, but oftentimes those lights are off, and sometimes the bulbs don't even work in them.
And when Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom sometime after 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Yes.
That was following a day in which you woke up in New York City and went to a funeral, is that correct?
Yes, I went to a funeral that morning in New York.
And that was for a fallen police officer from the New York City Police Department?
Yes, a police officer in New York that had been murdered while on duty, and that was his funeral.
And did you know that police officer whose funeral you attended?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Now, with reference to, you then drive all the way home from New York to Massachusetts, correct?
Yes.
And you went out to a couple of different places, had a couple of drinks, correct?
Yes.
And then went back to your home and went to bed sometime around 2 a.m. or so?
Yes, after 2.
And so about how long had you been asleep from the time that you dozed off to the time that Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom that morning?
Only a few hours, probably 3-4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Now, in relation to waking up that morning, you testified that you did not go outside, correct?
Yes.
And why not?
Initially, when I woke up and I was told what was going on out front, I looked out my window and I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John? And Jen said that he was...
Sustained. Next question.
What was your understanding of where Mr. O'Keefe was when he came downstairs?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
In reference to when you came downstairs, what was your understanding of medically what was going on outside?
Objection.
The objection system.
Was there any reason for you to go outside of your house at that time?
No, there was not. At that time, there was no victim out in front of my house. So there was no first aid for me to give. There was nothing I could do.
You were asking questions about the sort of bulkhead in the back of your house, correct?
Yes.
Where is that bulkhead in relation to the bay windows of the kitchen that you were testifying about?
So the bulkhead door is directly under the bay windows in the kitchen. The bulkhead door opens up almost directly into the windows, obviously without hitting them, but it opens up into the front of the bay windows.
What you saw as far as that video that was shown to you, that's not what the bulkhead looked like. That's not what the door looked like at that time on January 28th or 29th, 2022.
No, those are not the doors we had.
And as far as the bulkhead was concerned, when that bulkhead was opened around that time, what, if any, kind of noise would that bulkhead make?
A loud creaking, old rusty metal sound when you opened it.
Is that something that if it was open and you were in the kitchen area, you could hear?
Yes.
Now, in reference to that bulkhead, what, if any, security or what, if, was it open? Was it locked? How was that left?
So the bulkhead door was shut and it was broken. So sometimes you could turn the middle thing to lock it, and sometimes it would be hard to do. But the wooden door that goes into the basement has a lock on the doorknob. That is a door that we keep locked because we don't use it.
Now, as far as from the bulkhead, you were shown in that video a gate that opens up to the front yard area of the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other gates are located on the fence in your backyard?
So we also have a gate on the rear part of the fence. And there's also a gate on the opposite side of the house.
And the gate in the rear area of the fence, where does that lead to?
So that leads to some woods, and then eventually you'll hit some train tracks.
Now, with respect to your phone, that was something that you had upgraded prior to any notification you received from the district attorney's office or anything in relation to preserving your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that, as far as the information contained within the phone, there are certain types of information. Are you familiar with being sort of backed up by the cloud?
Yes.
Would that include calls?
It could.
Could that also include text?
Yes.
Could that include photos?
Yes.
Could that include contacts?
Yes.
And the information that you were shown as far as certain call logs or call records, as far as you know, was that generated after that September of 2022 date?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the preservation, that was in regard to a motion the council had filed for your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware of a judge's order denying that repeatedly as far as them gaining access to your physical phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, it was denied on multiple occasions.
I'll strike the multiple occasions.
You were asked some questions about boxing, correct?
Yes.
And the boxing that you did, that was in relation to a group associated with the Boston Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you were involved in any kind of actual boxing match?
close to 20 years ago.
Now, with respect to some of the training that you were talking about, with respect to the Boston Police Department, you were given some training as far as defensive tactics, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that something that is standard, that is sort of given and administered to every Boston police officer?
Yes, and within the academy, you go to the defensive tactics training.
And that would include John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your house, where you used to live, 34 Fairview Road, What, if anything, did you observe or notice with reference to cell phone reception in that area of your home?
So oftentimes, using the phone within my house, it seemed like it was it's a slang term, the dead zone for the phone. The reception wasn't great.
And is that something that recurred over the time that you lived there?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the phone and prior to the intimate moment that you shared with your wife sometime after 2 a.m., do you recall whether or not the phone screen was locked at that time? Were you checking that at that particular time?
I don't recall the exact timing, but I know it was opened sometimes and then it was closed, obviously, at some point, but I don't know the exact timing.
So the phone may not have been locked at the time that you began that situation with your wife?
It may not have been.
With reference to the call logs or phone records that you were shown, best of your memory, is that the entirety of the phone calls that you made around that time?
No, it looks like it's selective people and numbers.
And with respect to those conversations, if you recall, what, if anything, in general terms, were you discussing with either those people in the logs or other people in general?
In general, I'm sure there was some discussion about the awful thing that had taken place, and there may have been other calls unrelated as well.
Can I have one moment, John?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, on the early morning of January 29th, 2022, did John O'Keefe ever come into your house that night?
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in, and I wish they had. I really do.
Were you ever even aware that John O'Keefe or the defendant were anywhere in the area of your house during that early morning of January 29th?
I was not.
I have nothing further on.
Very briefly.
Okay.
So you talked about cell phone reception not being good in your house. When did you and Mr. Lally talk about that cell phone reception issue?
The what?
Cell phone reception issue in your house.
It came up during one of the preps.
Which prep?
I don't remember which prep, probably the last one.
I thought you only had one prep with Mr. Lally.
Well, we had the prep before the grand jury, and then I had the prep for this trial.
Okay, so
that's two.
So you brought up the fact that you had bad cell phone reception in that preparation?
The conversation came up, yes.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I don't recall if he was taking notes.
Was this recorded?
I don't believe so.
And where did you say this conversation took place?
So the prep was at the district attorney's office, which is in Canton.
This morning when I asked you, you said you couldn't quite remember where it took place.
You're right. I couldn't remember this morning.
And I asked you, could it have been the DA's office, and now your memory is refreshed?
Yes.
What refreshed your memory between this morning and now?
I was just thinking about it in my head and reminded myself that it was the DA's office. You caught me off guard when you had asked me. I didn't have it at the top of mind.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally over the lunch hour?
Briefly.
Bring up the fact that the bad cell reception in your house over the lunch hour?
Just now, no.
What did you talk about over the lunch hour?
Just how much time I was going to have left on the stand. That was really about it.
So you and Mr. Lally talked about the fact that you've been on cross-examination for 2.5 hours, and the conversation consisted of, you probably got another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think he was going to lunch or doing something, so.
So you didn't talk about the substance of your testimony?
No.
He didn't tell you what questions he was going to ask you on redirect?
Maybe mentioned one thing he may ask me, but that was it.
Like, what was that?
Just he was going to ask about what happened at the house in the morning. That's, some of the questions on redirect. That's all.
Meaning he was going to ask you the question about whether or not John came in the house?
No, not necessarily.
He was going to ask you about whether or not you had bad cell reception in the house?
No.
What was he going to ask you?
He was going to ask about the morning of the incident, about coming downstairs and why I didn't go outside.
Did he tell you what he thought would be helpful for the Commonwealth?
Nope.
Did he tell you how he thought you should answer that question?
No.
He did ask you about a situation concerning the motion to preserve, correct?
No.
I'm sorry. He asked you on redirect about the motion.
Oh, yes, yes,
And he mentioned that there was a motion that had been denied for the defense to get access to your physical phone, right?
yes,
You're aware that that motion was denied in October of 2022, correct?
yes,
You had already gotten rid of your phone a month earlier, hadn't you?
yes.
And the preservation order from the judge was still in place when you got rid of that phone, wasn't it?
No, I believe the phone was upgraded prior to the preservation order.
Oh, right. The day before.
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Albert, you are all set, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll call Brian Albert Jr. to the stand.
Okay.
Why Brian Albert Jr.? He needs a quick win, probably. What a load of tosh.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the papers that were left up there with the last witness, I don't think are marked as anything. I just return them to counsel.
Step right up here. There's a bunch of stuff. May stand and face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Hey, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Albert Jr., and it's Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live currently in Norwood, MA.
And how long have you lived in Norwood?
I believe since I think it's about a year, since last May.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live before?
I lived in Canton,
And where specifically in Canton?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long was it, sir, that you lived at 34 Fairview?
I'm going to guess, but I'm going to say maybe about 10 years.
And how old are you now, sir?
I'm 25.
And with respect to both where you live in Norwood and where you live in Canton,
Mhm.
if anyone did you live both?
Well, when I lived in Canton, I lived at one point with my 4 siblings, but then some of them moved out. And then in Norwood now, it's basically just me and my parents, and 2 of my siblings are at school. So they come home in the summer and stuff.
And by your parents, your father's name is Brian Albert as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And your mother's name is Nicole?
Yes.
Now, you work, sir?
Yeah, I do. I work in IT.
And how long have you been doing that?
That job will be a year, maybe a year in August, I believe.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the time frame of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that specific time frame?
Yes, I do.
And with the 28th and the 29th, do you know roughly what days of the week that was?
Maybe a Friday and a Saturday, I believe.
And with respect to 28th or the 29th, what, if any, significance do those dates have?
Yeah, so the 29th is my birthday. The 28th was the day before my birthday, obviously. So I had a few friends over for my birthday.
And do you recall how old you were turning on the 29th, 2022?
That was what, 2 years ago? So I'd be 23, I think. Yeah, 23.
Now, in the week leading up to that weekend, what, if any, plans did you have with respect to sort of the night before and the night of it?
Yeah. So I was kind of up in the air. I didn't know if I wanted to go out. I'm kind of a homebody person. I like to stay at home. So I was kind of up in the air. So my plan was to have some of my friends over to my house. We would eat, have a couple of drinks, and then I would decide then if I wanted to go out locally in Canton or not. So that was my plan. And then a few days before, that's when we found out that the snowstorm was actually going to happen, because you know how they always say it's going to snow and it never does. So then that kind of threw a wrench in it, but I was kind of like, well, we'll see what happens. And so we went along with the plan.
And that particular evening of January 28th, that's, at some point, people came over your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And about what time was it that your friends first started coming over?
I would say my friends first arrived probably around 7:30 p.m.
And who were the first of your friend group that came to your house that night?
The first two were Sarah and Julie.
And just for the record, Sarah's last name is what?
Levinson.
And Julie's last name is?
Nagel.
And with respect to them coming over to your house, was there anybody else from your household or your family or anybody else that was present when Sarah and Julie stopped by?
I believe when they first got there, my mom was still at the house. She hadn't left yet to go out where she was going.
Do you know where she was going that night?
I believe she was going to the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
You know who, if anyone, she was going there with?
Yes, she got picked up by my Aunt Julie.
Now, Ms. Levinson and Ms. Nagel, how long have you known them?
I've known them, I would say, since high school. I think I was a sophomore and they're a year older than me. They were a junior. So probably a good 7, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. Well, in between there.
And when they came over your house, what was it that you did?
Well, we were just hanging out. I had a few more friends who were on their way, so they came after. Probably around 8 o'clock, I would say, 8:15. They were there, and we were just all hanging out, listening to music. We ate some food. I think we played some card games. Just normal hangout stuff.
And over the course of this evening, did yourself and your guests, did you also have some alcohol?
No, yeah, people were drinking. Yeah.
Recall, generally speaking, what people were drinking?
Mostly like seltzers, like White Claws or Trulies and stuff like that.
Now, you mentioned that some other friends came about a half hour or so after Julie and Sarah arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who were they?
They are. Do you want their full names or?
Please.
Okay. They are Catherine Duty. Catherine Duty. Trying to think. Emily Fabiano. Courtney Alba. And I think that's it that I can recall as I sit here.
And with respect to those other friends, how did you know them? How long did you know them?
I knew everyone from school. We all went to high school together. So the other ones were in my grade. So we were closer friends because they were in my grade. So I've known them for a long time.
And just to be clear, when you say from school, you're talking about high school?
High school, yes.
You went to Canton High School, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Now, with respect to having your friends over your house, was where sort of within the house were you all sort of hanging out?
We would all just kind of hang out. Probably, I would say, and mostly in the dining room. The dining room and the kitchen were kind of like one big open space. So we would be like in the kitchen or the dining room. And sometimes I think we may have like walked into like the family room area, sat down for a little bit, but mostly it was just the dining room and the kitchen.
And the family room area, is that visible from the kitchen and dining room area?
There's a wall, but there is a doorway, door frame. So you can't see all of the family room, but you can see a good amount of it, yeah.
And as far as each of your prospective friends that you were testifying come over to your house that night, do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I don't know. None of them drove. I know that. So I would assume that they got dropped off by someone, but I don't know who.
So there wasn't like a pile of cars like out in front of your house at any point during the evening?
No, there wasn't.
Now, later on that evening, who, if anyone else, came by the house?
Well, my cousin Colin arrived at the house at some point. And then my mom and my dad and them came back from the waterfall back to the house at some point as well.
Now, with respect to your cousin Colin, his last name is Albert as well?
Yes.
How is he related to you?
He is my first cousin. He's my dad's brother's son.
And his father would be Christopher Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
He's older, younger?
Is Colin younger than me?
Yes.
Yes, he is.
About how old was Colin around this time?
maybe 17, I think.
So was he in high school around this time?
I would assume so, yes.
And if you recall, how was it sort of that Colin came over to your house that night? Did he reach out to you at any point? Did you reach out to him?
Yeah, I don't exactly recall how he knew. I don't know how he knew that I was at my house. But at some point he did call me and said, "Oh, are you still at your house?" And I said yes. And he said, "Do you mind if I come by?" And I said, "No, of course you're welcome to come by."
And with regard to earlier at your house, when you indicated that your mother went out to the waterfall, she went out with Julia, correct? And that's your aunt?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I asked you about 3 different questions.
No, it's all right.
As far as Colin is concerned, Julia is Colin's mother.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time it was that Colin came by the house?
I don't recall exactly. I would say maybe closer, maybe 10:45, 11 p.m.
And as far as the other people at the house, the women that you had over, did Colin know any of them that you knew of?
Yeah, Colin knew some of them just from being in the same town. And Colin's older brother is just 1 year older than me. So Colin's brother is in some of the grade of some of the girls, in the grade of some of the girls that were there. So that's how he knew them.
And just to be clear, Colin's older brother is also named Christopher Albert.
Yes.
And now when Colin came over to the house, as far as the things that you were describing before, as far as hanging out, is that essentially what continued after Colin's arrival?
Yeah, he was just another addition. We just were continuing to do the same stuff, hanging out.
Now, with respect to within the home, you've mentioned sort of the kitchen, the dining area, and the family room. Were there any other areas of the house that anybody went to during the course of the evening?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, there's a bathroom, but it's just off the kitchen. So I assume it's the bathroom. But that's really it. We didn't go anywhere else than that first floor area.
So mainly in the first floor, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see anybody at any time go down to the basement?
No.
Did you see anybody at any time go upstairs?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You mentioned that at some points, your parents and some people that were at the waterfall came to your house. Is that right?
Yes. So first a group of my friends had left my house. And I think that was probably around, they were only there for a few minutes while Colin was there. So I would say probably around 11:10, a few select people left the house to go home. So at that point, it was just me, Colin, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson at the house until my parents arrived.
And so Courtney, Catherine, and Emily would have left at some point shortly after Colin arrived.
Yes.
And when your parents came home, if you recall, what was sort of the order of, do you recall about what time that was?
I would say that would be right around midnight, I would say, maybe 12:05, 12:10-ish in that area.
And just turning back to Colin for a second, do you recall, do you know how Colin came to be at your house?
Like how he was dropped, like if he was dropped off?
Yeah, yes. Did you know whether or not he drove there, was dropped off there, similar to the other people that you were talking
Well, I know he didn't drive there, but I would assume he got dropped off. He didn't say how he got there, though.
Right, so we'll strike, you don't know how we got there.
Okay, yeah.
And as far as the order of people that arrived back at your home, who were the first people to arrive back at your home from the waterfall?
The first people to arrive were my mom, my dad, my sister Caitlin, and my dad's friend Brian Higgins.
And prior to that evening of January 28th, had you met Mr. Higgins before?
I don't recall ever meeting him. I could have met him in passing, but I don't ever formally remember meeting him, no.
Do you recall ever seeing him at your house at Fairview Road prior to that?
I don't think he'd ever been there that I have saw, no.
And as far as Colin was concerned, when your parents and your sister and Mr. Higgins arrived, when, in relation to that, when did Colin leave the house?
Colin was actually getting up and leaving as they were coming into the house.
And similar to, do you know how Colin left your house or how he, whether or not he drove or was picked up or anything?
Yeah, he was sitting at the table and I was actually sitting right next to him and he stood up and said, "I'm leaving, Allie's picking me up." And so I knew who Allie was because she's my cousin.
And what is Allie's last name?
McCabe.
And she's your cousin as well, is that correct?
Yes.
She Colin Albert's cousin?
She's not Colin's cousin. No, she's my cousin on my mom's side.
And so Colin would be a cousin on your father's side?
Yes.
And following your father, your mother, your sister, and Mr. Higgins' arrival at the home, where did they sort of congregate within the home?
In the same area that we were, in the dining room, in the kitchen area. My mom got home and I know she went right to cleaning because she likes to clean. So she was in the kitchen picking up. And yeah, we were all just in that one area.
And following their arrival back at the home, who, if anyone else, showed up at your home that particular evening?
And then I would say maybe 10 minutes later, my auntie JJ, well, her name is Auntie Jen, but I call her JJ, and Uncle Matt arrived at the house.
Your Auntie JJ and your Uncle Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And was that, their arrival, was that before or after Colin had left?
Colin had already left at that point, yes.
And so the alley that Colin was picked up by, what, if any, relationship does she have to your Auntie JJ and your Uncle Matt?
That's their daughter.
Now, throughout the course of the evening, well, let me ask you this, as far as when was it that the last person who didn't live at your house on Fairview Road, when was it that the last person?
The last, I wouldn't know I couldn't tell you the time. Well, the last people to leave were Auntie JJ, Uncle Matt, Sarah, and Julie. I don't know exactly what time that would be. I can't even guess. I don't know.
And you mentioned your sister, Caitlin, is that?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I was just thinking of her as my sister, like sibling. So she didn't live in the house. So she was the last person to leave.
And prior to her leaving is when your Auntie JJ, Uncle Matt, and
yes, yeah.
So with respect to after your Aunt JJ and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived at the house, who, if anyone else, came by the house that you were aware of?
No one.
Well, let me ask it this way. As far as anybody else following them actually physically come into the house?
No one else came into the house after them, no.
And at some point, were you made aware of someone out in front of you?
I saw someone outside of the house, yes, a car.
And what was it that sort of drew your attention to the front area of the house?
Yeah, so at some point, my friend Julie stood up and said, "Oh, my brother's outside." Her brother was there to pick her up. And someone made a comment saying, "Oh, no."
Not what they said, what happened as a result.
Okay. She went outside to talk to her brother. And so I looked out the window at that point, and she was outside talking to her brother. So his truck was there, and I saw another car there as well.
And with respect to your friend Julie Nagel, her brother, what is his name?
His name's Ryan Nagel.
And if you recall the time that Julie gets up and goes outside to talk to her brother, where were you within the house?
I was still sitting at the dining room table.
And with regard to that area of the dining room table, how was it that you were able to see out in front of the house?
There's two windows there. So I just turned around and looked through the blinds.
And when you looked through the blinds, what is it that you saw out in front of your house at that time?
Yeah, so I saw a truck, which was Julie Nagel's brother's truck, I believe. And that was a little ways, almost like in front of the driveway of the house. And then a little ways in front of it, there was another car that I hadn't recognized before. It was a dark SUV-ish. And that's all I knew about it and could see about it.
Now, similar to yourself, who, if anyone else from sort of the group of people, either in the kitchen or in the house, could you observe near a window or a door that was looking on that?
I believe my Uncle Matt McCabe noticed the car outside as well.
And with respect to the dark SUV that you didn't recognize and what you thought was Julie Nagel's brother Ryan's truck, was there anything in between the truck and the dark SUV that you saw outside?
Not to my knowledge, I didn't see anything, no.
And as far as the weather, when you looked outside, what, if anything, did you know about the weather?
It was definitely snowing. I wouldn't know how many inches, but I would say an inch or two of snow at that point.
With regard to being out in front of your house, those two vehicles, do you recall which direction they were facing?
Yeah, they were both facing, going up Fairview towards Cedar Crest. So whatever this is, I don't know.
Well, let me ask it probably in a better way. As far as what was facing towards your house, was that the driver's side or the passenger side?
Oh, that would have been the passenger side.
And that's with respect to both vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time during the time that these vehicles were out in front of your house, do you recall hearing anything or any sort of noises coming from the front of your house that drew your attention?
No, I didn't hear anything, no.
And as far as looking out the windows and seeing these vehicles in front of your house, how many times did you look out?
I believe I looked at that one time, and then I think I looked out one more time after that.
And as far as your friend Julie, if you know about how long was she out in front of your house at that time?
I would say not more than 5 minutes, more likely about 3 or 4 minutes she was outside.
And when did you see her outside in relation to the truck as well?
Yeah, I saw her at the passenger door of the truck.
Now, that vehicle that you observed that you didn't recognize, the darker black SUV, was that vehicle in one place or more than one place during the times that you looked out the window and saw?
Yeah, so the first time I looked, I would say it was closer towards the mailbox, maybe a little bit in front of the mailbox. And then the second time, the last time I looked out the window, it had moved further down, closer to, I'll say, the flagpole. So closer that way, it went down that way, towards the flagpole.
So closer to there's an area in the front of your yard where there's flagpoles, is that right?
Yes.
Now, as far as when it moved, as far as the weather and the snow was concerned, could you see anything in relation to the roadway in behind the SUV as it once it had moved from that initial position to the following position by the flagpole?
Yeah, I had noticed just some tracks in the snow, indicating that the car had moved up.
Now, your friend Julie, did she take that ride home with her brother Ryan at that time?
No, she came back in the house.
And as far as your friends, Julie and Sarah, that were still at the house when people from the waterfall came home, do you know how they happened to go home on that particular evening?
Yes, my aunt, JJ McCabe and Matt McCabe drove them home.
And do you have any idea about what time that was?
No, I'm not really. I'd be guessing. I would say maybe one something, maybe.
Now, with respect to your sister, Caitlin, who you indicated was the last person to leave the home that evening, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you awake or downstairs?
I don't know if I was downstairs when she actually left, but I was down there for a minute when she was the last one present at the house with my mom.
And do you know how she was leaving the house that night or how she was getting home?
Yeah, I believe her boyfriend was picking her up.
What's her boyfriend's name?
Tristan Morris.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the following morning. At some point you go to bed. Do you know about what time it was that you went to bed?
I would say, I don't know, late 1, early 2 o'clock in the morning.
And your bedroom is in the second floor of the house, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to, how many bedrooms are up on the top floor? Or what?
4, I believe.
And with respect to your bedroom, where was that in relation to the layout of the house?
My bedroom would have been the middle back of the house. So I had 2 windows, but they were in the backyard of the house. So the middle, but the back side.
So the 2 windows that from your bedroom face the backyard area?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time after you went up to your room, same question as before, were there any noises or anything that drew your attention outside of the home at any point prior to your waking up?
No, I didn't hear anything.
And if you know about what time was it that you woke up later on that morning in the 29th?
I can't recall the exact time. I'd say maybe, I know previous testimony I may have said earlier, but I don't believe it was that early. I would say 7:30, 8 a.m.
What was it that woke you up that morning?
My dad had knocked on my door.
And without anything specifically that you guys talked about, following that conversation, where did you go?
I just threw on some clothes and I went downstairs into the main first floor of the house.
When you came downstairs into the main first floor area of the house, who, if anyone, did you see?
Yeah, so when I went down there, it was my mom, my dad, my auntie Jen, and my uncle Matt.
And about how long were you down in that area of the house?
I would say the first time I went down there, I would say I was down there for maybe 15 minutes or so.
You say the first time you went down, were there subsequent times after that?
Well, yes, I went back up into my room after I was down there the first time, and then I came back downstairs. And at that point, there was no one there besides me and my parents.
And that second or subsequent time that you came downstairs that morning, do you know about how long it was after the first time?
I would say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe.
Now, with respect to your birthday, as far as what, if any, sort of ritual or thing do you have with regard to your Aunt Jefe?
Oh, yes. So my aunt likes to get me donuts. It started, I don't even know, probably when I was like in middle school. Because I used to really like donuts. So every birthday she would give me six donuts in a box, in a card. And that was just our ritual. She would bring it over every day, every time it was my birthday.
And did you get those, as far as the donuts and the card and everything, at some point on that particular morning?
Yes, I believe that when I went downstairs the first time, the donuts and the card were there already. So I had known that she had come by and dropped them off for me.
Did you physically actually see your Aunt Julie on that particular morning?
No, I didn't see her then.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you a series of four photographs. I just asked you to look at those yourself. And then look up what you think.
Okay.
And just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, this is my old residence.
Old residence at 3450 Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like around that time?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call multiple seat to introduce and admit as the next board exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 70 through 73 now. Thank you.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor? Just a place to clear what now been marked as exhibit 71, 72.
Okay.
Hold on, those for a second. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that those three photographs be published in succession.
Okay.
Is that right? And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have, I believe it's 2592. So what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you, as I believe it should be exhibit 71 probably?
Yes, that's the same.
And again, just for the record, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
Now, before I get into the photograph, there is one other question that I need to ask as far as with respect to the sort of tenor and demeanor of that evening. How would you describe sort of from when your friends were there to the time that the folks came back from the waterfall? How was sort of the mood within that?
Cheerful, fun. Everyone was having a great time.
Any fights, any arguing, any tension, anything else that you noted of note with regard to that?
No, not at all.
And I believe, sir, there should be a laser pointer on the desk there in front of you, the button on top.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a question about it with respect to the pictures.
Okay.
Now, with regard to the front area of your house, at 34 Fairview Road when you live there, there's basically two doors on the front of the house, correct?
Yes.
And if you could just use that laser pointer and direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe each of those two.
Okay. So this would be the first door right here, and this is the second door.
And the first door sort of further away from the driveway, is that sort of the front door area of the home?
Yes, that's the front door.
And the other door, where does that lead?
The side door leads just right into the family room.
And as far as around this time, January, or on this evening, if you recall, where were people sort of coming in and going out of their house?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you specifically. I think some people use both doors.
And what we're calling sort of the front door area, actually, I'm sorry, that's sort of one closer to the garage leads into the living room, is that correct?
Yes.
And so the front door further away from the garage, where does that lead?
That's like a foyer area, and then if you take a right, it leads you to the dining room, kitchen, and then you keep going into the family room.
Now, if you don't take a right and go into the kitchen and the dining room, and then sort of into the family room, you just sort of go straight, where does that lead?
Well, you can't really go straight. If you walk in a little ways to the left, there's a set of stairs that go upstairs, and you can go straight a little bit, and then to your left again, there's stairs that go downstairs into the basement.
Now, in addition to you, your mother, your father, did, around the time of January 2022, did you have a pet as well?
Yeah, we had a dog, Chloe.
Well, the dog named Chloe?
Yes.
But how long at that point had you had Chloe?
We had her for a few years. I don't know exactly how many years, but a few years.
Now, on that night, specifically of January 28th leading into the 29th, did you do anything as far as letting Chloe out of the bathroom or anything like that?
Yeah, sorry. So the dog was actually upstairs in my parents' bedroom. She likes to sleep up there and stay up there. So she was upstairs when my friends were downstairs. And at one point, after my dad came home, it was asked if someone let the dog out. And I said, sorry, I forgot, because it was my responsibility, because I was the only one home. So he went upstairs to get the dog, got the dog, brought her downstairs, let her outside.
And so when someone would let Chloe outside around this time, so can you describe that process as far as would it be a leash or just let her out, or how would that?
Yeah, so we had a fenced-in backyard, so we just kind of let her through the back door and open the door, and she was able to run around out back.
Whoever let her out, would they typically sort of stay at the back door while she was out?
Yeah, we stay around the kitchen area, yeah.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photo up on the screen, 2593. So the next exhibit would be number 72. Is that what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you, sir?
Yes.
Now, if you could, with regards to this photograph, you were mentioning something about a flagpole in the area of your front yard. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Using that laser pointer, you could direct the jury's attention to where that is.
Right here.
Now, with respect to this photograph that's up on the screen right now, this Nagel's brother Ryan, where was, if you could direct the jury's attention to where was about to observe that?
He would have been more this way, so the photo doesn't show you all, but he would have been more in front of the driveway over here.
And that first time that you looked out the window, where was the darkest?
I believe that was right around the mailbox area, right about right here.
And then again, if you could direct your attention to the second time that you looked out and the SUV had moved, where had it moved?
It was more down this way on the side of the road.
Now, if you could, as far as the windows that you're talking about in the kitchen area that you were looking out of, you see those in this photograph as well?
Oh, yes, I do.
If you could direct your attention to where you see those.
Those are about right. Those two right there.
Thanks.
Yep.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the last photograph from that set. Again, what's up on the screen here is what you have for you now.
Yes.
And again, this is another photograph of the front area of your home, taken around the time of January 2020, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the flagpole in this particular area, that's off the sort of the left center of the screen, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in between the time that you saw that dark SUV that you didn't really recognize in the area of the mailbox and then further down, you see it at any other points moving along?
No, I just caught it as it had already moved. By the time I looked out the window, I noticed that it had moved up.
And facing the same direction, is that correct?
Yes.
Same passenger side door that was facing your house?
Yeah.
And as far as the dark SUV was concerned, at any point in time did you look out and not see the dark SUV?
No, I didn't look out the window again.
So for the rest of the evening, you didn't look out the window?
No.
Now, in reference to the time that expired between the time that you saw it in the area of the mailbox and the time that you saw it over by the flagpole, do you have any idea how long period of time that was?
I would say probably within a couple minutes. It wasn't a long period of time that I looked out the window.
And as far as you know, your friend Julie, who had gone out to the pickup truck to talk to her brother Ryan, was she still outside around the time that you looked out the second time?
She could have been. I'm not sure if she was at that point, but she could have been.
And Ms. Gilman, you can take that. I have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
They moved, Darren.
Let me just ask just a couple of questions.
Okay.
With regard to that morning when you woke up, your father was at your door?
Yes.
As far as from what you could see of his person, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
On my father?
Yes.
Nothing.
Now, at that time, January 28th and January 29th, 2022, did you know anybody by the name John O'Keefe?
I knew of the name, but I didn't know him personally, no.
And when you say you knew of the name or you knew of him, how did you know?
I knew he was friendly with my auntie Jan McCabe, and his niece was friendly with my cousin Jen's daughter.
And as far as your cousins, as far as Miss McCabe's daughters, what if any sort of relationship did you have with them, specific to them, beyond sort of your other cousins?
Oh yeah, so for a while because there was 4 girls, so they always had like multiple sports going on and stuff. So I would drive them to and from practices or be there after school if JJ had to be somewhere. So I spent a good amount of time with them and basically babysitting, but more just driving around and stuff like that.
And through them, is that how you came to know Mr. O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee?
Yes.
And you gave her rides to places as well?
Yeah, occasionally when she would come back to the house after school, I'd drive her to CCD or whatever.
And had you ever met, to your recollection, John O'Keefe or anybody by the name of Karen Reed prior to January 28th?
John O'Keefe, no. I mean, he could have came into the house once when I was there at my aunt JJ's house. And we could have said hi, but I don't remember formally meeting him. And I never met Karen Reed either.
And on that evening, again, January 28th or the early morning of January 29th, beyond the people that you've already talked about, and specifically John O'Keefe or Karen Reed, did either of them at any point in time come inside your house while you were there that evening?
No, never.
Nothing further.
Miss Little, I'm just gonna hold you up 1 minute. I think we probably need spellings of the.
Yeah, we do. I don't know if I'm going to be the best speller, but I'll try. think that's good. That the first one's correct. You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Ms. Little. Thank you, Anna. Mr. Albert, the first time you ever spoke with anyone from the Massachusetts State Police, the Canton Police Department, or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office was on July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
That's a full 18 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
Yes.
Who was present for that?
I spoke with 2 troopers, I believe, and my lawyer.
Trooper Proctor was there?
Yes.
And this interview actually took place at your family's defense attorney's office, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objections.
This interview took place at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Your sister Caitlin Albert was also present, correct?
She was there for some time, but she wasn't when I was interviewing. She wasn't in the room with me. No.
And that was also the first time they had spoken with your sister as well about these events, correct?
Objection.
And to be clear, the Massachusetts State Police only interviewed you after you were called to testify before a grand jury.
Objection.
Separate proceeding, correct?
The objections.
I want to direct your attention to your testimony regarding your cousin, Colin Albert. You testified today that Colin Albert called you to come to the house, correct?
I believe so. He did. Yeah.
Do you recall some prior testimony in which you said that you all had exchanged Snapchats about what you were doing that night in the house?
No, I don't believe I said that. I said for him to know that I was at the house, he could have seen a Snapchat that I had sent, but he didn't ask me on Snapchat if he can come over. I said more of that he had could have seen a Snapchat saying that we were at my house. That's how he knew, because I didn't know how he knew that we were there.
You and your cousins frequently communicate on Snapchat, correct?
Occasionally here and there.
You actually have a cousin group chat on Snapchat, don't you?
Yeah, we do. An Albert cousin group chat.
Who else is on that Snapchat?
There's all my cousins, a lot of us, a good amount of my cousins.
Would that include you,
Yep.
Colin Albert,
Yep.
Allie McCabe?
No, she's not an Albert.
Do you have a group chat in which Allie McCabe is a member?
I believe we have a cousins on my mom's side group chat, yes. But she wouldn't be in that group chat with Colin, no.
Understood. And do you still have any of the messages you exchanged with your cousin on January 28th?
I don't know. Can you rephrase the question?
Do you have any of those Snapchat messages or other messages that you exchanged with your cousin Colin Albert on January 28th?
No, I'm not even sure if there was any messages. Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
Next.
I don't like his demeanor now. Don't like it at all. Heather Taylor, join the queue.
Mr. Albert, you testified that Colin arrived around 10:45 or 11 p.m., correct?
Today? I said that? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Who else was at the house when the clock struck sort of midnight as it became your birthday?
When it hit my birthday, it was just Colin, Julie, Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
Was there any sort of celebration for your birthday when the clock struck midnight?
No.
What were you guys doing?
We were just sitting there. Probably happy birthdays were exchanged, but it was nothing crazy. I'm not a big birthday person like that.
And where in the house were you guys at that point?
In the dining room area.
You testified that your parents and Brian Higgins arrived shortly after midnight with your sister, correct?
Yeah, I believe I said around 12:05, 12:10 in that area.
Describe what happened when they came into the house that night.
They all just walked in the door, and at that point, my cousin Colin was standing up to leave. They passed each other, said hi, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, you never actually observed Colin leave in a vehicle from 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't see with my eyes, no.
In fact, you said you only looked out the window 2 times that night, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Approximately what time did your dad go upstairs to get Chloe to take her out?
Well, that would have been like as soon as he got home. So around like a little after 12.
So would that have been before or after Colin sort of walked towards the door?
Colin had already already left at that point.
Where did your dad go?
He went upstairs into his bedroom where Chloe was there, brought her downstairs and went to the back door and let her out.
And you were asked by Mr. Lally if your father kind of stands by the door and waits for Chloe before he lets her in.
Yeah.
But you testified that he was just generally in the kitchen area, correct?
Yeah, the kitchen is by the back door.
But he's not standing by the door waiting for her. She's an off-leash dog. She can go out, do her business, and you can open the door sometime later, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
Could you say it again, please?
Your father wasn't standing by the door staring at Chloe the entire time that she was outside, correct?
No, I wouldn't. Not the whole time, no.
You testified earlier that Julie Nagel went outside to speak with her brother to indicate that she no longer needed the ride. Do you recall that testimony?
I'm not sure if I said that exactly, but yeah.
Can you describe sort of what you saw the first time you looked out the window?
I just saw a little in front of the driveway a little bit. I saw a truck. I saw my friend Julie at the passenger door. I suppose talking to the people in the truck. And a little ways up, I saw another dark SUV that I wasn't aware of.
And so you agree that there was nothing obstructing the view between the truck and the dark SUV, correct?
Well, not from my vantage point, no.
And the second time you looked out the window, the only difference you saw was that Ms. Reed's vehicle had pulled up, correct?
Well, I didn't know it was Miss Reed's vehicle, but the car that was there had moved up, yes.
And the truck was no longer there, correct?
The second time I looked out the window? That I'm not sure of.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your testimony
Sure.
from July 6, 2020, or sorry, May 18, 2023? May I put your honor?
Yes. So show Mr. Lally.
You could just look at this.
Okay.
And you can look up when your recollection is refreshed.
Okay, yep.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you testified to
Sure, yes.
on May 18th, 2023?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you said that the second time you looked out, you saw that there was a black SUV that had pulled forward,
Yes.
but the truck was no longer there?
Sure, it seems like I said that then, yes.
You also testified earlier that you saw tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Yep.
Where were those tracks?
Just along the side towards the driveway along this way, going up towards the flagpole.
And you viewed those tracks kind of leading up towards the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree that the visibility and lighting in front of the house was good enough that you were able to see tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Sure.
But you did not see a 220-pound man lying in the snow in your front yard, did you?
Objection.
Is that something that you saw, sir?
No, I didn't see that.
Who was in the house the second time that you looked out the window?
It would have been my mom, my dad, Brian Higgins, my sister, Julie, Sarah, Uncle Matt.
Mr. Albert, you testified on May 18th, 2023 in another grand jury, and you said, quote, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was still there. I know he left at some point." Do you recall that testimony?
I mean, I know he left my house at some point. I just don't know exactly when it was.
You were asked specifically at the time that you looked out the window, who was there? And you said, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was there."
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
Okay, if I said that, yes, because I was not sure. I'm still not sure that if he was there or not.
So you're not sure whether Brian Higgins was there when you looked out the window, correct?
No, I'm not sure.
You have no independent recollection as you sit here today where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window, correct?
No.
You also didn't recall Mr. Higgins ever saying goodbye to you or your group, correct?
I believe that's true. Yeah.
In fact, you actually testified before another grand jury on May 18th, 2023, that at some point Mr. Higgins just wasn't there anymore. I must have gone to the bathroom or something. I came back and I said, "Where did Higgins go?" And they said he left, correct?
Sure. Yes.
You also testified before that grand jury.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, yeah, I'm going to see a Sidebard. If you could bring that, please.
Well, but it's a grand jury. What's wrong with bringing that up about the grand jury? It's in evidence. What are you doing? Objection, Your Honor. Shut up, Lally. All the crap that you put in. I mean, that was great when she said that. So there was enough light there for you to see tire tracks in the road, aka you would have seen John's body lying in the snow, essentially. It's a masterclass. She's cooking. She's like, I'm cooking. She's cooking. Oh, shit.
When did your father leave in relation to Brian Higgins?
Leave? You mean like go upstairs, go to bed, or?
Leave your view.
He would have left after Brian Higgins had gone.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you weren't quite so sure about that when you testified on May 18th, 2023?
I don't know. You would have to show me.
Do you have a specific recollection of your father leaving after Mr. Higgins was gone?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he went upstairs after Brian Higgins left.
Mr. Albert, I'd like to show you. May I approach your end? Yes. I could direct your attention to my-
Right here? Okay, all right. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you told the grand jury, "I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs, because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there"?
Yes, I just said that here as well.
You don't have any specific recollection as you sit here today where your father was or where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window that night,
No,
correct?
no, that's not true. I know that my father was in the room with us. I'm saying I don't know when Brian Higgins left the house. And when Brian Higgins left the house, then my father went upstairs into his bedroom.
But what you actually said was, quote, "I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there," correct?
I see what you're saying. Yes, but I still say that my dad wouldn't have went upstairs until Brian Higgins left the house.
Right, and that's based on an assumption, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Because you weren't interviewed about this case until 18 months later, correct?
Yeah.
You did not personally observe your father go upstairs, correct?
No, I did. I watched him go up the stairs. I was in the kitchen. You can see the stairs right there.
Your testimony is you can see individuals walk upstairs in your house?
Depending on,
Kitchen?
yes, the dining room, from the dining room I meant.
There's actually a wall that kind of blocks the dining room to the stairs, correct?
Not if you're sitting at the two chairs with your back to the windows. If I was sitting in the long chair right here, the stairs would be right here. I could easily see through the doorway.
But as you sit here today, you don't know what time that happened, correct?
No, I don't know the time. No.
Mr. Albert, I'd like to direct your attention to the morning of January 29th.
Sure.
Can you describe sort of how you woke up that morning?
My dad just knocked on my door, and I woke up and opened the door.
You didn't hear any dog barking?
No,
You didn't see any emergency vehicles?
no,
Didn't hear any ambulances?
no,
Didn't hear any screaming outside?
no.
What did you do once you woke up?
I went downstairs.
Did you ever look out the window?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your grand jury testimony? from
Sure,
May 18th,
sure.
2023?
Thank you.
Tell Mr. Lally what page or something.
Slides 8 to 12.
Okay. Yep.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Sure. Yeah.
Why didn't you look out the window that morning?
Well, I say here that I just would give me anxiety to look out the window.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to look outside?
I'm just an anxious person, and I got overwhelmed. I think most people would be overwhelmed in that situation.
Did you say that this was kind of a new thing for you, for cops and police to be at the house?
Yeah, that's never happened before. I've never had cops at or near my house.
And it made you overwhelmed, correct?
Yeah, I get overwhelmed easy, so.
Mr. Albert, how many times did you discuss this case with members of your family before you spoke to the Massachusetts State Police on May 18th, 2023?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how many times.
Hundreds?
We talk about it pretty decent. I mean, considering, yeah.
What members of your family have you discussed this case with?
My parents, my sister, occasionally my aunt, JJ, and Uncle Matt.
Would you say it's been hundreds of conversations?
Well, I guess you can, I mean, you'd have to split it up and quantify what conversations were about the actual case and what conversations have been the harassment we faced since then.
And all of these discussions took place with you and members of your family prior to your interview with the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
And no, we've talked since then.
Continued to speak with them about this case
Not,
since your interview.
I don't know what you mean by this case. This case meaning the actual case at hand, or just the case about the harassment we faced?
I'm talking about what happened on January 28th and January 29th.
But there's really nothing to talk about those specifics, no, because we have nothing to say about that. We weren't part of it.
Mr. Albert, you looked out the window multiple times on January 29th, correct?
Twice, I think I said.
You never heard any sort of commotion outside.
No,
You never heard screaming, yelling, or the screech of brakes in the front yard.
no,
You never saw a 220-pound man in dark clothes in the white snow on your front lawn,
no,
but you did see those tire tracks.
I did.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
No redirect, Your Honor. No redirect.
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Albert, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Caitlin Albert to the stand.
found it interesting he went about harassment and stuff like that. We were being harassed and stuff. No one's mentioned any harassment except for him. And as soon as he said hundreds of times that they've discussed it, he looked at Lally and paused and changed his mind.
Step right up there and just watch your step for me. Step right up. Face the clerk.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
Go ahead, Mr. Rowley.
Thank you, Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Caitlin Albert, CAITLINALBERT.
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Easton,
And how long have you lived
about 3 years.
there? If anyone do you live there?
I live with Tristan Morris, my boyfriend.
And you and Miss Morris, about how long have the two of you been together?
Almost 8 years.
Now, prior to living in Easton, where was it that you lived before that?
I lived in Canton,
And specifically, where in Canton did you live?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long was it that you lived at 34 Fairview?
Geez, I lived there from about 2011 to 2021.
And that was a family home, is that right?
Yes.
And who did you live at 34 Fairview Road with?
My mom, my dad, and my 4 siblings.
And your mom's name is Nicole, is that right?
Yes.
And your dad or your father's name is Brian Albert?
Yes.
And how many siblings do you have, I'm sorry?
I have 4.
Are you the oldest?
I am.
And do you work for it?
I do.
What do you do for it?
I work for the Massachusetts Attorney General's office in the Medicaid Fraud Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years, I think. In September, it'll be 3 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could, excuse me, turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2020. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
I actually am not sure that I recall the exact days of the week. Maybe Friday or Saturday.
Fair to say around the weekend time?
Yeah, weekend, definitely.
And as far as your family is concerned, the 29th, what if any significance is that day?
That would be my brother's birthday.
And which of your brothers is it whose birthday that was?
Brian Albert Jr.
And is beyond Brian Albert Jr., just for sake of my own lack of confusion, is there some other name that you would call him as far as differentiating him between your brothers?
Little Brian, sometimes, even though he's not so little.
Okay. And so during the course of that week, sort of leading up to the weekend, what, if any, discussion did you have with your mother or anybody else in your family in regards to Little Brian's?
So leading up to that weekend, I was aware that my brother might have like a friend or two over the house for his birthday. And then I had spoken with my mom and my aunt, Julie Albert, about maybe going to a local Canton bar, grabbing some food and some drinks, and just kind of seeing where the night takes us, and then maybe ultimately going back and seeing my brother for just to say happy birthday, kind of end the night that way.
As the week went along, what, if anything, sort of affected or changed plans in reference to that?
Nothing that I can really think of. Nothing really changed. I mean, that was sort of, I don't remember exactly how the plan came about, that we were going to, go get food and that my brother was going to have friends over. But I believe that was always sort of our plan.
And so specifically on the 28th, at some point you came to Canton, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how you came to Canton and where was it that you went first?
So I can't say for sure. From what I remember, I believe that my boyfriend Tristan and I went straight from Easton to the waterfall and actually got there before my mom and my Aunt Julie, from what I can remember. And then my mom and Julie ended up meeting us there. And that's when we sort of started just kind of like hanging out, ordering food, some drinks. And we were there for a little bit, just the four of us.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Unfortunately, I can't remember an exact time, but it would have been around like dinner time. So if I had to guess, maybe like 6.
And as far as drinking was concerned with that night, you're at a bar and you weren't driving, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, I was not driving.
And do you recall specifically what kind of drinks you had or what you had to drink that night?
I believe that night I was drinking White Claw, I think.
And your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, as far as what, if anything, was going on with him that night, as far as how long was he at the water?
Yeah, so we were aware that it was likely going to snow that night. So my boyfriend Tristan had gotten offered to do some like plowing or shoveling. So he knew that he was going to have to probably be up for the majority of the night into the morning doing some shoveling. So he didn't stick around at the waterfall for too long. I think he had some food, maybe like 1 or 2 drinks, and then he actually ended up going home.
And you stayed at the waterfall after he went home?
I stayed there, yeah, with my mom and my Aunt Julie.
And if you recall, as far as that evening at the waterfall, what, if anything, was going on as far as like, live entertainment?
I want to say that there might have been a band. I just don't want to say for sure, but I think I do recall a band coming in and setting up, and yeah, I think that there might have been one.
Now, as far as the evening progressed and went on, who, if anyone else, came into the waterfall and sort of joined your group when you were there?
Sure. So I can't say for sure like times of people arriving or order of people arriving, but I know at one point, my uncle Chris Albert, he ended up joining us. He owns a pizza shop across the street. So when he was done working, he came and joined us. And then my aunt Jen McCabe and her husband Matt McCabe joined us. And then at some point, my father, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins, also joined us. So at one point in time, I'm not sure the order of which, everybody came in or the time that they came in, but at some point we were all kind of there hanging out.
Now, and your father and Mr. Higgins, do you know where they had come from or where they were coming from?
Yes, I believe they were coming from New York from a funeral. And I remember I had asked my mom, like, is Dad going to stop by? And she was like, I don't know. He's tired. He's coming back from New York. And I was like, oh, I want to see him. So I think I convinced him to come. And then Brian Higgins just kind of tagged along from what I can remember.
Now, as far as Mr. Higgins was concerned, is that someone that you were familiar with prior to this evening on the 28th?
I knew of him and I had met him a couple times, but nothing more than that.
As far as you're aware, the house that you, for lack of a better term, grew up in or spent some formative years in, had Mr. Higgins ever been over to that house at 34 Fairview when you were there?
Not that I know of.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, came and sort of came up to your group or joined you while you were at the wall?
So from what I can remember, I remember sitting at like a high top table, and it was me and my mom sitting next to each other, and we were facing like the front door of the waterfall. And I recall a man and a woman walking in, and at first I didn't know who either of them were, but I noticed that the man started talking to like some of my aunts and uncles that I was with, and he seemed friendly with the people that were in our group. So I had said to my mom, like, oh, who is that? And she said, oh, that's John O'Keefe. And I had known of him because I knew his story about his niece and his nephew and his family. So I had known of him, but had never met him before. And so then I just assumed that the woman that was with him was his significant other, girlfriend, wife. I didn't know. So then, I didn't really speak to either of them. I think at one point, John came up to me and my mom and asked, like, do you guys need anything? Do you need a drink? And we said no, and that was pretty much it.
And so when you say you knew of John O'Keefe and sort of the story as you related, do you recall how it was that you came to know anything about Mr. O'Keefe? Or who was it through that you came to know about Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, in general, it was kind of like a known thing. The tragedy of what happened in the O'Keefe family. And so I had just kind of heard that story. And then on top of that, John O'Keefe's niece is either the same age or around the same age as some of my younger cousins. So I knew that she was friendly with them. I knew that my Aunt Jen McCabe would like help out here and there, going to sports, going to different events, whatever. I know that my Aunt Jen was friendly with John O'Keefe. And I knew that my Aunt Julie and Uncle Chris were somewhat friends with him as well.
And just to be clear, when you're talking about some of your younger cousins,
Mhm.
the younger cousins you're speaking of, who are their parents?
So the younger cousins that I'm referring to would be the McCabe girls, and their parents are Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe.
And they were present at the waterfall that evening as well.
Jen and Matt were, yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and his significant other that you described, had you ever met them prior to that evening?
I had not to my knowledge. I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe like a sporting event or something where we, met each other in passing, but I had never formally met John or the woman that he was with.
And so on that evening on January 28th, you had never met nor were you aware of anybody by the name of Karen?
No, I was not.
And if you know, about what time was it that they came into the waterfall and came over?
I can't say for sure. I'm not sure of time.
But fair to say, the other people that you testified about, as far as your uncles, your aunts, and things like that, were they all there at the time that Mr. O'Keefe and this group came in?
I believe so. I believe that everyone who was there in the group that I was with was present when John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived.
And about what time was it that things started to wind down as far as the waterfall was concerned?
Again, I'm the worst with times, but I would say it was around like 12-ish that we kind of said, let's kind of head out and head home. I would say 12-ish, approximately.
Now, during the course of the time that you were at the waterfall, either before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group that you were with?
I mean, I didn't notice any issues or any negative things happening. All the conversation seemed positive, lighthearted. Everyone was just kind of having a good time, getting along. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, really.
So no issues as far as fighting or tension between your group, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as you saw with regards to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, no issues as far as fighting or tension that you observed between the two of them?
Not that I observed, no.
And when you, around 12-ish or so, when you started to leave, who was it that, how did you come to leave and who did you leave with?
So I left with my mom and my dad. And again, I'm not sure the order of when like everybody else left. But I went with my mom and my dad back to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you recall, who drove home from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
My dad.
And about how long a drive is that from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
I would say like 5 or 6 minutes, give or take.
And when you arrived to the house at 34 Fairview, do you recall where your father parked in relation to the house?
From what I can remember, he parked in the driveway. The driveway.
And if you know about how many other cars were in the driveway or when parked?
I'm not sure. I know there was at least like one or two, but I can't say for sure. I just don't really remember how many were in the driveway at the time. I had like younger siblings in college at the time who would sometimes take some of the cars, so I just don't remember for sure.
And if you know, essentially, they're within the driveway, there's a garage at the end of the driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a door on the left, door on the right, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not your father pulled in the driveway on the left side or the right side in relation to those two?
I don't remember.
And when you came into the house, do you remember how it was that you came from the vehicle to the house?
Yes. From what I remember, I went in the front door. So I would have gotten out and walked on the brick path over to the front door area, walked up the steps, and then walked through the door that enters into like a foyer area.
And just to be clear, sort of when you walk into that front door with the foyer area, what if anything's right in front?
So when I first walked in, I actually had seen my cousin Colin. He was standing in the foyer area. And I remember I said to him like, "Oh, hi, what are you doing?"
Next question. Not what you said to me.
Taking you back to sort of when you're exiting the waterfall and when you're exiting your parents' vehicle and walking in the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather at that point?
I remember at that point, snow was definitely coming down. And I could tell that it was like progressively getting worse.
And so you walk into the home in the front foyer area, that's where you run into your cousin Colin?
Yes.
How is Colin related to you as far as, how is he your cousin?
So Colin is Julie Albert and Chris Albert's son. So he's my first cousin.
And when you walk in, you sort of bump into him. Where was it that he was?
He told me that he was headed.
Not what he told you. Where was he going?
To my knowledge, he was going home.
Next question. Next question.
From the time that you walked in and bumped into Colin sort of in the foyer of the home, how long was it that he was in the home while you were there?
I would say
So how long was he in the home when you were there?
minutes.
And from your group, this includes yourself, your mother, your father, is that correct?
Sorry, what was that?
From your group, when you enter the home, that includes you, your mother, and your father?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else from the waterfall, arrived at your home around the same time as yourself, your mother, and your father?
I believe that Brian Higgins was the next to arrive. I think he very shortly after came inside, after myself, my mom and dad.
And so when Mr. Higgins comes into the house at 34 Fairview, are you already in the house?
I was already inside, yes.
And so do you have any idea what Mr. Higgins was driving that evening or where he parked it?
I do not.
And then once you come into the house, when you come into the house, where is it within the home that you go?
So I walked in through the foyer, and then I took a right turn, which leads into like the dining room area. And that's where my brother Brian and two of his friends were just sitting around the dining room table. So I said happy birthday to him and was just kind of hanging out in there for a little bit.
And the friends that you observed in that sort of kitchen dining area, the friends of your brother Brian, little brother, what were their names?
Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
And were those people that you were familiar with prior to this evening in January 28th?
Yes.
Familiar with them as their friends of your little brother?
Yes, exactly.
And with regard to the house, after yourself, your mother, and your father arrived, and then Mr. Higgins after that, who, if anyone else from the waterfall, came to the house?
My Aunt Jen and my Uncle Matt McCabe.
And when your Aunt Jen and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived, where was Colin?
Colin had left by then.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
And when Mr. and Mrs. or your uncle and your Aunt McCabe come in, where is it that they go with it?
I believe they did a similar thing. They either entered through the dining room or through the kitchen area, but the dining room and the kitchen are like open floor, kind of all the same room. So we were just all kind of hanging out in that area.
And if you know about how long a period of time were you at your parents' house on Fairview Road that evening?
I would say hour 45, latest, latest 2 hours, but around like an hour and a half, an hour 45. But yeah, I can't say for sure. It's an estimate.
And for the balance of the time that you were there, were you in that same sort of kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And what is it that you were doing as far as you and the group doing in that area of the house?
We were just kind of hanging out. I remember that my mom had grabbed like a small speaker and put some music on. We had a couple drinks and everyone was just kind of like having a good time, hanging out. We said happy birthday to Brian, and that was kind of it.
And Ms. Albert, at any point in time when you were well, let me ask you this first. As far as the sort of demeanor or mood within the house, similar to how I'd asked you at the waterfall, did any of that change once you returned back to your parents' house at Fairview Road?
No.
So everyone getting along, no arguments, no tension, anything you observed?
Correct, yeah.
Now, beyond the people that you just described, did anyone else come into your house, into your parents' house that evening while you were there?
No.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe and or his significant other, Ms. Reed, at any point in time while you were there, did they come into your house?
No, neither of them ever came into the home.
Now, with regard to the people that you were describing before, at any point in time, did the people in the kitchen dining room area, any of them leave that area of the house?
I think when my mom, my dad, and I first got there, I believe my dad went upstairs to grab the dog to let her out. So he did that. And then I think there was another period of time where my dad might have been showing, or maybe my mom or my dad were showing Brian Higgins, like family photos of one of my brothers, who's in the Marines. And that would have been in like the family room area, which still is like, there's an open doorway. So it's not like the door was shut or anything. But other than that, we all kind of stayed within that dining room kitchen vicinity.
Now, with reference to the dog, that was a family dog, is that right?
Yes.
And your family had the dog when you still lived on Fairview Road with your parents?
Yes.
And what was the dog's name?
Chloe.
And with respect to letting the dog out, can you describe to the jury sort of what that process entailed? Was it on a leash or how would the dog be let out?
Sure. So we had like a fenced in backyard and we had a back door. So we would just kind of open the back door, let her out. She would kind of do her thing and then she would come back in when she was done.
And your father took care of that when you got home from the waterfall that evening?
Yes.
The family room that you were talking about where your father and or your mother and Mr. Higgins were as far as the photographs, where is that in relation to the dining room kitchen area, and specifically, can you see into that area from the dining room kitchen?
Into the family room? Yes. So there's just sort of like it's like a doorway, but there's no door there. It's pretty open. And if you're standing in the dining room or the kitchen, you can see into the family room for the most part.
Now, you at that point were not living at the address on Fairview Road, is that right?
Correct.
And as far as the people that were at the house who did not live at the Fairview home on that night, who was the last person to leave?
I was the last person to leave.
And prior to your departure from the house, sometime hour 45 or so after you got there, can you describe the order in which the other people that you just described were there? What order did those be?
I don't remember the order in which everybody left, but I do remember that Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, my aunt Jen, and my uncle Matt, they all left in one car, and then Brian Higgins left. But I just don't remember the order in which it was probably within like a couple minutes of each other, but I just don't remember exactly who left first. And then I left pretty shortly after everyone else as well.
Now, during the time that you were hanging out in that dining room, kitchen area of the home, at any point in time, was your attention drawn to the outside of the house? Hear anything, see anything outside of the house?
I did not.
And with respect to the front area of the house, at any point in time, was there any discussion that you recall about anything going on in that area?
I don't recall a discussion going on about anything happening out front, except for at one point,
No, let me hear her answer first. Except for what, at one point?
I remember that Julie Nagel's brother was supposed to pick her up. So I knew that there was some communication where she told him, never mind, you don't need to pick me up. You can go home. I'm going to go home with Jen and Matt.
Now, with respect to your aunt, Jennifer McKay, what, if anything, do you recall her doing with, do you recall her having a cell phone that night?
I do.
And what, if anything, do you recall her doing with respect to that cell phone?
I remember at one point we were standing in the kitchen and I had noticed she was on the phone. And I remember she said something to the effect of like, oh.
No, not what she said.
Okay.
So next question.
At some point, did you see her talking on the phone?
I did.
And at some point, did you see her appear to be texting on the phone?
I'm not sure about texting. I definitely saw her speaking with somebody on the phone though.
And at some point, where did she put her phone in relation to where you guys were in the kitchen and dining?
I'm not sure.
Recall any sort of charger or anything like that in that area of the home?
I don't.
Now, as far as who picked you up from the house that night?
My boyfriend.
And Mr. Morris came to the house on Fairview Road and picked you up at some point, about an hour, 45 minutes or so after you arrived there, is that correct?
Yes.
And recall what Mr. Morris was driving on that particular evening?
I remember that he actually was driving my car, which is a 2019 white Jeep Cherokee.
And what kind of car did Mr. Morris have at that time?
At that time, he had a very old, I want to say like 2012 Ford Taurus. So that's why he took my car, because the Taurus wouldn't have been good in the snow.
And how was it that you came? Did he call you, text you? How did you know that he was there?
I believe that we texted, and that's how I was informed that he was out front.
So you receive a text, something to the effect of here, and then you go outside?
Yes.
And when you went outside, if you recall, what was the weather like when you were coming out of the house?
When I walked outside, I remember, again, the snow was coming down a lot. I remember like sort of trying to watch my step because the stairs and the brick path were pretty snowy, and I didn't want to slip. So as far as weather, yeah, I remember it was actively snowing and I was trying not to slip. And that's pretty much what I can remember.
And do you recall where it was that your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, parked the car in relation to the house when he arrived?
I believe he parked in the driveway.
So you would have come down the steps, down the walkway to the driveway area, correct?
Yes.
And who drove from Fairview Road to back home that evening?
Tristan did.
Now, if you recall, when Ms. Morris, I'm assuming, backs out of the driveway, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
When he backs out of the driveway, where does the vehicle go in relation to the house?
We went up Fairview Road, so towards the flagpole in our yard.
And so towards the flagpole with the passenger side facing the house, is that right?
Yes.
And if you recall, as Mr. Morris is driving away from the home, what, if anything, with respect to the weather, did he have to employ within the car?
I remember the windshield wipers were on, and I remember he was driving very cautiously 10 and 2. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, the snow is coming down pretty hard.
And as you drove past the house, were you looking outside or looking at the house or the front lawn area of the home?
I was not. Once I got inside the car, my attention was on him, and we were having a conversation. So I hadn't been looking out the passenger window towards my house at really any point.
So your head was turned towards your boyfriend who's driving the car to the left of you as he's driving away.
Yes.
I have one moment now.
Yes.
If he finishes now, there'll be cross. There has to be cross if he finishes now.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Here we go.
Nettie?
Cross. Here we go.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Albert, you were at your parents' home on January 29th by midnight or shortly thereafter, correct?
Correct.
And you were the last one to leave at 1:45, 2 o'clock, somewhere in that area?
Yes.
On January 29th of 2022, after you got up that day, did you receive a call, a text, any sort of communication from any investigator connected with this case?
I did not.
Trooper Proctor did not contact you on January 29th?
No,
He did not interview you on January 29th?
he did not.
What about January 30th?
No.
31st?
Nope.
How about the entire month of February? Did you hear from Trooper Proctor wherein he set up a meeting or an interview with you?
I did not.
Then what about the entire rest of 2022?
Objection, Your
Trooper
Honor.
Proctor interviewed you during that entire year?
All right, so the objection's overruled. You can answer that.
I was not interviewed, no.
No. And then in 2023, prior to May of 2023, were you contacted by Trooper Proctor or any investigator for an interview regarding what you just testified to here today?
I don't think so.
And you hadn't met Mr. Lally by May of 2023 either, correct?
I don't think so.
But in May of 2023, you actually were called to testify at another hearing where neither the Commonwealth or the defense in this case was present, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin were not there, and certainly no members of the defense team were there, correct?
Correct.
And May of 2023 was well over a year after the events that you were called to testify about, correct?
Correct.
Right, so if these events happened on January 28th and 29th, 2022, the end of January of 2023 would have been a year, and now you're being asked for the first time to give testimony about what happened back in January of 2022 in May of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And then it was only after you testified before that other proceeding without the prosecution and the defense of this case there that Trooper Proctor finally interviewed you in August of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And that was 4 months after you testified in that other hearing of May of 2023, correct? June, July, I'm sorry, 3 months, June, July, August, correct?
Correct.
And it was about a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
I believe so.
All right. Now, on direct examination, Mr. Lally had asked you about whether you knew Brian Higgins. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
And I believe you testified that you knew of Higgins, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that you had met him a couple of times, correct?
Yes.
So Brian Higgins, you would classify as an acquaintance, correct?
To me?
Yes.
I would classify him as a friend of my father's, not really an acquaintance or friend of mine.
Okay. So he didn't rise to the level of an acquaintance, somebody who you met, but you didn't really know.
I'm not really sure how I would categorize my relationship with him. Again, it was just more of like, he was my father's friend. If I had seen him walking down the street, I would have said hello to him. I don't know anything about his personal life. I don't communicate with him regularly. So I mean, if that's what you would consider an acquaintance, then yes.
I guess I would ask, what do you consider an acquaintance? How would you define that term?
I would say an acquaintance is someone who you are friendly with and might see from time to time. I guess in my head, I'm just sort of thinking someone who's in closer in age with me. I usually think of it as more of like a friend type thing and not my father's friend to me. I guess that's just the way I think of it in my head.
Okay, so is your testimony before this jury that an acquaintance is really a friend?
Someone that you're friendly with, perhaps, could be.
Okay. Have you watched any of the testimony in this case prior to your taking the stand today?
I have not.
Has anybody told you anything about any of the testimony that has occurred prior to your taking the stand today?
No.
Okay. Who is Katie McLaughlin?
Katie McLaughlin is a girl who I'm the same age as. We went to high school together. We graduated the same year, and we have a couple mutual friends. We interact with some of the same people socially. I can't think of a time, possibly ever, where her and I ever hung out one-on-one or individually. So more of like a friend of a mutual friend.
Okay. So, Kate, you would not consider Katie McLaughlin to be a friend?
She's not a close personal friend of mine.
I asked you if she was a close personal friend.
Objection.
Just let her finish her answer.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your answer.
I would not consider her one of my, again, close friends.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to my question. Would you consider her to be a friend?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Oh, piss off, Lally. Piss off, Lally. Approach for what? You knew this was coming in, Lally. What are you talking about? Oh, I love what Jackson said there. Yannetti said there. So would he be an acquaintance to you? What is an acquaintance? The fact that she said, "Oh, she's just a girl I know." Like, I hope even the judge can see through this and be like, do you know what I mean? This is just like, she's been coached. She's unfortunately the jury are confused because the jury don't really know what's going on at the minute by all this. Oh, this is just like, oh, so frustrated. Have you watched any testimony? No. Pinocchio? Do you know what's coming up next? No. Pinocchio? Is that Katie a friend of yours? No, she's a girl I know. Pinocchio? It's just like the Albers just know how to lie. I hate saying that because this is serious. You're under oath, but I'm so sorry. She's lying. 4 o'clock. They got 10 minutes left. This is why Lali's trying to like preserve the time now. This is ridiculous. He only asked her, is she a friend of yours? Objection. Can we approach? What? Why are we approaching? Why are we approaching? What's going? Like this woman here, Karen. She's paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for these top-notch attorneys. How about we go on a little bit further? I mean, come on. What are we doing here, people? I so wish the judge would turn around and say, all right, come on. That you're taking a piss, girl. We all know that you've watched this. No one speaks like that. She's a girl I know. Who speaks like that? She's a girl I know. Lunchbox wants to bleed the clock. Dana, 100%. All she has to say is, yes, she's a friend. You don't want to be close friends or anything. You're a friend. I hope they see you as well. I hope they're seeing this and going, oh my God. Where's just Chrissy? What's she saying now? Oh, thank you, just Chrissy. We love you as well. Sorry, I can't keep up with chat sometimes. It's just like, I mean, what's the mother think, you know? I just don't get it. No, exactly. There's no big deal. There's no big. They made it a big deal. Well, they didn't have to. Yeah, Alicia's got it. We went to high school together, hang out occasionally, maybe once, twice a year with other friends. We're not close at all. But yeah, she's someone I would, you know, she's someone I would go for coffee with if she's around and say hello to, you know. It's not a big deal. They've made this into a big deal because they thought they were being clever, because they don't want them to be linked together and be seen to be lying. But the trouble is, they are like that now.
Okay, Ms. Albert, you know Courtney Proctor, correct?
I know of her, yes.
And you've been in her company several times, correct?
Yes.
You've met her children, correct?
Once, yes.
And you know she is Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
When Michael Proctor ultimately interviewed you in August of 2023, did he ever ask you how well you knew his sister, Courtney Proctor? Did that subject ever come up?
Not that I remember.
And did you ever mention it to him that you had met his sister and met his sister's kids?
I did not.
Now, on January 28th of 2022, you went to the waterfall with your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, he left and you stayed, correct?
Yes.
The reason that you stayed is you wanted to go back to the 34 Fairview, your old home, to be there by midnight when your brother was turning 23, correct?
Not necessarily. My plan was always to stay and just spend some time with my mom and my aunt. But Tristan left very early because he knew that he was going to have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning shoveling or plowing. So my plan was never to go back with him. But it wasn't necessarily because it was my brother's birthday. It was just what my plan was for the night.
Certainly the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't deter you from going back, right? In other words, the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't cause you to hesitate to go back. You wanted to be there, right?
Well, my brother Brian wasn't at the waterfall.
No, I'm talking about, let's start over. Tristan left, right?
Yes.
You stayed at the waterfall
Yes.
and you planned to go back to 34 Fairview, did you not?
At some point in time, that was spoken about, and I agreed to go back to 34 Fairview. Yes.
Okay. And you went back there to see your family, correct?
Yes.
Including your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
That was your parents' home, right?
Yes.
You grew up there.
Yes.
You were comfortable there.
Yes.
There was plenty of room at the house, correct?
In what sense?
Bunch of bedrooms.
Yes.
Not all of them were taken up, correct?
At that time, correct.
You certainly felt welcome there, correct?
Yes.
And there was no problem with you staying there overnight, correct?
Correct.
And when you made the decision to go there after the waterfall, you knew that there was a snowstorm that was starting, correct?
Yes.
And you've already testified that when you went back to 34 Fairview, you saw your cousin Colin Albert inside the home, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you walked in and he was one of the first people that you saw, correct?
Correct.
He's been over your house many times, correct?
Correct.
You're close with him as your first cousin, are you not?
I am.
And your brother Brian Jr. is close with him as well, correct?
Yes.
Colin Albert is close with your parents, correct?
Yes.
He's certainly welcome at your parents' home, correct?
Correct.
And it was certainly not shocking to see your first cousin, Colin Albert, at your home, correct?
Correct.
And you had a brief interaction with him, correct?
Yes.
That was sort of toward the foyer of the house?
Yes.
And then you continued deeper into your parents' home and you saw other people there, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go within the home after you had seen Colin?
I believe I entered through the foyer into the dining room area.
And when you were there, you saw your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
He had two friends with him, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, in that same area.
Yes.
You greeted them as well.
Yes.
And that's where your attention was focused, fair to say?
I would say that once I said hello to them, I didn't just sit with them three. I sort of was walking around. I wouldn't say my attention was solely focused on them three, but I did greet them, yes.
And where you were walking around within the kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And once you greeted Colin and left him, it's fair to say that you then were not looking over your shoulder, monitoring what Colin was doing or where he was going, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the kitchen dining room area, the door to the basement was kind of blocked from your view, was it not?
If I'm in the dining room area, there is a spot in there where I could see it, but I don't believe I could see the basement door, no.
Right. And from your vantage point, the door to the basement's kind of blocked from the area that you were in.
For the most part, yes.
And you weren't watching Colin to see where he went after you left him, correct?
Correct.
And you never saw him leave the house physically, correct?
Correct.
This may be a good time to pause. I don't know, are we going past 4?
All right, we'll pause then, thank you. All right, Ms. Albert, we'll bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, and then ask you to stay here and just let the jurors file out first and then you follow
All right,
them. Jurors,
thank you.
those same three
Quiet,
cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a half day this evening.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, all in this way.
That's what's key. No one saw Colin leave. No one saw Colin leave. Thank you, Heather. Lol, you're all my kind of people there, yeah? Potty mouth.
them out? Okay, thank you. Yes.
I agree with. But she hasn't got a choice.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, why don't you tell me now what it is you hope to do tomorrow and basis for it?
Right, so my plan, Your Honor, is based on the fact that Katie McLaughlin, when she testified, tried to minimize her relationship with Caitlin Talbot. The reason why that's relevant is that we have proof that she has changed her story after she learned that 34 Fairview was the Albert family home. She was on record with Trooper Proctor stating that, this is Katie McLaughlin, stating that what she heard my client say, she actually overheard. She heard my client addressing Jennifer McCabe on scene in a hysterical manner, saying, allegedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And that evolved in this case to a multi-part conversation with many different people, including starting with Katie McLaughlin saying, was there any trauma? And my client supposedly responded, I hit him. And then a police officer jumps in and asks another question, and my client supposedly said, I hit him. And there were 4 different times where my client was responding to others so that it wasn't really this burst of excitement and an excited utterance. She tried to cast it as statements that were made upon reflection, making them sound more ominous and more inculpatory than what they were, particularly because the person to whom my client was speaking, who was no friend of my client, reported that she said, did I hit him, could I hit him? So we have a clear conflict in the testimony. We have a witness who has admitted that her statement has evolved, and she's admitted that her statement evolved after she learned the identity of the house that she was at, which happens to be the house that Caitlin Albert grew up in. When she was confronted with, who is Caitlin Albert, when Mr. Jackson asked Katie McLaughlin who Caitlin Albert was, there was a long pause, and then she was and then even the way she phrased it was, I think, telling. I went to school with somebody by that name. There was something to that effect. It just sounded ridiculous. It sounded like it was somebody that she was trying to remember. At that point, we had 4 photos that we marked for ID, H, I, J, and K, where we have them together. We have them being Facebook friends. We have a nature of the relationship that she tried to conceal in our view. Since that time, we've been deluged by other photos of the 2 of them together, including one, intimate photo of them, the 4 of them. I'm sorry, when I say the 4 of them, I mean Caitlin Albert, her 2 college roommates, and the only person who's not a college roommate in that photo is Katie McLaughlin. Katie McLaughlin also said that she never went on anything other than occasional day trips with Caitlin Albert. We now know that that's false. We have them together in a hot tub drinking in a photo that is from Maine, which is about a 4-hour drive away.
When is
That
that?
was, it was posted in 2016, which is another.
But when did it occur? Did it occur in 2016, or was it posted in 2016?
It was posted in 2016. I think the information that's when it was a new photo that was uploaded. I mean, that location was tagged on 2016, so we know it was after high school, which again contradicts Katie McLaughlin's testimony because she made it seem like this is just some girl that I knew in high school, and then we happened to be at the same places at various times, but I'm not close with her, despite the fact that I have my arm around her in most of the photos. The other aspect of this, Your Honor, is that she said that she had not, Katie McLaughlin testified she had not seen Caitlin Albert for, I think, 2 or 3 years prior to January of 2022. We have a baby shower photo that is from June of 2021. They are standing next to each other.
Do you have someone to authenticate that date?
Caitlin Albert will authenticate that date.
Why are you
Because
sure of that?
She's going to be shown a baby shower which occurred in 2021.
Okay.
That's when it's timestamped on social media. And Caitlin Albert, her face and her body are in that photo. Katie McLaughlin's face and body are in that photo.
How many other people are in that photo?
I think there are 6. I have the photo. Give back to Mr. McDonough. The one's for ID. Oh, thank you.
Or actually, if I can just see those, I thought these were different photos. If I could have those, then you don't need to count the people.
There are 5 other people in the photo with them, but they're together on the right side of the photo. I mean, these photos impeach the testimony of Katie McLaughlin multiple times, and we should be allowed to explore the bias of these witnesses, particularly the bias of Katie McLaughlin, who purports to give incriminating testimony against my client, brand new testimony that only existed after she learned the identity of the homeowners in this case. This is classic bias and classic impeachment evidence. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to show photographic evidence of this relationship, much like Mr. Lally has shown photographic evidence of the 34th Fairview, what it looks like. It's intended to assist the jury. And in doing a 403 balancing test, Your Honor, the probative nature of this evidence greatly outweighs any prejudice. She's able to explain these photos any way she wants when Mr. Lally does his redirect examination of her. But without being able to get into this, Your Honor, Katie McLaughlin's testimony, it's like she's wearing a suit of armor. We can't get through it. We have the tools and the evidence to get through it. We have the ability to expose her as somebody that's misrepresented something very important to this court. If we can't ask these questions and we can't get any of these photos, then we're not able to do it.
All right, Mr. Lally, what do you say?
Your Honor, just as far as the authenticity of whatever these is, as far as social media is concerned, there's a variety of ways to fabricate that. And I think it's interesting that Mr. Giannetti is really vague about where these photos came from or how he knows the specifics that he's so sure about when they occurred, where they occurred, what state people were in, what day it was, who is college roommates of who within these photographs, but has no specifics about, where these deluge of photographs came from. More importantly, Your Honor, what I would submit as far as Ms. McLaughlin is concerned is she was entirely consistent, and I did the disparagement as far as what her testimony has been, as far as her statement within the report to Trooper Proctor, her grand jury testimony in this case, and her testimony before this jury on the stand were identical, if not entirely consistent. And again, it's not just Ms. McLaughlin that is attributing this statement to the defendant. The jury has heard from 2 other firefighters, as well as anticipated other witnesses who will testify to these exact same statements that the defendant made outside of the home on that date. What counsel, I think, is referring to as far as the could I have hit him is something that the defendant said to Miss McCabe, which was overheard by Miss Roberts on a speakerphone on the way to Fairview Road. And then she modifies that statement when she's asked specifically about the bruising and how that could have been caused. And it's at that point where she repeats, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So to then use prior statements to a completely separate witness that have nothing to do with Ms. McLaughlin to try to use that to claim impeachment or bias is ridiculous. And then as far as it applies to this specific witness, when it comes to impeachment and bias, what the case law is very clear about is if it goes to bias of the witness who is on the stand, and the witness in this case is Ms. Albert, not Ms. McLaughlin.
All right. Thank you. This will save us some time tomorrow.
Right, well, the only other thing I was gonna add, Your Honor, is these arguments go to the weight, not the admissibility, but I pulled up my notes, which I'm sure the court has. She has morphed her statement into, I asked if there had been any significant trauma. She said, I hit him. Then she repeated it. A woman said, you're hysterical, you need to calm down. She said, I hit him. Then a police officer said, what did you say? She repeated, I hit him. And, you know, Ms. McCabe herself testified in the grand jury, that's not what happened. That she said at that moment, did I hit him, could I have? She's on record saying it.
All right, thank you. I'll take a look at my notes and we'll figure this out first thing.
Bullshit that she's going to look at her notes. Bollocks, she's getting a gin now. The only note she's got is a gin. I think Heather's right. That's not what the firefighters didn't hear say that. I think they debunked all that because, do you remember, Jackson was like, well, where in this video did she tell you that? Nowhere. To that one guy. And Saraf didn't hear anything. Totally different to what she said. Right, hang on. Let's go and see Tom CPU. How could she deny it? Because she's a I won't say it. Right, here we go. This is Karen leaving court. I spelled Caitlin's name wrong. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Rehab department groups. Thank you, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not changing it because she's a liar. So F her. At least Turtle Boy was allowed in for a little bit.
I both crashed. Right, back. Yes.
Have a good night, October Girl. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're going to shoot off as soon as they come out. Oh, no, actually, I'm going to show you one thing that's posted on Twitter.
Good day in court.
Where did it go?
Let's put out the thing you can about the line tomorrow.
They said that.
I thought it had no true registration.
Hey, Red Tail. What's up, Mike? Among Jerks, he's here. How you doing, big guy? Good to see you in here.
Right, I got a tweet.
I got to meet your buddy today, Mike. What a great guy.
I got a tweet to show you as well. So they've changed the media stuff for queuing and stuff. I'll show you the email after we see Karen go. So there's an email now. They've changed how the media are allowed to queue and everything to get into court from now on. So I think, look, I feel like I'm a broken record. I mean, it feels like the defense smashed it again today.
Maz.
You feel like a prosecutor in there? I look like a prosecutor. You know what? You know, again, another day. Great job, guys. Great job.
Great song, Karen. Yeah.
If you missed the question was, does it feel like you're the prosecutor of this trial? To Alan Jackson.
You can possibly what? No.
No, it is not possible. It's not possible to close that night. That's
Mike
How about
McGee.
these photos?
Shay. Okay, Shay.
Oh, the bike. Bit of karaoke. Oh, oh,
All right, Shay. You got to work with that, girl. You got to work with that.
Right, okay. I'll stop that. So, there's this from Jessica on Twitter. Then we'll leave it for the day then. There's nothing to say. I mean, they smashed it. So, there's nothing to say, like. And I hate being with that channel that just drones on for no reason, but I don't see what there is here. Friggin' Nora, you can't see this, can you? Right, I'll read it out. Good afternoon. For planning purposes, on background only, the security department has determined that due to public safety issues, when court officers are not present as of 4:30 p.m. on Monday, May 13th, no equipment or chairs will be allowed on court property. The media who wish to form a line may do so on the sidewalk, and court officers will instruct the media on site when the courthouse opens. Please be advised that the Dedham Police Department has jurisdiction over the curbside of the building, outside of the building, sorry. Please be aware that previous guidance stating that media entry is first come, first served, and only one person per organization is allowed into the courtroom remains in effect. That is Jennifer, who is a court spokesperson. That's the email. That's the email that went out to all the media outlets today after Grant's antics today. So just so you know that Jessica got that today. So they can no longer shelter. Essentially, it means that Grant can no longer sleep in his car. I think he's going to have to basically be on the sidewalk and probably sit there. So that's the court going, hey, we want nothing to do with it. Go to Dedham now. So that's where we're at with that. All right, let me go back a bit. Oops, wrong one. Right. Defense had another good day. I think every day's been a great day for them. I'm trying to think, am I being too biased? But I don't think I am. There's nothing. I mean, Brian Albert, I thought he was going to plead the fifth. I did think he was going to plead the fifth. Agree, Murph's turf. Jurisdiction. Yes, I know. Jurisdiction. Fuck. Told you they were all going to get kicked out. The court officers have better things to do than babysit people acting like children. Yes, and I don't know how it's going to work now. This day is giving me serious migraine. I'm beyond disgusted. Everyone should be disgusted. This is not right. None of this is right. In terms of, it shows you, the reporter said to Alan Jackson, does it feel like you are the prosecutor in this case? Because there's nothing coming in. It's just disgusting. Dedham PD not allow them to linger on site, but may not. I don't think they will. You're right. They're going to have some certain rules now. It's going to be a shit show. But what it does mean is Grant can pee off now. Piss off, Grant. Sassy, you need to get us gel ice cap. It's so good and help a ton for migraines. There you go, Heather. The fountain of knowledge. This kid, Brian Albert Jr. is a huge, gigantic, anxious weenie. Charles, I know. I was thinking the same, to be fair. Too anxious to look out the window. Fucking hell. No common sense tells us what we're seeing. You're right, Lona. It's just sad. We're here. Just sad. I thought for a second Bear Jr. was going to lose his shit. Christy says, I'm officially an idiot. I thought today was Tuesday and was rushing to office in case you're done like me. It's Monday. Thanks a lot. Thank you, fella. Big dog. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, 8 o'clock again. Sean's with us. So Sean is definitely with us for the first 2 hours of every day. Then after that, depends on building work. But he won't be with us for past 10 o'clock tomorrow because it's half day, so it's pointless. But he's on tonight, so go and watch him tonight for his advice. And also, he is in chat. So, well, he reads the chat then. I should say he's not in chat, but... Heather Taylor, I'm on it. Living content is unbearable, and yeah, and this case. Sorry, Sassy. Too anxious to look out the window. That's what I said. Jinx. Grant just out there running, ruining it for everybody. Piece of shit. 50 in flannel. Good night. See you tomorrow. See you, Nate, the 50. Thank you for the super chat, my darling. This is disgrace of justice system. Karen should not even be on trial. 100%. I mean, but what are we missing here, people? What are we missing? Like, surely the jury is seeing what we're seeing. Surely. See you tomorrow. See you, Lona. See you, Sassy. Thank you, Delan. See you in the AM. Thank you very much, Sassy. Yeah. Right, we're grounded there. But again, I don't know sure what the jury is seeing. I hope they're seeing the same as what we're seeing. Oh, my God, I've broken my laptop somehow. What have I done now? F11. There we are. Done it. Wicked side, just Chrissy. Yesterday I thought it was Saturday and didn't prep for Monday until late. Right. Thank you, everybody. God bless you all. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. You should have seen the panic this morning. It took me an hour to get StreamYard working. Well, 45 minutes to get StreamYard working. So I'm going to have to be on early tomorrow just to test it all out again. So that's why I was panicking first thing this morning. So yeah, thank you. God bless you. Adios to Hackster. I shall see you all. I shall see you all tomorrow, bright and early for Caitlin. Now she knows what's coming. So if the judge lets her in, fucking hell. Anyway, we'll see you tomorrow. With that, take care, everyone. Let me find a brand thing I can end this on. Right, take care. Peace out. Free Karen Reid and free Zachary Anderson. Go to wrongfulpod.com. Listen to our beautiful Josie and the ladies. Take care. Ta-ra.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.